Imagine being the class punching bag for years and then glitch. Right in the middle of a boring lecture, a glowing RPG quest window pops up out of thin air, hovering right in front of his face. He tries to tap the screen, but his timing is absolute trash. His hand shoots out and accidentally smacks Baek Jae-ryung, the school's ice queen, right as she's strutting by in a bad mood. Slap. She returns the favor instantly, leaving a red handprint on Kim Soo-hyun's face. Then comes the blackmail. She orders him to go fetch her a sandwich, or she'll scream that he groped her to get out of paying. This is Soo-hyun's pathetic reality. Even when he's being totally played, he freezes up. He's too terrified to even whisper a protest. While the class laughs at him, he's screaming internally, swearing he'll make them all pay 100 times over. But on the outside, he's dead silent. He bows his head and apologizes to his tormentors like a total coward. The only person this spineless loser actually has the guts to act tough with is his own mom. Back home, he throws a massive tantrum, demanding his mom let him drop out since school is just a daily beatdown session anyway. Soo-hyun has this delusional dream of becoming a big-time YouTuber, but his mom just ignores the nonsense and keeps working. Even Kim Dae-hyun roasts him, asking if he thinks his tragic life is some kind of fighting livestream. You running a channel, get real. Soo-hyun hits rock bottom, drowning in self-pity and wondering why the universe hates him. And right at that lowest moment, ping, the system window glitches back into view. Figuring he has absolutely nothing left to lose, he decides to interact with it. System activated. The interface explains the rules. Complete quests get loot cards. First up is a tutorial mission. The objective, simply apologize to his mom to unlock a guaranteed gold card. His brain immediately goes to the hustle. Can I sell this gold card for cash? The system flashes a quick rarity breakdown. It ranks loot from bronze to silver to gold. But Soo-hyun is too impatient for the fine print, he just wants the reward. He spins around and shouts a loud, awkward apology to his mom for being a jerk earlier. Kim Dae-hyun stares at him like he's finally snapped. He keeps rambling until ding quest complete. The notification pops and his heart starts racing. He figures a gold card has to be worth at least 10,000 won, right? Greed aside, curiosity wins out, and he flips the card to reveal the loot. It's not money. It's a consumable buff. Instant height boost plus 3 centimeters. Soo-hyun stands there completely dumbfounded. He hesitates for a split second, then taps use. A moment later, a guttural shout echoes from the living room, startling his mom in the kitchen. It wasn't a scam. His bones actually stretched. He shot up from a short 168 centimeters, straight to 171. The pain fades into shock. This isn't a hallucination. The system is 100% real. His mom, thinking he's in distress, actually starts apologizing to him. And that's when it hits Soo-hyun. All those years of hell at school. He's so used to saying sorry, it's basically his catchphrase, completely blind to the squad that actually cares. But when the sun rises, Kim Soo-hyun hits the campus, buzzing with main character energy. Going from 168 to 171 centimeters isn't just growth, it is a total stat boost. The girls in the hallway are definitely noticing the glow up. Suddenly, the interface flashes. Mission reward, 1 gold card, and a silver card to sweeten the pot. But he is so geeked out over the loot, he blindly slams into someone. And it is literally the boss level herself, Baek Jae-ryung. Soo-hyun is absolutely shook because this quest is demanding he kiss her. She instantly raises a hand, ready to slap him into next week for his clumsiness. Then she freezes. She recalls a twisted rumor about her fanboys that a slap from the Ice Queen is considered a reward for the simps. She refuses to give a creep that satisfaction. Soo-hyun is ready to rage quit this suicide mission. But the system flashes a red alert, abandon ship, and he loses every reward he has earned. Worse, the system vanishes forever. There is no way he is shrinking back to a measly 168. He has to shoot his shot with Baek Jae-ryung. Steeling himself, he heads to his seat. One thing is living rent-free in his mind right now, locking lips with a girl. Suddenly a voice next to him chimes in, I'm down, but it's a total jump scare. It's just his deskmate Gildo. This guy is basically a mirror image of Kim Soo-hyun's misery, a walking punching bag. Despite looking like a full-grown adult, Gildo's face is currently sporting fresh purple bruises from his daily beatings. Gildo throws him a massive side-eye, wondering why this dude is muttering about making out in the middle of class. Desperate Soo-hyun ignores the awkward vibes and asks the million-dollar question. How exactly do I get a girl to let me kiss her? Gildo gets all shy, mumbling that maybe, just maybe, if you shoot your shot with total sincerity, it could actually happen. Yeah, right. Soo-hyun knows exactly where he stands in the food chain. So Gildo pivots. What if you pay her for it? Now that actually sounds like a solid game plan. Who says no to cold hard cash? Hype-building Soo-hyun hits Gildo up for a loan, but a savage reality check hits Gildo's pockets are even emptier than his social calendar. Gildo apologizes for the useless advice, but he drops one crucial truth bomb before signing off. If you want the kiss, you gotta get her alone. Strictly one-on-one. Easier said than done. How do bottom feeders like them get solo time with the campus queen Baek Jae-ryung? But then the gears in Soo-hyun's head start turning. He sees an opening. P.E. class. Classic move. Baek Jae-ryung fakes being sick to ditch the workout. She wakes up from her nap in the empty classroom confused. Why isn't her personal servant Soo-hyun there? She immediately demands he go grab her some strawberry milk. Usually Soo-hyun is just her errand boy, but he's not scrambling this time. He was 10 steps ahead of her. He's already got the milk. He takes 2 massive gulps of the pink drink, liquid courage coursing through his veins. It is showtime. He finally summons the guts to ask Baek Jae-ryung if she's ever been kissed. But talk about a reverse card, she immediately flips the script and starts grilling him instead. Want to visit the cops? Realizing the quest is tanking, Soo-hyun panics. Chill, total joke, I swear. But his usual tormentors are already at the door, phones raised, cameras rolling. Soo-hyun freezes, caught in 4K. Aw, crushing on Queen Bee Chaeyoung, they sneer, zooming in. Soo-hyun's heart hammers against his ribs. He begs them to delete the footage, but Choi Chang-dong answers with a brutal right hook to the jaw. Smirking, Chang-dong leans in. Relax, bro. Just a prank. We're tight, right? But as he winds up for another strike, Chaeyoung steps in. Ice cold. Stop. Delete it. Now. Chang-dong obeys the queen immediately. Nobody messes with Chaeyoung or films her without permission. She glances down at Soo-hyun sprawling on the floor. Go home, idiot. Take the day off. Save yourself another beating. Trudging home, Soo-hyun sinks into absolute misery, leaving school early because he got stomped, humiliating. But panic sets in. How does he explain the smashed glasses to mom and his happy life at 171 centimeters gone? Future, what future? Just then, ding. A holographic pop-up flashes, quest complete. Chaeyoung totally forgot Soo-hyun sipped from that bottle. She used the same straw, locking in an indirect kiss. Soo-hyun, of course, is completely oblivious to this accidental W. He's confused, but who cares? Loot time. He flips the gold card and his jaw drops. No way. This consumable item promises perfect vision restoration. He activates it instantly. He stares at his hands, the blur vanishes. Everything snaps into high-definition focus. Next up, the silver card. He reads the skill description, eyebrows shooting up. A beat later, he rushes out to show mom his new eyes, but finds only his sister Dae-hyun at the table. Mom's on the night shift. Dae-hyun barely looks up. Got your ass kicked again. Just messing around with friends, he lies. The air gets heavy. Don't talk to me at school, she snaps. Having a weakling brother, it's embarrassing. Next day, different vibe, same torture. The bullies hunt him down like clockwork, ordering him behind the school at lunch. His deskmate Gil-do whispers a pathetic apology. They had a pact, stay out of it to survive. But today feels different, just pathetic. Why is this my life? Soo-hyun screams internally. Lunchtime arrives and he's treated like a stray dog. By Chang-dong. Pick it up, the bully commands, pointing to a cigarette butt in the dirt. As Soo-hyun crawls through the dust, a voice cuts through. What are you doing? It's Dae-hyun. Frozen in panic. Realizing it's his sister, Chang-dong switches to nice guy mode instantly. Just joking around. He drags Soo-hyun away. Soo-hyun exhales, glad she didn't see the full extent of his humiliation. But Chang-dong's eyes go dark. He drags Soo-hyun into the bathroom, suddenly very interested in family matters. Introduce me to your sister. Soo-hyun panics. She's got bad grades, terrible temper. You don't want that. We're buddies, right? Chang-dong presses, cornering him. Hook me up. Honestly. Certain parts of her looked real. Bouncy. Soo-hyun snaps. Pure shock turns to rage. From a stall, Gil-do speaks up. Bro, that's too far. Bam, Chang-dong silences him with a fist. He starts stomping Gil-do. That's it. Soo-hyun roars. You sick bastard, stop. Chang-dong turns amused. The trash is talking. He stalks toward Soo-hyun to finish him. Crack. Soo-hyun buries a fist in his face. The silver card skill, basic boxing jab. No more victim mentality. No more crawling. He's fighting back. Ding, new quest incoming. Objective defeat, Choi Chang-dong. Reward silver and bronze cards. Soo-hyun hits accept. Time to make him pay for that bouncy comment. Chang-dong wipes his bloody lip. You trash. Think you can fight. Cause you watch some YouTube tutorials. Soo-hyun stays silent. Snap, snap. Another jab connects. It's not luck. The loser knows boxing. Chang-dong swings wildly, but Soo-hyun's fists rain down like a thunderstorm. Every impact rewires his brain. Fear turns to adrenaline. Quest bar, filling up fast. Quest complete. Rewards acquired. A final notification flashes, jab proficiency level up. Soo-hyun doesn't even get a second to process the chaos before Gil-do yanks him by the collar, dragging him into the shadows of a corner to catch their breath. They both know the nightmare is just starting. The scariest thing about these guys isn't their individual strength, it's that they hunt like a pack of wolves. And right now, Choi Chang-dong is tearing the school apart with his crew absolutely out for blood and hunting for Soo-hyun. Gil-do is totally baffled, demanding to know when his buddy turned into a pro boxer. Soo-hyun stammers out the lamest excuse ever. He claims he just picked it up watching YouTube tutorials. Suddenly, a holographic interface flickers in his vision. He sees a proficiency bar for his jab skill and starts wondering what kind of beast mode unlocks when that hits 100%. Gil-do looks at him like he's lost his mind, muttering at thin air. Once Soo-hyun confirms the system interface is invisible to everyone else, he frantically opens his inventory to check the quest loot, but staring at the 2 new skill cards, Soo-hyun is completely stunned. Just then, Baek Chae-young and her squad roll up, interrupting the moment. They demand to know why these 2 are lurking around. Gil-do's stomach drops. He thinks it's game over. Chae-young locks eyes with Soo-hyun, asking what the hell he just pulled back there, and why the whole school has a bounty on his head. Realizing she's not there to jump him, Soo-hyun lies through his teeth, claiming it was just a messy misunderstanding. Chae-young gives him the cold shoulder, muttering that she'll pretend this never happened. She tells them to bolt, but they're not fast enough. Soo-hyun and Gil-do are cornered. A delinquent steps forward, eyeing Soo-hyun with disbelief, wondering how a twig like him could possibly knock out Choi Chang-dong. The bullies clear out the civilian students, creating a makeshift arena. Soo-hyun starts panicking because he knows who's coming. The monster. The guy who single-handedly crushed the seniors with pure boxing skills the day he enrolled. The undefeated king of Gangbuk West High, Gu Ha-jun. And he's already on the scene. A goon nervously smiles, reporting the situation regarding Choi Chang-dong. He points out Soo-hyun as the one who folded Chang-dong in the bathroom. But under Ha-jun's icy stare, the goon's confidence shatters, and he starts stammering apologies. The funny thing is, Ha-jun doesn't even know who Chang-dong is. But since one of his dogs got kicked, he has to step in to check the situation. He approaches to assess the damage. He asks Soo-hyun simply, "Why did you hit him?" Soo-hyun, trembling, explains that Chang-dong crossed the line first. He mentions the insult to his family. Ha-jun looks bored by the excuse. Instead of morals, he asks a simple question. "Are you actually good at fighting?" Then Ha-jun drops a bombshell. He orders Soo-hyun to punch him. The deal is simple. Hit me, or I'm going to destroy you. Standing before that overwhelming aura, Soo-hyun freezes. Then his mind snaps back to the cards in his inventory. It's a Hail Mary, but maybe they work. He checks his deck, a silver card that restores stamina once a day, and a bronze card called High Pitch. Useless. Even with those buffs, taking down a tank like Ha-jun is a fantasy. But realizing he's getting clapped regardless, Soo-hyun makes a choice. If he's going down swinging. He throws a desperate jab, but against Ha-jun it's like moving in slow motion. He hits nothing but air. Ha-jun's counter is instant. Lights out. When Soo-hyun finally wakes up, his head is spinning, and he's instantly regretting ever trying to act tough. Now that he's on Ha-jun's radar, his life is officially hell. He struggles to his feet, bracing himself for the second round of the beatdown. But instead of a fist, Ha-jun offers an invite. "Let's go for a smoke." Before he knows it, Soo-hyun is hanging with the top dogs, with Ha-jun handing him a cigarette. Soo-hyun panics, waving his hands and admitting he doesn't smoke. He thought Ha-jun was just a sadistic bully, like the rumors said, and that he was dragging him outside for a private execution. But the execution never comes. Instead, Ha-jun actually apologizes. He explains that Soo-hyun's punch was sharper than expected, so his body reacted on instinct to counter. He admits he's been boxing for years, and actually praises Soo-hyun's potential. Later, back in the safety of his room, Soo-hyun is racking his brain trying to decode why the school's top predator was being so chill. The rumors paint Ha-jun as a psychopath. Soo-hyun's anxiety kicks in. He's convinced it's a trap. The guy is probably faking it just to jump him tomorrow when his guard is down. If the system quests get harder because of Ha-jun, he's screwed. It makes him wonder, who is actually running this system? Who is the admin behind these quests? He's still in the tutorial, so what happens when the main quest drops? He's only seen gold, silver, and bronze cards so far. There have to be higher tiers, right? But then a disturbing pattern clicks in his mind. Every single card is combat-focused. The next day, Soo-hyun sits at his desk, looking like a man awaiting the gallows, bracing for impact. And right on cue, Choi Chang-dong shows up. Soo-hyun tenses up, ready to throw hands. But Chang-dong isn't swinging. He's just the messenger dropping an address for an after-school meetup with Ha-jun. He walks off without a backward glance. Soo-hyun's heart sinks. This is it. The after-school beatdown is confirmed. Running isn't an option. That just delays the pain. So resigning himself to his fate, he heads to the karaoke bar that evening. Might as well get it over with. But when he opens the door, it's not a torture chamber, it's a full-blown party. Ha-jun waves him over. The room is packed with the school's elite crowd. Soo-hyun starts sweating, wondering, is this a public execution? Does Ha-jun want an audience for the beating? Suddenly, Baek Chae-young pipes up, looking shocked. "What are you doing here?" Soo-hyun didn't even see her there. Before he can answer, Ha-jun hands him the mic, commanding the new guy to sing. Soo-hyun is tone-deaf and panicking, but if he kills the vibe, he's dead meat. With no other options, he activates that weird bronze card from earlier, High Pitch. Baek Chae-young, the influencer with 200,000 followers, is absolutely floored. Even Gu Ha-jun, the guy usually made of stone, is vibing with the vocals. Kim Soo-hyun, he's shrinking into his seat. What is happening? He was ready to get roasted for belting out anime intros. Instead, the girls are whispering that Soo-hyun is actually low-key cute. The guys are losing their minds watching Ha-jun play Big Brother for the first time in history. Soo-hyun checks his face, no bruises. He realizes the terrifying rumors were trash. Gu Ha-jun might actually be a chill dude. For the first time ever, Soo-hyun isn't dreading the morning alarm. The next day hits different, because he's not walking into a war zone. Ha-jun promised to have his back. Soo-hyun even plans to ask for protection for his desk buddy, Gil-do. They link up at the school gate. Vibes are high. But right then, a holographic screen slaps him in the face. Main quest activated. The payout for clearing the first boss level, a never-before-seen platinum card. But the objective is insane. Defeat the boss of Gangbuk West High, Gu Ha-jun. Time limit 3 days. Soo-hyun's brain short-circuits. This is a suicide mission. The system adds a footnote. Side quests unlocked for extra loot while you grind the main quest. Great, more ways to die. Soo-hyun wants to hit the uninstall button immediately, because he didn't sign up for this. He just wanted to survive homeroom. He's tight with Ha-jun now. Mission accomplished, right? He thinks they're besties for life. But then he turns a corner and sees Ha-jun absolutely destroying Choi Chang-dong. Soo-hyun freezes confused. Jae-young slides up behind him, voice low. You don't actually think he's a saint, do you? That kid got wrecked just for being short on cash. Turns out every cent the bullies steal funnels straight into Ha-jun's pocket. Even though Ha-jun plays nice with Soo-hyun, Jae-young warns him to wake up and see the monster underneath. Suddenly Ha-jun spots Soo-hyun across the lot and flashes a $1 million smile. Soo-hyun swallows the fear and asks, why the VIP treatment for me? Ha-jun's answer is chillingly casual. Cause you can throw hands. Before you, this place was just a sea of losers. The illusion shatters. Ha-jun didn't want a friend. He wanted a soldier who could fight. And if Soo-hyun bails on the system, his jab skill vanishes and he goes back to being prey. Ha-jun tilts his head, feigning concern. You good, Soo-hyun wants to scream. He's trapped. In the end, there's no way out but through. That night under the park lights, he's throwing desperate punches at the air. But panic is setting in. He has no strategy. A few days ago, his jab barely tickled Ha-jun, and his other skills restore stamina and high pitch. They feel like joke prizes. Suddenly, shadows lengthen. A pack of guys circles him. Hey buddy, got spare cash for the bus. The classic shakedown intro. Soo-hyun is broke too, so he apologizes and tries to walk away. The vibe shifts instantly. Smiles drop. You deaf. We aren't asking anymore. We're robbing you. But Soo-hyun literally has empty pockets. The goons realize he's the type who needs a beating before he talks. As a fist flies, Soo-hyun's body moves on autopilot. Snap. A clean jab. Ding. The system pops up. Jab proficiency increased. Wait, it went up. A light bulb goes on. You don't level up hitting air. You level up hitting faces. The system chimes, congratulations, jab upgraded to rank E. One goon tries a sneak attack while he's reading. Bam, Soo-hyun plants a fist right in his nose. It's different now. Faster. Heavier. It feels like a weapon. Maybe. Just maybe. He stands a ghost of a chance against the boss. But he's still outnumbered. The system triggers a side quest. Defeat 5 enemies. Reward, 1 silver card. There's a hidden condition, and unlike the boss fight, he can actually walk away from this one. The pack closes in like wolves. Soo-hyun tightens his vest. He's not walking away. He's farming cards. He snaps a jab at the leader. Jaw spun lights out. 1 down, 4 to go. But he's not stupid. He can't tank them all at once. He bolts. He needs to separate them. Gasping for air, he leads them into a narrow alley. The goons laugh. Look at him wheezing already. Big mistake. Soo-hyun triggers restore stamina. His energy bar refills instantly. As the guy lunges at the tired victim, Soo-hyun plants his feet and unleashes a machine gun volley of jabs. The gang freezes. I thought he was gassed. Soo-hyun grins, feeling the rhythm of the fight. He's getting good at this. It is open season. Only 3 bad guys left standing. Kim Soo-hyun triggers his high-pitched skill to scramble their brains, then immediately connects a nasty jab right to the jaw. Side quest dusted. The system interface flashes a juicy notification. Hidden condition unlocked. A flawless victory. 0 damage taken. The loot upgrades from a silver to a shiny gold card. Kim Soo-hyun, who was literally just dodging for his life, somehow stumbled into a legendary achievement. He rips open the gold card, hype levels rising. But when he reads the skill description, confusion hits him. Fast forward 2 days. The clock is ticking. Only 8 hours left until the boss raid on Gu Ha-jun. Let's check the loadout. Rank E jab stamina recovery, that sonic screech ability, and the mysterious new gold skill. Doubt starts creeping in. Can this trash tier arsenal really take down the undefeated school legend? Losing isn't an option. It means resetting to being a total loser. He swore to protect his deskmate Gil-do, mostly because Gil-do acts as a human shield for him. But Kim Soo-hyun realizes the guy is actually a solid friend. With that heavy realization, he thanks Gildu with the solemn vibe of a soldier writing his final will. Gildu senses the shift. He knows Soo-hyun has been stressing over the Gu Ha-jun situation. Suddenly, the devil himself walks into the classroom. Gu Ha-jun casually invites him. Let's hit the convenience store. Kim Soo-hyun stands up legs, feeling like jelly, trying to figure out how to start a brawl right here. Two students drift in from the hallway. Total bad luck. One of them accidentally smears ice cream on Gu Ha-jun's fresh uniform. The kid apologizes instantly. Gu Ha-jun turns eyes dead cold and absolutely demolishes the poor guy. Kim Soo-hyun watches frozen. Okay, yeah, this monster needs to go down. He snaps, screaming, Gu Ha-jun, you piece of trash. Ha-jun pauses, genuinely confused. You talking to me? Kim Soo-hyun winds up praying his new moves work. His confidence is at zero, but that gold card skill from the other day. It has to work. Gu Ha-jun raises a hand, but instead of striking, he smiles. You're loyal, man. I thought you were mad. Because I wrecked a guy from your class. Ha-jun laughs it off. Why would homies fight? Chill out. Completely thrown off, Kim Soo-hyun awkwardly tags along to the store. But the streets are already talking. Kim Soo-hyun challenged the king. The gossip is viral. Soo-hyun is stunned that Ha-jun apologized first. It's weird. Gu Ha-jun actually seems to vibe with him. The rumors paint Ha-jun as a demon, but he's treating Soo-hyun like a brother, which makes this whole defeat him quest incredibly messy. The timer is redlining. Soo-hyun panics. Is the quest going to fail because they're friends? Gildu whispers, is Ha-jun still tormenting you? Kim Soo-hyun sighs, staring at the floor. Probably about to get worse. Just then, Baek Jae-hyun, catching wind of the drama, tracks Soo-hyun down. She smirks, teasing him. You really planning to dethrone Gu Ha-jun? Kim Soo-hyun shoots back. Why are you even friends with a psycho like him, since Jae-hyun has saved his skin a few times, and doesn't participate in the bullying despite being in the inner circle? Soo-hyun reads her as one of the good ones. She shrugs, honest. It's survival. I feel safe with the apex predators. Suddenly, a classmate bursts in, breathless. Stop yapping, big trouble. Soo-hyun hears the news and his face goes pale. Cut to the hallway. Gildu is standing alone against Ha-jun's goons, demanding to see the boss. A lackey winds up a sucker punch, but Gu Ha-jun steps in, parting the crowd like the Red Sea. He asks Gildu what the deal is. Gildu, shaking but determined, demands. Stop messing with Soo-hyun. You're just using your power to leash him. Snap. Ha-jun slaps Gildu across the face. Voice dropping an octave, he warns, Soo-hyun and I are equals. I despise weaklings like you. Ha-jun drops his twisted worldview. Stick to your own tier. You're the one holding him back. Hanging out with a loser like you just drags Soo-hyun down to the gutter. Understand your place. If you actually cared about him, you'd let him go. Gildu stands there, crushed by the brutal logic. Bam. Gu Ha-jun stumbles back, eating a surprise right hook. He looks up, shocked. Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun realizes that without Gildu, he wouldn't have lasted a single day in this hellhole. The showdown begins, the school's biggest loser versus the final boss, Gu Ha-jun. The entire student body surrounds them. Everyone is betting on a massacre. Gu Ha-jun hesitates, still seeing Soo-hyun as a friend, but Kim Soo-hyun eyes him down, declaring coldly that Gildu is his only real friend. He activates the gold card exceed limits, duration 5 seconds. That is the window, 5 seconds of infinite potential to slay a dragon. He opens with the buffed jab, but Ha-jun eats it like it's nothing. The crowd gasps, the atmosphere shifts. It's not a beatdown, it looks like a legitimate pro boxing match. Nobody believed the weakling had hands like this. Against all odds, it looks like he might actually take the win. But watching from the crowd, Choi Chang-dong senses a glitch in the matrix. It's the exact same pattern from when he fought me. This guy is a one-trick pony, spamming nothing but jabs. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun eats a brutal shot to the gut and crumples to the floor, writhing in agony. Even Gu Ha-jun realizes his opponent's kit is empty. Soo-hyun wobbles back to his feet, eyes darting around, hunting for that 5-second window. Gu Ha-jun is genuinely baffled. He can't wrap his head around how Soo-hyun thinks he can secure a victory with just a basic jab. Deep down, Soo-hyun knows it's a suicide mission too. The gold card, exceed limits, a 5-second burst, feels underwhelming right now. Soo-hyun is internally screaming, wishing he pulled jujitsu or grappling instead. But to trigger the ultimate effectively, he has to bait his opponent into dropping his guard. Ha-jun stares, thinking, what is this kid doing? As Soo-hyun dives in for a grapple. But with the massive weight gap, a takedown is basically a fantasy. Soo-hyun realizes the timing is off. He can't pop exceed limits yet. He has to grind this out. Soo-hyun triggers high pitch to disrupt the flow, but it bounces off Ha-jun like a gentle breeze. Ha-jun is totally lost on Soo-hyun's strategy as the kid rises from the dead to attack again. The plan: wait until the big guy gets sloppy and leaves an opening. Finally, the moment hits. Soo-hyun activates Restore Stamina, and his energy bar refills instantly. Gu Ha-jun snaps. He's done playing with his food. He rushes in to crush the reckless rookie. But when he goes to shove Soo-hyun, it's like pushing a mountain. He doesn't budge an inch. Exceed limits isn't a striking card like the jab. It's a physics breaker, adding 100 kilograms of pure mass for 5 seconds. Soo-hyun's 56-kilogram frame suddenly hits with the density of a tank, tipping the scales at 156 kilograms. Gu Ha-jun gets slammed into the concrete. Soo-hyun quickly cinches his vest, locking in the momentum, and delivers a finisher with the force of a super heavyweight. Ha-jun never saw it coming. In the final second of the buff, Soo-hyun unleashes a piston-like barrage. Right as the skill timer hits 0, the holographic system chimes main quest complete. The entire gym goes dead silent. The impossible just happened. Gu Ha-jun lost. Soo-hyun lets out a feral roar, "Give me my reward," shattering the disbelief in the room. Suddenly, students at the door hush the crowd. The school top dog is coming through. Soo-hyun is just as confused as everyone else. He ducks into the bathroom to catch a breath and check his shiny new loot, the platinum card. He nearly died for this upgrade. He tears it open with trembling hands, expecting god-tier power, but gets ordinary peak. Soo-hyun is clueless. What is this trash? It feels even more useless than the jab. Gil-do asks, "You ready for the spotlight?" Because he's now the main character of the entire school. The rumor mill is spinning out of control. People think his innocent look is just a psycho mask. Whispers say Soo-hyun didn't just beat Ha-jun, he took out his whole bloodline. Even Gil-do, with his mature face, looks like Soo-hyun's mob enforcer. Soo-hyun keeps his head low, walking toward class, and crashes right into a wall of muscle. A crew of scary-looking thugs blocks his path. You, the senior who dropped Ha-jun. The second he nods, they snap to attention, shouting, "First-year boss Lee Hyun-dong salutes you." Soo-hyun is lost. Since when do the freshmen bow to him? Lee Hyun-dong explains the code. You beat the king, you become the king of Gangbuk West High. Soo-hyun frantically waves them off, insisting he's not looking for a throne, just a diploma. Lee Hyun-dong looks crushed. Boss, are you ditching us?" Soo-hyun shoos them away, and the freshman gang walks off like kicked puppies. Soo-hyun asks, "What was that about?" Gil-do breaks it down. They used to cling to Ha-jun, but Ha-jun blew them off. These freshmen are clout chasers. They followed Ha-jun for protection. Now, for their own survival, they've latched onto the new heavy hitter. Rumor has it, Lee Hyun-dong is the little brother of the J1 High tyrant. And the kid has big dreams. He actually wants to unite the entire Gangbuk district. Right now, this place is a war zone with 4 rival schools, fighting for territory. Ha-jun didn't care about politics, but Lee Hyun-dong is different. He wants to ride Soo-hyun's coattails to total domination. Soo-hyun thinks, "No way I'm letting that maniac near me." He has zero interest in gang wars, but the system has other plans. A new window pops up. Main quest rule, Gangbuk West. Step 1. Recruit the first-year army, and if he abandons or fails this mission, one slip up and the loot vanishes. Worse, the secret gets out that Kim Soo-hyun throws punches like a wet noodle. Back to being the punching bag. Not happening. Soo-hyun flips the script, glaring at the goons with ice in his veins. That was just a warm-up test. From now on, Gangbuk West is my turf. The freshman thugs lose their minds, screaming, "We're taking over the whole district." Watching his new army hype him up, Soo-hyun actually tears up. Happy tears, maybe. But then reality slaps him in the face. A shiver runs down his spine. Why? Because the system loves ruining the moment. Ding. Quest alert. Wait, he still hasn't tested the peak card. Baek Charon catches him zoning out. Hello, Earth to Soo-hyun. She knows. Everyone knows. The rumors of his world domination tour are already trending across the entire campus. Charon thinks it's hilarious. Soo-hyun stares her down dead serious and whispers the magic word, peak. He braces for something wild. But the skill just pulls up her stat block. Boring, but functional. Not exactly the X-ray vision he feared, but still useful. Intrigued, he casts it on himself. Peak. He checks his own stats. Oof. Barely better than hers. Meanwhile, Charon senses the vibes getting weird. She definitely felt that. Creeped out, she rolls her eyes and storms off. Soo-hyun ponders the data. Does potential equal combat power? Card is called peak after all. Low expectations, decent results. But he can't celebrate yet. His new army, absolute lunatics. It's a nightmare. These guys are screaming at the top of their lungs like cult members. Make way for the king. Step too close and you're dead meat. The latest rumor. If you breathe near Soo-hyun, he'll harvest your organs. Lee Hyun-dong looks at him like he's a god. Brutal boss, I love it. Soo-hyun is dying inside. He begs Hyun-dong to quit tailing him. That's when Hyun-dong hands over the monthly tribute. The cash is literally soaked in red. Gross. This guy is unhinged. Who actually pays protection money to a fake boss? But the real shocker, Gu Ha-jun snatches the cash without hesitation. Hyun-dong misreads the silence. Not enough, I'll double it next time. Soo-hyun's brain short-circuits. What is wrong with this dude? He casts peek on his loyal minion. Result Lee Hyun-dong, intelligence level 0. Just a meathead. Hyundong feels the peak tingle and blushes. Weirdo. Soo Hyun is done with this conversation. He spins to leave, but Hyundong drops a bomb. Boss, don't forget the coronation ceremony. Soo Hyun tries to ignore him, but the system blocks his view. Pop-up window. Main quest alert. Objective. Sit on the throne. Attend the inauguration. Or else. Trapped Soo Hyun cries actual tears of doom. The entire gang bows down in sync. All hail the unifier quest complete. Soo Hyun tries to bolt. Hold up, Boss Hyundong blocks him. Sit rep time. Turns out the whole district is a war zone. Ever since the legend Johan Song dropped the crown, it's been chaos. A total power vacuum. East High run by a total psychopath. Rumor has it they're into some dark stuff, trafficking level dark. Then there's South High. They act like straight-A saints, and their leader smiles too much. But trust me, Boss Hyundong says they're definitely hiding something twisted. We crush them before they crush us. Soo Hyun blinks, totally lost. Why? Can't we just call the cops? Or, I don't know, have a pizza party and be friends? Gu Hajun ignores the politics, treating the goons like personal butlers. Hyundong shakes his head. Friends, too late for that. They're terrified of you, boss. The legend of Tank Top Soo Hyun is already out there. The guy who twists his shirt into an X before massacring his enemies. Soo Hyun's jaw drops. Who makes this garbage up? Hyundong puffs out his chest. Me. I did that. You're welcome. Soo Hyun is gonna lose it. He shoves the fanatics away. Back off. Hyundong presses on. What's the play for the Grand Summit? Soo Hyun has zero clues what a Grand Summit is. He doesn't care. He just wants to go to class, eat lunch, and not die. The guardian of the school gig. Not for him. Fighting for peace is stupid logic anyway. He gets home hoping for quiet. Nope. His sister storms in. What is wrong with you? She screams. Everyone is calling me Tank Top Girl because of you. Finally, the days of being a daily punching bag are over. He's got zero energy left to care about the drama. Cut to a dim karaoke bar late at night. A masked lackey is trembling, spilling the tea to his superior about the new king of West High Tank Top Kim Soo Hyun. But Han Jae-ha, the ruthless tyrant of Gangbuk East High, delivers a savage kick to his face. He has no patience for petty gossip. Meanwhile, at a bowling alley, the rumors are spreading. A goon from Gangbuk South High whispers to his leader, hear about the West's new head honcho. Tank Top Kim Soo Hyun Kang Sok, the calm but terrifying boss of Gangbuk South, barely reacts. Our paths will cross soon enough. The legendary Gangbuk Summit is looming. Lee Hyundong is spiraling, sweating bullets. He assumes the boss skipping the summit is some kind of 4D chess loyalty test. Suddenly his phone buzzes. It's Kim Soo Hyun. Hearing the voice on the line, Hyundong gets instantly hyped. But on the other side, pure misery. That accursed system just dropped another mandatory mission, attend the Gangbuk Summit. Staring at the juicy loot, 1 gold card, and 10 bronze cards, Kim Soo Hyun sighs in defeat. So, when does this summit thing kick off? Once he gets the coordinates, Hyundong goes into full battle prep mode for the big meetup. Kim Soo Hyun snaps. He warns Hyundong to chill out. No stunts. We're just showing up acting normal. And walking out. Bored out of his mind, later Soo Hyun starts spamming his peak ability on random classmates. Checking out people's stats is weirdly addictive. Plus, the skill seems to make the victims cringe with embarrassment. The best part, Peak actually levels up like his combat skills. 2 scans equal 1 XP point. Soo Hyun wonders, if I max this out, I won't start seeing too much right. He decides to scan his deskmate Gukja. The guy turns beet red instantly, but Soo Hyun freezes. He's staring at an anomaly. This nervous wreck Gukja is actually an S-rank potential monster. Fast forward to Summit Day. Driven by his greed for the cards, Kim Soo Hyun is forced to grind through these annoying quests. The plan, show face, grab loot, and bolt. Gukja senses bad vibes, especially since Hyundong decided to bring a literal army of delinquents. Kim Soo Hyun is too exhausted to rage. What is all this? Hyundong salutes, deadly serious. The summit is a gathering of predators, boss. I couldn't risk your safety, so I rallied the troops. These are elite first-year volunteers. One guy is so committed, he ditched his dying grandfather for this. Gukja screams at the squad, prepare yourselves, tonight we dine in hell. Soo Hyun facepalms. This screams misunderstanding. He orders the entire mob to go home immediately. It's just the trio attending the summit. Hyundong's eyes sparkle. He interprets this as a massive flex. The boss is confident he can solo the other schools. After disbanding the army, Hyundong struts behind Kim Soo Hyun, heading to the rendezvous point. But Soo Hyun didn't expect the venue to be a sketchy, abandoned construction site. The vibes are sinister. Perfect spot to bury a body unnoticed. Hyundong shivers. The boss isn't planning a massacre today. Right. Meanwhile, Soo Hyun is internally screaming. There's gonna be monsters inside. I'm gonna get wrecked the second I walk in. Suddenly, the South High crew approaches with warm smiles. After verifying Soo Hyun's identity, the leader introduces himself. I'm Kang Sok from South High. He grins. We're the same age. Let's be pals. Soo Hyun is thrown off by the single-syllable name. He stammers, Sok. Sok. That name is super. He trails off. These South High guys seem surprisingly chill. Soo Hyun relaxes. He was panicked for nothing. But Hyun Dong leans in whispering a warning. Don't buy the nice guy act. Smiles hide knives. You can't let your guard down. Kang Sok. He might be the deadliest predator in all of Gangbook. Nearby, a lackey asks Kang Sok for his read on the new guy. Kang Sok is fuming inside that Sok Sok comment. Felt like a deliberate insult. Oblivious Kim Soo Hyun smiles back, thinking, how can this softie be dangerous? The system still hasn't pinged quest complete. Soo Hyun wonders what ability he's about to unlock. He figures he has to wait for the whole cast to assemble. Just then, Han Jae-ha, the East High boss, rolls up with his crew. He sneers, look who decided to show up. Kang Sok shoots back cold as ice. Way to kill the vibe, friend. One look at Jae-ha, and you know he's bad news. The trio instinctively ducks their heads. Finally, ding, quest complete. Loot secured, 1 gold card, 10 bronze cards. Soo Hyun tries to stealthily exit, desperate to check his rewards. But a hand clamps onto his shoulder. Han Jae-ha isn't letting the legendary tank top walk away. Where do you think you're going? Han Jae-ha catches wind that Gu Ha-jun got absolutely wrecked by Kim Soo Hyun, so he steps up, daring Soo Hyun to throw hands with him too. The gauntlet is thrown. But instead of flinching, Kim Soo Hyun cracks a bitter, knowing grin. He's finally cracked the code on how this twisted system dishes out quests. It doesn't matter how he claps back at Han Jae-ha right now. That glitched-out interface is just itching to trigger a fight-to-the-death notification. It's exactly like the showdown with Gu Ha-jun. To keep that cursed window from popping up, Soo Hyun freezes, refusing to make a single move. To the crowd, this silence is deafening. The students from South High are losing their minds, whispering that Gangbook's top dog Kim Soo Hyun is on another level. He's not just disrespecting a boss, he's treating Han Jae-ha like he doesn't even exist. The gossip mill starts spinning out of control. What's with that 1,000-yard stare? They're convinced he's scanning for Jae-ha's fatal weak point. The rumors were right. Gangbook's ace is terrifying. This is the guy cold-blooded enough to kidnap a rival's family just to secure a win. He's a tactical monster. Meanwhile, Kang Sok is lurking like a vulture. He's plotting to let these two tear each other apart, then swoop in to crush the survivor when they're gassed out. Soo Hyun remains a stone statue. Jae-ha snarls his patience, snapping, "You're the first punk with the guts to look down on me like this." Soo Hyun's internal panic alarm goes off. The vibe is shifting at this rate. Hands are gonna fly even without a system quest forcing it. Suddenly, one of Jae-ha's lackeys jumps in, begging boss, "Stop, not here." Jae-ha instantly backhands him across the face. How dare a minion interrupt the king? The underling stammers through the pain, pointing out that Kang Sok is watching. A brawl now means getting third-partied. Taking down Kim Soo Hyun can wait for another day. The real threat right now is the ambush predator Kang Sok. Jae-ha grinds his teeth but finally storms off in a huff. Kang Sok flashes a fake plastic smile. Smart move, calling it quits. A real war right now would have been messy. Since introductions are out of the way, he tells the group to keep that same energy next time they cross paths. Crucially, Gangbuk North High was a no-show. Soo Hyun, dropping his cool facade, babbles excitedly, "Yo Sok, bestie, so glad we didn't have to throw down." Kang Sok looks at him like he stepped in something gross. As he turns to leave, Soo Hyun tries to trigger his peak ability on Jae-ha's retreating back. He tries it on Kang Sok too. The system mocks him. Level too low. Access denied. Fast forward to the next morning. Soo Hyun drags his zombie-like corpse to school. That intense Gangbook summit kept him tossing and turning all night. The fact that his peak skill failed is a wake-up call. Those two warlords are likely miles above his current power level. Soo Hyun is in a daze until he hits the school gates, where a squad of goons suddenly bows at 90 degrees, greeting him like mafia royalty. The grapevine has been working overtime about his heroics at the summit. The story goes that before Kang Sok stepped in, Kim Soo Hyun had already mentally dominated Han Jae-ha with something called the Dragon Tiger Fist. Soo Hyun's jaw hits the floor. Who is writing this fanfiction? Suddenly, Lee Hyun-dong, who literally sprinted to school at dawn to hype this up, steps forward. He puffs out his chest. "It was me, boss." Soo Hyun wants to scream. The entire school now believes his Dragon Tiger Fist is a forbidden technique he unlocked by murdering his own master. Now, everyone wants a live demo. Since yesterday, Soo Hyun has been suffering from success so bad he actually feels nauseous. He retreats to the infirmary to hide. What the heck is a Dragon Tiger Fist anyway? Once the coast is clear, Soo Hyun decides it's time for some retail therapy. Gotcha style. He's sitting on 1 gold card and 10 bronze cards. Time to see if Lady Luck is home. He rips the gold card first. Boom. New skill card master. It allows him to synthesize trash cards into treasure or break them down. Soo Hyun realizes he just unlocked a gambling addiction. He rips through the 10 bronze cards, mostly useless filler skills. The only semi-decent one is minor strength boost, but the penalty is a brutal -3 to intelligence. Being a himbo sounds rough, but he keeps it in the inventory just in case. Firing up his new cardmaster skill, he throws basic voice and dog sense of smell into the blender. The result: a shiny silver card, boxing jab. Soo-hyun instantly equips it and throws a crisp punch. Oh yeah, playing mad scientist with these cards is way too fun. His mom always warned him the house always wins, but this isn't technically a casino, right? He doubles down. He tosses 4 more bronze cards into the mix. Out pop 2 silver cards, soccer proficiency and basketball proficiency. Soo-hyun rages internally. I ain't trying out for the varsity team, I need combat skills. It hurts, but he sacrifices the sports cards to the synthesis gods. The light flashes gold. Jackpot. Soo-hyun gets a literal nosebleed from the excitement. Finally, a real combat skill, but the name is Super Sus. Master, please. Ignoring the cringe name, he equips it and immediately slaps his own face. Aside from the stinging pain, zero effect. He realizes this masochistic-sounding skill probably doesn't trigger on self-inflicted damage. Suddenly, the system ping sounds. Main quest, update, recruit 4 crew members. Reward, 1 gold card. Soo-hyun sighs. This isn't just a game anymore. The scale is getting massive, and honestly, he's starting to sweat. Is there a final boss waiting at the end of this level? Honestly, recruiting Gildo was a breeze. Feels like the tutorial is over. After shaking hands with Kim Soo-hyun, the whole quest line feels way too easy. Suddenly, Lee Hyun-dong enters the scene carrying the healing items. Soo-hyun checks him out and casually drops the question, "Yo, you want to join my crew?" The meds in Lee Hyun-dong's hand crash to the floor in slow motion. He is shook. Is the boss actually building an army to unite Gangbuk right now? Lee Hyun-dong snaps a formal salute like a soldier, but Soo-hyun realizes he messed up. Recruiting random NPCs this casually is going to bring drama later. Gotta be strategic. He decides to stop spamming invites and actually think before adding members to the party. Night falls. Lying on a park bench, Soo-hyun realizes he needs vetted players, people who are actually verified. He needs high-tier stats. Suddenly, a shadow looms over him, blocking the streetlight. It's Baek Jae-ryung. Turns out she's a local in this hood. She gives a quick nod and tries to dip. A light bulb goes off in Soo-hyun's head. He calls out, "Hey, can you do me a favor? Slap me across the face." He just wants to test the effects of that super sus skill. But Jae-ryung thinks he's exposing some weird kink, and her face turns tomato red. She stammers, "Wait, are you into that stuff?" Soo-hyun tries to explain. "Nah, trust me, if I take damage, something good happens." Jae-ryung winds up ready to deliver the slap. But right before impact, a voice interrupts the vibe. The revenge squad has arrived. Delinquent Soo-hyun folded earlier. He stares blankly. Really? Do these guys possess a homing beacon for trouble? System alert, side quest initiated. Defeat the boss and his minions. The loot is 1 silver card. Since Soo-hyun already wrecked them once, he figures this will be an easy speedrun. But then, the final boss music kicks in. A massive figure steps out. It's Park Sang-hyuk from Gangbuk East High. Soo-hyun activates his peak ability instantly. This guy's stats are absolutely cracked compared to his. He has zero clue how to win this matchup. Park Sang-hyuk knows the legend of Tank Top Soo-hyun. But before things get violent, Jae-ryung steps up to tank the aggro. She demands their school affiliation, acting like she owns the place. Why are you losers acting up after getting beaten? Soo-hyun remembers she's got major connections. If she flexes her status, maybe she can de-escalate this mess without a fight. But the goons just laugh. Who's the arrogant chick? Soo-hyun's anxiety spikes. This isn't working. He dives in to shield Jae-ryung, but Sang-hyuk lands a cheap shot right to his gut. The mockery follows. You conquered Gangbuk West. With those weak hands, you couldn't even conquer a toilet stall. Jae-ryung panics. Are you okay? Soo-hyun is muttering, clutching his midsection. My stomach. Jae-ryung thinks he's critically injured. Plot twist. He's actually vibing. His stomach feels amazing. Jae-ryung is confused. How does getting punched feel comfortable? Soo-hyun is just as lost. The harder Sang-hyuk hits, the better the high. It makes no sense. The hit counter hits 5. Ding. The perverted skill activates randomly, boosting one of his stats. In a blink, his fist teleports to Sang-hyuk's face. The impact is massive. Sang-hyuk gets launched through the air. It's not magic. Soo-hyun's strength stat just leveled up from E rank straight to C rank. Hypothesis confirmed. Getting beat up equals power. With C rank strength, he's actually got a fighting chance. Maybe he can actually fold Sang-hyuk now. He tightens his tank top. The real boss raid starts now. The minions rush him. Soo-hyun plans to keep distance with jabs, playing it safe. Strategy. Lure them to a choke point like last time. Isolate and eliminate. But he taps the first guy, and the dude instantly blacks out. KO. Soo-hyun thinks I barely grazed his chin. He's stunned. Is this the Master Please buff in action? The other 3 goons freeze sweating bullets. He tells Jae-ryung, close your eyes. Obviously, she keeps them open. Soo-hyun speed blitzes the remaining 3 trash mobs. He figures this is too violent for an audience. Jae-ryung just thinks his brain is broken. Park Sang-hyuk starts slow clapping from the sidelines. Interesting. Soo-hyun scans him. His stamina is only C rank. I can take him. Soo-hyun throws a jab to end it. Then he freezes. His punch does 0 damage. His strength dropped back to E rank. The combo timer ran out. He's back to 4 stacks instead of 5. No panic yet. He just needs to tank 1 more hit to trigger the 5-stack bonus again. Simple math. He thinks I've taken a beating. Why isn't the skill popping? Soo-hyun calls a timeout. Is the game glitched? Are there hidden unlock conditions? He's confused. But Sang-hyuk is not interested in hitting the pause button. Seeing Soo-hyun in critical danger, Jae-ryung jumps in to save him. Park Sang-hyuk cracks a twisted grin looming over her. Once I flatten your little husband, I'm gonna take my sweet time playing with you. A terrified shriek escapes Baek Chae-rin's lips. But just then, the HUD flashes the perverted skills 5-hit combo is complete. Jackpot time. Kim Soo-hyun's strength stat skyrockets to C rank instantly. He snaps, launching a piston-like straight right into Park's jaw. Suddenly, the mechanics click. The secret unlock condition wasn't just hitting the target, it was the burning desire to protect Chae-rin. But let's be real, it's not that heroic. The power only spikes when he's dying of embarrassment. No wonder the skill is named Master Please. Still, Park tries to grapple. Wrestling is his game. Usually once Park grabs hold, it's game over. But panic sets in when he realizes he can't even budge Kim Soo-hyun an inch. That's because Soo-hyun just triggered Exceed Limit. A massive shockwave of kinetic energy detonates across Park's back. This isn't just a punch. It's a heavy payload combining the weight of Exceed Limits and the humiliation-fueled boost from his passive skill. With his current stats, Kim Soo-hyun is hitting with A-rank devastation. Quest cleared. But now his attention shifts to the loot, wondering what insane ability this new card holds. Fast forward to the next morning, he's walking to school, puzzling over the quest system's origins. Out of nowhere, the Master Please counter ticks up. Chae-rin storms in, screaming, "What the actual hell are you doing? Why is the whole school saying we're dating?" Soo-hyun tries to deny it, but the rumor mill is already claiming they have 3 kids. Lee Hyun-dong scratches his head, totally confused. Wait, didn't she fall for the boss after the rescue? Chae-rin turns her fury on him. Shut your trap with that nonsense. Meanwhile, evening falls and a battered Park Sang-hyuk is on his knees begging for mercy. He confirms the urban legend of Tank Top, Kim Soo-hyun, is real. The guy feigns weakness to lower guards then strikes. A tactical genius who ends fights with 1 brutal hit. From Park's point of view, Soo-hyun is a hidden grandmaster of combat. Han Jae-ha, the head of Gongbuk East High, looks down with pure disgust. Nobody expected anything from a loser like you, Park. You aren't even worth the energy it takes to beat you. Still, Han Jae-ha is intrigued by the intel Park brought back. If the rumors are true, Tank Top Kim decimated Park. Han Jae-ha frowns, trying to piece the puzzle together. Why would a master fighter spread rumors so openly? He decides it's time to pay Kim Soo-hyun a little diplomatic visit. Elsewhere, Soo-hyun flips over his new silver card. Skill acquired, Rise. Effect, High Jump, and Eye Level Adjustment. He's itching to test the verticality immediately. But back at Gangbuk East, Hwang Dae-sung, number 14, steps up. Boss, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? He begs Han Jae-ha to let him handle the cleanup. Jae-ha smirks, warning him. Even Gu Ha-jun took an L against him. Hwang Dae-sung pats his massive gut, grinning. Trust the bulk. Jae-ha sighs. This pig is off his meds again. He waves a hand. Fine, you idiots, make it quick. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun is stressing over recruitment. His cheap slippers are holding on by a thread. He wonders if he should wait until his peak skill hits E rank before scouting. But snap, the slippers give up the ghost. At that exact second, Chae-rin, sent by the teacher, comes looking for him. Soo-hyun loses balance and faceplants right into her chest. Chae-rin explodes. You pervert. Have some shame. Soo-hyun scrambles to explain. It was a wardrobe malfunction, but a sudden chill runs down his spine. Gu Ha-jun is staring daggers at him from across the hall. Soo-hyun cowers but forces a friendly wave. Hey, you're back. We were all super worried, bro. He tries to engage, but Ha-jun is giving him the silent treatment, completely stone-faced. Suddenly, a system window pops up. Side quest, recruit Gu Ha-jun. Reward 1 silver card. Soo-hyun internally screams. How am I supposed to recruit the guy I beat up? I got lucky once, I can't win a rematch. He could just ignore the quest, but the loot greed is real. He needs those cards. So he tries again, using his most charismatic voice to invite Ha-jun to the crew. The response, absolute 0. Soo-hyun awkwardly scratches his head as Ha-jun walks away without throwing a punch. That's unexpected. Honestly, Soo-hyun is too terrified to sleep in class now, paranoid that Ha-jun will jump him the second he closes his eyes. Suddenly, the freshman delinquents rush in, panic written all over their faces. Boss Lee Hyun-dong got snatched by Gangbuk East High. Soo-hyun stares blankly. So, call the cops. We're students, let the law handle it. The underlings are stunned. But boss, shouldn't we roll out the squad? Soo-hyun waves them off. You guys handle it. I'm out. The goons can't believe their ears. You're joking, right? Han Jae-ha is involved. Soo-hyun really doesn't want to go. Unless a quest pops up, he's staying put. Besides, if the enemy takes out Lee Hyun-dong, the source of all those rumors, it's actually a win-win for him. Soo-hyun looks up at the sky. Ah, what beautiful weather. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-dong is getting absolutely wrecked. The Gangbuk East crew laughs as they kick him. Look at you now. You act tough just because you trailed Guha-jun. Then there's Kim Soo-hyun. If tank top Kim Soo-hyun takes the L2, who's your backup plan? Lee Hyun-dong whispers. A smart bird knows which tree to perch on. A loyal minister picks the right king. It's just nature. I scouted the field and chose the master I wanted to bleed for. For me, there is no plan B after tank top Kim Soo-hyun. Lee Hyun-dong knows deep down no cavalry is coming to save him. So he tells Hwang Dae-sung to just end it. Instead, Hwang Dae-sung tosses him a weapon, daring him to go out swinging. Lee Hyun-dong freezes hesitation, gripping him before he snaps and lunges at Hwang Dae-sung. But the strike, it's like hitting a brick wall. Hwang Dae-sung sneers, looking down like he stepped in gum. What are you doing, moron? He signals the fodder to clean up the mess. Lee Hyun-dong's mind is drifting fixated on his leader. Internally, the guilt eats at him. I'm sorry, I'm such a burden, boss. Hwang Dae-sung turns to leave but freezes. The main event has arrived. Kim Soo-hyun bellows across the lot, Lee Hyun-dong. You are such a pain in my neck. You make me actually give a damn about you. Kim Soo-hyun activates his peak ability. The minions are basically NPCs, easy work. But this Hwang Dae-sung, his stamina is a legit D rank, with KSH's basic kit. Can he actually bridge that massive stat chasm? Kim Soo-hyun calculates. The size difference is insane. Will a face shot even register? Time to test the waters with some jabs. Hwang Dae-sung barely blinks. What is this tickling? His layers of fat tanked all the damage. Alright, headshots only then. But Hwang Dae-sung is built different. The big guy looks confused. Why is Kim Soo-hyun so squishy? The weight class gap is undeniable. Lee Hyun-dong is watching terrified for his boss. But Kim Soo-hyun isn't sweating the size. He's got a trump card specifically designed to delete physical disadvantages. He triggers exceed limits, but nothing happens. Glitch. It's a once-a-day ultimate. Cooldown timer says 1 hour left. Flashback hits him like a truck. He burned it yesterday evening. During the brawl with Park Seong-hyuk. Slam Hwang Dae-sung plants him into the pavement. The big guy is underwhelmed. This is the king of Gangbuk West pathetic. He waves off the fight, letting the underlings handle the scraps. Lee Hyun-dong throws himself in front of Kim Soo-hyun. You want him, go through me first, a goon screams back. Quit the soap opera, cringe, bam. The goon gets punted into the stratosphere. Enter Gu Ha-jun, the ex-boss of West High, making his entrance. He turns to Kim Soo-hyun. Hey, about that offer to team up at school. Do I look like an idiot to you, Kim? Soo-hyun sweats bullets, stammering that he just thought there was safety in numbers. Gu Ha-jun sighs. You're a weird dude. He points a thumb at Hwang Dae-sung. You take the big guy. I'm officially joining the crew. System alert side quest complete. Reward 1 silver card. This is the first time. Hwang Dae-sung is seeing the legend in the flesh. We throwing hands, Gu Ha-jun smirks coldly. Nah, not me. You wait for him to suit up. Kim Soo-hyun pops restore stamina, and his health bar refills instantly. System alert. New quest chain card combos. Hwang Dae-sung scoffs. So what you put on a tank top? Kim Soo-hyun ignores the shade. Master, please start stacking charges. 3rd hit, 4th hit, ping 5th hit, fully charged. Random stat boost incoming. Kim Soo-hyun fires a straight right down the pipe. Strength spike to C rank. Hwang Dae-sung actually stumbles back. He's shook. How did this kid just power up? The crowd is stunned. But wait, that skill that adjusts eye level. It actually buffs vertical leaping. Kim Soo-hyun triggers Rise, launching himself skyward. Hwang Dae-sung thinks it's an easy grab. Amidst Lee Hyun-dong's warning scream, Soo-hyun starts spinning mid-air because that new card he just pulled gifted him the Taekwondo roundhouse kick. The momentum connects perfectly with Hwang Dae-sung's jaw. Gangbuk East's number 14 is down for the count. System alert, quest complete. Reward 1 gold card. Kim Soo-hyun rips the pack open immediately. But there's a twist. It's a pick one of two scenario. Kim Soo-hyun hesitates, weighing his options. Meanwhile, the East High goons are checking if Hwang Dae-sung is still breathing. Gu Ha-jun barks, get lost. Later back at the crib, Kim Soo-hyun feels like he got hit by a bus. He just wants to crash. But nope, Kim Dae-hyun is in the living room filming a TikTok dance like her life depends on it. Kim Soo-hyun groans. Sis, the 02 dance died like a year ago. Safe in his room, the choice weighs on him. Option A, peek at the next card's ability in advance. Option B, a shot at a top-tier challenger card. Exhaustion wins, and he passes out before clicking confirm. Early the next morning, Hwang Dae-sung is on his knees before Han Jae-ha, terror in his eyes. Please give me one more shot. Han Jae-ha doesn't say a word, he just raises a hand. Meanwhile, back at Gangbuk West High. Soo-hyun is practically spilling his guts with gratitude cornering Ha-jun. But Ha-jun, he is just standing there visibly awkward. Dude, do we have to do this right now? Unfazed Soo-hyun keeps rambling enthusiastically, totally ignoring the vibe. He shouts from the stall, I mean I just happened to run into you, Destiny, right? Soo-hyun is hyper-hyped about Ha-jun joining the crew, but Ha-jun shuts that down fast. Don't get it twisted, man. I'm just keeping tabs on you for a hot minute. His tone shifts, dropping a serious warning. Watch your back with Gangbuk, East High, especially Han Jae-ha. Most people see Jae-ha and think he is just some 2-bit gangster running a small-time racket. Big mistake. The guy's playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Cut to Jae-ha, he isn't beating a confession out of Daesung. He is whispering. How exactly did Soo-hyun fight? He demands a play-by-play. He wants the full breakdown, frame by frame. How does he talk? What are his tics? His combat habits? Jae-ha is dissecting Soo-hyun like a science project. Where is he strong? Where does he bleed? Daesung, terrified, squeezes every detail from his memory. Once Jae-ha has the data, the picture starts to form. He figures out exactly what kind of wildcard Soo-hyun is. Wham! Daesung gets knocked out cold. Based on the intel, a guy on death's door suddenly reboots to full health and starts throwing perfect roundhouse kicks. Jae-ha smirks. He has cracked the code on Soo-hyun's little secret. Meanwhile, back at Gangbuk West, the delinquents are cheering. Soo-hyun leveled up his street cred with a brand new, terrifying nickname. The man-eating tank top. Thanks to Hyundong's PR skills, the rumor is Soo-hyun literally devoured Daesung after the win. Savage. But here's the buzzkill, only the top 13 bosses in Gangbuk East actually hold territory. So despite the epic win, Soo-hyun gained 0 turf. He slumps over, totally defeated. Seriously, how did it end up like this? Do I really have to conquer the whole district? His mind starts racing. Where do these quest windows even come from? Why him? Why now? The questions are piling up faster than he can answer them. He refuses to be a puppet doing quests blindly forever. Even if it costs him his card vision, he needs the truth. He has to find the source. It is time to face the music. Soo-hyun decides to trigger the mysterious challenger card that demanded an audience. He activates the greeting card. Snap. The classroom vanishes. The noise cuts out. It is like the entire world just deleted itself, leaving only him. He walks downstairs, and there it is, a massive, monolithic challenger card towering over him. The pressure is insane. The text implies he gets a Q&A session. Soo-hyun doesn't waste a second. Who is the admin? Why was I the chosen one? What is the endgame quest? The card flickers, ready to spill the tea. It starts patching Soo-hyun through to the entity behind the screen. A human voice echoes from the card, dripping with amusement. Well, look at that. Didn't think you would be lucky enough to pull the greeting card so soon. Soo-hyun blinks confused. Wait, are there other players? The voice cuts him off, dismissive. Don't worry about things that don't concern you. We aren't ready for a face-to-face. The voice sounds skeptical. I'm not sold on you yet, kid. We don't have enough trust built up to drop the lore dump right now. The entity wants a show of force first. A qualifying round. Here is your first real test. Unify Gangbuk East and Gangbuk South. Soo-hyun's face drops. Are you kidding? I have to go to war again? He pushes back. He is tired of fighting blindly. But the entity knows exactly which buttons to push. Don't think of it as a chore. Think of it as an opportunity. Look at you taller, stronger vision corrected. Your life went from 0 to hero, and you've only tasted the gold cards. Are you really satisfied stopping here? Don't you want to see what a diamond card can do? Or a master card, or something even higher? The screen fades to black. Soo-hyun gasps, waking up. Back in reality, Gildu is lecturing about school uniforms. It was all a vision. To the class, it looked like Soo-hyun was just catching some Z's, but his mind is reeling from the conversation. He never imagined there was power beyond what he already had. The realization hits him like a truck. This is a once-in-a-lifetime shot at greatness. He turns to Hyundong with a fire in his eyes. Hey, I think I'm interested in taking over Gangbuk. Soo-hyun is locked in. Hyundong grins, ready to spread the word. The boss is officially making his move on all the high schools. Later, at the school gate, a couple is having a moment. Suddenly slap, the girl whacks, her boyfriend feeling weirdly watched. That is because Soo-hyun is spamming his peak skill nearby like a creep. But hey, the grind pays off. Ding. The skill levels up. Soo-hyun is buzzing to see the new specs. He instinctively targets Baek Sheryong to test it out. The upgraded interface now displays exact height and weight. Walking down a lonely alley, Soo-hyun stares at his deck. He starts crunching the numbers. With his current loadout, taking down East and South High is suicide. He needs more offensive firepower. Strategy 1. Avoid Han Jae-ha until he powers up. But fate has a twisted sense of humor. Han Jae-ha steps out of the shadows right in front of him. Yo Jae-ha asks with a chilling smile, seeing Soo-hyun's shocked face. Why so surprised? I thought we were buddies. One kick is all it takes. Kim Soo-hyun is gasping, totally winded, like the air was just vacuumed out of his lungs. Han Jae-ha looks down, genuinely confused. You not gonna fight back, bro? I thought you were the leg guy, or are those kicks just for running away? Jae-ha tilts his head, finding the whole situation bizarre. Seriously, how did this guy clap? Hwang Dae Sung Soo Hyun triggers peek to check the stats. Jae-ha freezes for a split second, almost like he senses the scan. Whoa. Double S rank abilities. This dude is absolutely broken. Soo-hyun compares their stats and realizes he is hopelessly outclassed. Then the system throws a curveball. Speak of the devil. A new quest pops up. Defeat Han Jae-ha. Are you kidding me? The system basically wants him to commit suicide. But the reward is a platinum card. Soo-hyun keeps a poker face. Not today. Fighting in a dump like this. It is meaningless. Even if I win, it proves nothing. Inside, his brain is melting, trying to figure out how to snag that platinum loot without dying. He drops the bait. Come on, West High versus East High. We cannot settle a rivalry this big in a dirty alleyway. Unless you are scared, you will choke hook, line, and sinker. Jae-ha smirks. Alright, I'm listening. When do we throw down? Soo-hyun plays it cool. Don't worry, I will hit you up when I have time. Jae-ha shrugs and turns around, losing interest. Catch you later, champ. As Jae-ha walks away, puffing on a cigarette without a care in the world, Soo-hyun stares at his back. Now. He triggers the rise skill instantly. He knows he cannot beat this double S rank monster in a fair fight, not even tomorrow. Jae-ha's endurance is only A rank. That is the weak point. Soo-hyun activates exceed limits, charging up every ounce of power. He launches a desperate roundhouse kick at the blind spot. But it hits nothing but air. The sneak attack is a total bust. Jae-ha does not even look surprised. Hate to break it to you, but I do not drop my guard. Even if I were a corpse. Still, he is impressed. Your footwork is trash, but the technique, that was solid. Suddenly, the system pings. Side quest failed. But wait, hidden condition unlocked. Achievement unlocked, first loss against an invincible opponent. Task failed successfully. Reward 1 diamond card. Darkness overtakes him as Soo-hyun passes out cold. When he wakes up, Lee Hyun-dong is hovering over him looking panicked. You good. He had to drag Soo-hyun's unconscious body out of that alley. The word on the street is Jae-ha sucker punched him. Irony at its finest. Soo-hyun lets out a heavy sigh. It was not a sucker punch. He just got owned. Completely dominated without landing a single scratch. It is a reality check. He took down Dae-sung, so why is the gap with Jae-ha so massive? It feels like hitting a wall. Is it just the difference between B rank and S rank? No, there has to be more to the strength stat than just raw damage. Maybe attack power scales differently. Gu Ha-jun interrupts his thoughts. You should be thanking your lucky stars he let you live. Instinctively, Soo-hyun uses peek on Ha-jun. Ha-jun frowns. Why are you staring at me like that? Hold up. 2 S rank abilities here too. He is on the same level as Jae-ha. Soo-hyun is floored. How on earth did I beat this guy? He has to ask. Why do you have my back? You threw our fight, and now you want to join my crew. What is the angle? Ha-jun looks bored. Do not overthink it. It is just the first time I have seen someone like you. Purely curiosity. But do not get it twisted, we are not besties. I never said we were hanging out. Soo-hyun stares at him. This guy is weirder than the system. Whatever. He tells Hyun-dong to clear out too. Hyun-dong hesitates, thinking his boss has PTSD from the beating. He keeps trying to offer emotional support. Thanks now, get out. Soo-hyun practically pushes him out the door. He needs privacy for the main event, the diamond card. Mama needs a new pair of shoes. He rips it open. Skill acquired, copy cloud. A summoning card, let's go. Meanwhile, back at East High HQ. A lackey asks Jae-ha about the fight. Is the West High leader tough? Jae-ha scoffs. Weaker than I thought, but he wants West High under his thumb fast. He barks an order to number 13. Kang Pyo-hyuk take a squad and wipe them out. But wait, Gu Ha-jun is there too. Better send backup. Take number 5 Park Ji-on. He likes analyzing weirdos. That should handle it. Jae-ha is playing 4D chess. Watch South High crush West, and then he is coming for the North. Back at the ranch, little sister Da-hyun is putting on the puppy eyes. Friends are coming over, so stay in your cave, okay? Do not embarrass me. Soo-hyun teases her, but agrees. He rushes to his room, itching to test out the new loot. Summon copy cloud. A glowing blue mist materializes in the room. Downstairs, the girls arrive. They are buzzing. Wait, tank top, Soo-hyun lives here, the internet celeb. They are freaking out. Upstairs, Soo-hyun is reading the manual. Activation mode, copies the nearest human being. Okay, let's find a test subject. He turns it on just as the door swings open. Da-hyun walks in holding a pen. She wants an autograph for her friends. Bad timing. The cloud locks on instantly. Target acquired. Da-hyun gets wrapped up tight. The copy cloud locks onto its target, freezing both the user and Kim Da-hyun in place like a glitched video game. Download complete. Da-hyun shudders from a phantom chill, while Kim Soo-hyun panics, terrified she might have spotted the cloud hovering above. Is this place possessed or what? Da-hyun shrieks. Her squad rolls their eyes, roasting her for believing in ghosts in the 21st century. While Soo Hyun scrambles for a plan, a system window pops up, paste available. A light bulb goes off in his head. He decides to test the mechanic immediately. The cloud morphs instantly, taking on Da-hyun's exact form, and Soo Hyun sprints to the hallway. His jaw drops. The real Da-hyun is still gossiping with her friends. This clone isn't just a hologram, it is terrifyingly solid and realistic. Paranoia sets in. If anyone sees this, he is getting shipped to Area 51. Suddenly, a warning flashes. The copy cloud is in a foul mood. Smack Soo Hyun takes a hard slap to the left cheek. He braces for the right one, but the clone vanishes into thin air. It automatically recalls back into the card. So the gimmick is a literal human copy and paste tool. Soo Hyun is baffled. He was hyped for a diamond tier pull, but this skill feels completely niche and confusing. It feels like a total dud. Cloning his annoying sister, that is just doubling his daily headache. Suddenly, a massive eyebrowless face zooms into his vision, nearly giving him a heart attack. He screams at Lee Hyun-dong to go draw some brows on stat. But Hyun-dong isn't joking around. He has got serious news. Gangbuk East High is making their move to wipe out the West. Their boss, Han Jae-ha, has already deployed his troops. Leading the invasion are East's heavy hitters, number 5, Park Ji-an, and number 13, Kang Pyo-hyuk. Their crews are elite fighters, while West High is basically running on fumes. In a straight-up brawl, the West is getting slaughtered. Soo Hyun knows his previous win against Hwang Dae-sung was pure luck, a total fluke because the guy let his guard down. He can't farm new attack cards fast enough. He is spiraling, desperately trying to figure out how to level up overnight. Gu Hajun strolls up, asking if he is lurking around for a smoke break. A genius idea explodes in Soo Hyun's brain. He could spar with Hajun to grind XP, but before the words even leave his mouth, Hajun shuts him down cold. Soo Hyun doesn't push it because he has a backup plan. Meanwhile, over in enemy territory, Gangbuk East's number 13, Kang Pyo-hyuk, pays a visit to number 5 Park Ji-an. A total weirdo obsessed with researching human anatomy. Ji-an is already prepped to dismantle the West, channeling the same ruthless energy as their leader Han Jae-ha. As the villains mobilize back at school, Soo Hyun stares down Hajun and suddenly throws a sucker punch right at his face. Jab proficiency increased. Soo Hyun does a little victory dance, thanking Hajun for being such a great target. Or rather, the copy of Hajun. Since the real one said, "No Soo Hyun, just 3D, printed his own sparring partner. Now he has a legendary fighter as a personal punching bag. It is basically an infinite XP glitch. The proficiency bar fills up with every hit. This is the true broken power of a diamond card. Soo Hyun unloads his entire arsenal, spamming every move he has to grind his stats. Jabs, straights, roundhouse kicks, his levels are skyrocketing. Finally, the notification pings, straight punch, upgraded to rank D. Later, 3 students from Gangbuk Girls High exit their school. Kang Pyo-hyuk spots them grinning like a predator. He creeps on them, deciding he wants some eye candy to look at. His lackey tries to keep him focused on the mission. Ji-an is already on the move, but Pyo-hyuk has a specific target. He is hunting Kim Soo Hyun. He figures Soo Hyun is weak trash, just like Hwang Dae-sung, whom he sent to the ER without breaking a sweat. But finishing the job too fast would be boring. He decides to toy with his food first. Meanwhile, Soo Hyun and his crew are packing up. Hyun-dong notices a shift. The boss is radiating serious main character energy right now. He kisses up, asking, "Did you hit the gym or something, boss? You look different." Soo Hyun shrugs, admitting he just feels strong enough to snap a telephone pole in half. Suddenly, a scout rushes in with a red alert. Gangbuk East goons have been spotted nearby, and they are cornering civilians right now. The scout asks for orders. Honestly, neither Soo Hyun nor Hyun-dong wants to risk their necks for random strangers. But the moment they hear the victims are from Gangbuk, Girls High, home of the city's top-tier visuals, the attitude flips instantly. We ride at dawn. But their crusade hits a wall immediately. Hwang Dae-sung steps into their path looking for a rematch to reclaim his shattered reputation. Hyun-dong steps up to interfere. Soo Hyun waves him off, ordering the crew to save the girls, while he handles this alone. Dae-sung sneers coldly. "You think you can take me one-on-one? The only reason you won last time was because Hajun saved your sorry butt. Back then you definitely had the upper hand, but the tables have turned. Now Kim Soo Hyun knows he's a one-man army." Cornered in a dark alley, 3 terrified students from Gangbuk Girls High tremble. Kang Pyo-hyuk smirks, tossing out a sick offer: hang with his crew for 3 hours and he'll pay whatever price they name. His eyes lock onto the stunner, in the middle definite idol material. But just as his grimy fingers inch closer to her face, a furious roar shatters the tension. It's Lee Hyun-dong. Pyo-hyuk freezes, confused. How on earth did this guy track them down? Suddenly, reality hits Hyun-dong like a truck. He is massively outnumbered. As the goons step forward to crush him, he braces himself, praying he can stall until the boss shows up. But then the enemy freezes. Hyun-dong blinks, confused. The thugs aren't looking at him. They're staring in horror at the legend behind him. The rising star of the West. The number 2, Dark Lord Gil-do. Now sure, Hyundong started that fake rumor, but honestly, he actually believes the guy is a beast. With every eye on him, Gildo stands there, sweating bullets, shooting a desperate look at Hyundong. But Hyundong just flashes a confident thumbs up. With no choice, Gildo swallows his fear, shoves his hands in his pockets, and takes 2 shaky steps forward. The thugs panic. Hands in pockets. Is he saying he doesn't even need to touch us to win? Terrified, the gang buck, East crew decides to swarm him, hoping to win by sheer numbers. Gildo is about to pass out from stress when boom, Kim Soo-hyun slides in. Sorry I'm late, guys. Turns out his last opponent was no joke. We cut to Hwang Dae-sung face planted in the dirt, absolutely shook. He never saw that loss coming. How did Soo-hyun level up that fast? It defies logic. Meanwhile, a very relieved Gildo generously lets Soo-hyun take the spotlight to save his own skin. Pyo-hyuk scoffs, unimpressed. I'm way out of Dae-sung's league, he spits, signaling his goons to rush in. But Soo-hyun, his hands are lethal weapons now. After grinding non-stop, his stats have exploded. Jab roundhouse straight punch, everything has hit B-rank mastery. And with B-rank comes a sweet bonus, skill evolution. Critical hit rate boosted. That means every single punch is a potential knockout blow. As the crowd watches in awe, the system pings with a new mission. Target Gangbook East's number 13, Kang Pyo-hyuk. Reward 1 silver card. But honestly, Soo-hyun is bored with the pawns. Bring me Han Jae-ha, he demands, launching himself into the fray. His fists aren't just faster, they're heavier. Some lackey tries a cheap shot from behind, bad move. 1 second he's moving the next, his entire world is just knuckles. Pyo-hyuk actually looks impressed. Not bad. You really live up to the name Tank Top Soo-hyun. He thinks he's got Soo-hyun pegged roughly on par with Dae-sung. See, before this showdown, Pyo-hyuk grilled Dae-sung for intel. The report Soo-hyun is a total fraud with 0 raw power, who only wins by fighting dirty. Still, Dae-sung warned him, don't get cocky. That's how he got me. But Pyo-hyuk isn't worried. He knows he's built different. He figured Soo-hyun was trash. But standing here now, Pyo-hyuk wants to strangle his informant. You call this weak? The guy is a straight-up monster. Soo-hyun triggers exceed limits and lands a devastating critical hit. But he hesitates, smashing faces in front of the ladies, not really his vibe. He turns gentle now. You girls okay? They nod, desperate to bolt. They thank him profusely, but inside they're terrified. Rumor has it this guy eats his enemies for breakfast. Literally. Suddenly, one brave soul asks, can I get your number? Soo-hyun blinks. He recognizes her. She's friends with Dae-hyun. Her friends freak out, whispering, are you crazy? He's a psychopath, but she just blushes, insisting she just wants to say thanks. Soo-hyun, putting on his best cool guy act, reaches for his phone when, from the floor, a battered Pyo-hyuk croaks laugh while you can. Gildo immediately stomps on him. Excuse me, Gil, do presses. Pyo-hyuk smirks through the blood. Number 5. Park Ji-hyun. He's on his way to crush Gu Ha-jun right now. Cut to Gu Ha-jun casually reaping out pull-ups. He spots the intruder and sighs. Get lost. I'm training. Park Ji-hyun sneers. Why bother? You already lost to Soo-hyun. Once I'm done with you, I'm coming for him. You're just a stepping stone. Abruptly, Ji-hyun goes silent. Ha-jun looks bored. Did Han Jae-ha lose his brain cells, sending fodder like this? But hey, it's the perfect excuse to go hunt down Soo-hyun himself. Back in safety, the girl Soo-hyun saved is buried in a philosophy book. Her mom beams. Such a scholar. Little does she know 17-year-old Yang So-ha is hiding a hardcore 19-plus violent novel inside. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun heads home buzzing from his win streak, thinking I might actually have a shot at Han Jae-ha. But there's a problem. Those guys never fight alone. Kim Soo-hyun realizes he can't solo carry this entire war. He desperately needs to draft some talent before things go south. The recruit crew member's quest is still flashing incomplete. He's been spamming the peak skill, but let's be real, the talent pool is dry. Suddenly, a lightbulb moment, Soo-hyun summons Copy Cloud. Who needs real people when you have magic? He warns the cloud, do not, I repeat, do not morph into that face again. He nearly slaps the thing. Just turn into Gu Ha-jun. Alright, let's do this. Soo-hyun formally invites the Copy Cloud to join the squad. Boom, it actually works. Quest cleared. The system drops a reward, 1 gold card. This unlocks the ability to train his crew. The current lineup is locked in Gu Ha-jun, Yang, Gukja Lee, Hyundong, and the Copy Cloud. The system interface updates, signaling that crew training is now live. But there's a catch. He needs specific training cards to make it happen. These cards only drop from the newly unlocked training quests, which are currently a total mystery. First things first, Soo-hyun decides to crack open the loot he got from stomping Kang Pyo-hyuk. It's a defensive skill, weaving. He tests it out immediately, dodging feels satisfyingly smooth. Just as he's vibing with the new move, the system throws a side quest his way, collect the essence of boxing, specifically the slip and hook combo. Reward 1 gold card. Looks like he just needs to snag the hook card to complete the set. Soo-hyun feels lucky, like the universe is telling him to roll the dice. Feeling that gacha addiction kicking in, he activates Cardmaster to combine some trash cards and test his RNG. Soohyun fuses 4 bronze cards hoping for a miracle, and, congratulations, he played himself. The result is 2 useless silver cards. Wait, he hasn't tried the decompose feature yet. Since his inventory is clogged with silver cards anyway, he decides to scrap them. Instant regret sets in. He realizes he shouldn't have treated his upgrades like a casino game. Meanwhile, the minions are hyping up Tank Top Soohyun and Diablo Gukja in perfect sync. It's the next day, and the buzz is real because the duo absolutely dismantled Gangbuk East High, showing them the dominance of the West. Since they took down Kang Pyo-hyuk, his turf is now Gangbuk West property. All 3 schools previously under Pyo-hyuk now answer to Kim Soohyun. Soohyun asks the obvious question. Since we snatched his land, Han Jae-ha is coming for us, right? But Lee Hyun-dong, the strategist, says to chill. He's already made a 5D chess move by contacting Gangbuk South High. Han Jae-ha just found out about Park Ji-hyun and Kang Pyo-hyuk getting wrecked. With his territory snatched up, obviously, Han Jae-ha is gearing up to retaliate immediately. But right on cue, a scout rushes in with breaking news. Gangbuk South High is on the move. Once Kang Seok heard Jae-ha's forces were weakened by Soohyun, he launched an all-out war. East High is about to get pinched by West and South simultaneously. Han Jae-ha is forced to send his number 2 to hold off the South. To him, Kim Soohyun is just a weakling, someone he can crush later. Right now, he has to deal with that maniac Kang Seok first. Hearing about Hyun-dong's political maneuvering, Soohyun breathes a sigh of relief. Even with his recent power-ups, he wasn't 100% sure he could take Jae-ha in a fair fight. They've bought precious time, so Hyun-dong suggests they consolidate power. West High expanded fast, but the students from Pyo-hyuk's 3 schools might not be loyal yet. Soohyun needs to go there personally and assert dominance. Right on time, the system triggers a training quest reorganize the 3 schools. Rewards ultimate training cards and a random attack card. Soohyun doesn't hesitate, it's go time. First stop, Sojin High School. But look who it is, Yang So-ha from Gangbuk Girls High is hanging around. Apparently, she's here for Kim Da-hyun. Soohyun gives 0 energy to the encounter and walks right past her. Suddenly, Yang So-ha calls him out. She demands to know why he's ghosting her messages. Lee Hyun-dong smirks from the sideline. Boss, you're breaking hearts out here. But Soohyun just replies with icy indifference. I'll reply when I'm not busy, and walks off without even a backward glance. Her bodyguard, Baek Sung-ryung, looks ready to throw hands. What is Soohyun's problem? Meanwhile, the delinquents inside Sojin High have heard the rumors they are now West High property. They're whispering that tank top Kim Soohyun is a monster, so they better fall in line or else. Sojin's boss, Jang Jong-soo, snaps at them. Shut your mouths, we ride with Han Jae-ha till the end. He swears if Soohyun shows up, he'll end him personally. He threatens his own crew. You want to die, go join Soohyun then. And just like a movie scene, Soohyun bursts through the door completely out of breath. The room goes silent. Seriously, are the West High guys cosplaying as mountain bandits? Who builds a secret base way up in the boonies? Jung Byum tries a cheap shot, but Soohyun hits that slip skill like a pro. He shoots a look cold enough to freeze hell, then unleashes the hook. That hook is straight up broken. It paid off to grind through all those trash cards, combining and breaking them down until he hit jackpot. Finally, the system rewarded him with the essence of boxing, unlocking the ultimate hook skill. Boom, main quest cleared. He scores a shiny gold card while Jung Byum gets absolutely folded, 0 chance of fighting back. Look at that footwork, pure pendulum movement. Soohyun's speed and angles just leveled up to beast mode. He signals the squad to hold tight, promising a card haul. Meanwhile, Jung Byum kisses the pavement totally out cold. Let's be real, the crew was riding with Soohyun from day one. West High School, officially reorganized and under new management. 1 down, 1 to go. The other 2 schools are practically begging for help after getting bullied by the tyrants over at Gangbuk East. When they hear Soohyun isn't demanding protection money, they pledge loyalty instantly. The benevolent ruler vibe works. Just like that, the training quest is history. The reward, 4 sweet training cards to buff his crew, but now comes the hard part, making the choice. Who gets the juice? Buffing Gu Hajun to max level feels sketchy. The guy is a loose cannon waiting to explode. Wasting them on Lee Hyun-dong feels wrong. After some brain power, Soohyun locks in his target, Gukja. The guy is currently the weakest link. Soohyun knows Gukja's gonna get dragged into his mess eventually. He needs to arm his best friend with enough power to survive the crossfire. Decision made. He dumps all the training cards into Gukja's stats. The moment they activate, Gukja feels a massive energy spike and miracle of miracles. His bladder issues are cured, but Soohyun's mind is already drifting to the next puzzle. He grills Hyun-dong about the mysterious boss of Gangbuk North High. The guy ghosted the entire Gangbuk conference, and both Han Jae-ha and Kang Seok seem to despise his guts. Soohyun needs intel to prep for war, but Hyun-dong drops a truth bomb. No intel available. This isn't your average district boss. The guy has a history that's darker than a black hole. His backstory is scrubbed clean, leaving only whispers of god-tier strength. Ironically, the rumors about Soo-hyun right now are getting just as wild, but he's too lazy to debunk them. Better to just crash in class and catch some Z's. Suddenly, Hyundong's brain starts cooking up a scheme. Sure, the new territories are chill for now, but the boss is frontlining every fight. With West High's turf expanding, that's not sustainable. They can't have their leader burning out on admin work. Hyundong realizes they need a specific type of recruit, someone to lock down the internal politics. Usually a sharp woman handles this best, but right now most girls look at Soo-hyun like he's garbage. Then it hits him Baek Charon. If he can get her to date the boss, she'd handle the management side perfectly. Hello, era of peace and massive profits. He slides into the DMs, inviting both Soo-hyun and Charon. The pitch, a little bonding trip. Specifically, a getaway to the gangbuk pool villa. Charon shuts that down immediately. No way is she partying with a squad of lunatics. Soo-hyun calls her out for being icy, but he pauses. Wait, what's a pool villa? Hyundong explains it's basically bikini heaven for photo ops. Perfect for the gram. Since Charon is glued to social media, he figured she'd bite. Soo-hyun is actually impressed the guy has a brain. Even if he deserves a slap, Soo-hyun tells him to keep pushing. Suddenly, a hand clamps onto Hyundong's shoulder. It's Gukja, looking betrayed. Why wasn't I looped in on this? Post-school vibes. Charon's friends pull up with gossip they heard Soo-hyun's crew booked the legendary pool villa. They beg Charon to tag along. That place is viral gold. They're thirsty for followers and figure they can use the guys as props, with them nagging her non-stop. Charon finally caves. Now she just has the headache of bikini shopping. Cut to trip day. Gukja is confused. Why is Gu Ha-jun here? Turns out Soo-hyun just tossed out a casual invite, and the guy actually said yes. The girls arrive, and Soo-hyun finds his eyes locked on a specific target. It's just a bag. Charon snaps. Quit staring, you don't have X-ray vision. Meanwhile, over in the war zone, between East and South High, a lackey rushes to boss Kang-sok with breaking news. West High is on the move. Kang-sok smirks, thinking Soo-hyun is making a brilliant tactical play. He grills his scout. He's targeting East High right, but the scout looks awkward. Sir. Looks like they're just going on vacation. Kang-sok freezes, feeling like a total clown. He thought they were coordinating a pincer attack, but nope. Pool party. Kang-sok gets the intel that Kim Soo-hyun's crew is heading to the gangbuk pool villa and starts questioning the logic. Isn't that straight-up gangbuk North High turf? Cut to the scene. Soo-hyun's squad rolls up to the villa. Lee Hyundong has already crushed the check-in logistics. Meanwhile, Gukja is feeling way too perceived. Why is Gu Ha-jun laser-focused on him? The girls split off to stash their luggage and get organized first. But hold up, a third wheel sneaks into their trio. Baek Charon is not having it. Why are you shadowing us? Lee Hyundong nudges the boss to hustle. It's a quick 2-day, 1-night trip, zero time to waste. But as they breach the villa, they're being clocked. Eyes on them from the shadows, gangbuk, North delinquents. And the leader is already plotting to stomp these gangbuk West intruders personally. Charon's squad is in full influencer mode. 30,000 snaps later, they finally get one post-worthy pick. However, they're busy thirsting over Gu Ha-jun's shredded physique. Suddenly, Baek Charon steps out, rocking a bikini. The other two act confused. Yo, why the swimsuit? The tea. They texted her beforehand claiming they weren't wearing bikinis, but Charon missed the memo. Mortified, she sprints back inside to change, swearing she's never hanging out with these snakes again. Cut to everyone vibing. Gu Ha-jun finishes eating and immediately hits a jog. The girls are baffled. Bro, you're gonna die one day anyway. Why the grind? They're checking out tomorrow. Charon claims she's bored and wants to bail. Real talk though, she's having a blast. Hyundong reads the room and drops an idea. Bored, let's run a game. High stakes, only the loser shaves their eyebrows. Charon reluctantly signs up. 2 rounds and 5 minutes later. She's hyping up Kim Soo-hyun's loss, but he's not buying it. They instantly lock into a heated debate. Hyundong observes the chaos, shifty-eyed. He shoots a look at the girls, and they nod, plan activated. Hyundong plays referee. Looks like a draw to me. He pitches a tiebreaker. 1 more round. Rules are dead simple. You two go into this closet. Whoever taps out and leaves first gets eliminated. And goodbye eyebrows. If it's just an endurance test, Kim Soo-hyun thinks this is an easy dub. Twist Hyundong says they gotta hold hands inside and wait for someone to fold. Charon immediately protests. Why am I holding paws with him? The girls jeer. Chill, it's just a game. Zero feelings right. Charon, if you're catching feelings, just quit. Snap. Kim Soo-hyun's hand is already locked in hers, and Baek Charon warns him to prep his face for that razor. Once they're set, Lee Hyundong slams the cabinet door shut. Inner monologue. This is all for the glory of Gangbuk West. Outside, Gukja sighs. Ah, youth. Soo-hyun has really leveled up. The guy's actually kinda jealous. The Gangbuk North spies lurking nearby are confused. Jealous of what? Then they recognize him. Gukja, the legendary Dark Lord. Meanwhile, inside the cramped darkness, the vibe between Soo-hyun and Charon gets weird. Soo-hyun calls her out, because her palms are sweating bullets. Kim Soo-hyun hesitates, deja vu hitting him hard, like he's seen this movie before. Suddenly ping, the system window pops up with a new quest. Soo-hyun freezes. Baek Charon is confused. What's with the face? The system's demand. Throw the match. Lose to Baek Charon and exit the closet. Although the loot looks sweet, Kim Soo-hyun is internalizing a victory dance. But wait, why is Charon dripping sweat? He realizes something is off. She looks wrecked, hyperventilating. Soo-hyun presses her, and she finally admits it: mild claustrophobia. Back in middle school, her fierce eyes made her a target. Bullies locked her in a trash storage and bailed. Since then, tight spaces are a no-go. I didn't think I'd be stuck in here this long. If she knew the stakes, she never would have played. Soo-hyun connects the dots. She helped him before, because he reminded her of her past trauma. Soo-hyun immediately folds. I concede. He didn't know her history. If you're hurting, speak up sooner. He tries to leave, but Soo-hyun is stunned. The door won't budge. Someone blocked it from the outside. He screams, but it's dead silent out there. Seeing Charon spiraling, Kim Soo-hyun triggers exceed limit and smashes the closet apart with his bare fist. He's pissed. This prank isn't funny. Charon, relieved, thanks him and offers to draw his eyebrows back on, after he shaves them. Truth is, Kim Soo-hyun didn't Hulk smash the closet just for Baek Charon. He was starting to get a little too excited. Things were getting hard for him too. Baek Charon doesn't catch on at first. She pauses, letting the absurdity sink in, then snaps, "You absolute lunatic." Right after that, Baek Jae-hyung's crew scrambles to apologize, claiming it was just a harmless prank. But let's be real, if they try that again, Jae-hyung is going to end them. Kim Soo-hyun, currently rocking the zero eyebrow look, nods in agreement. Suddenly, Lee Hyun-dong bursts into the room frantic. Code Red Gildo just got snatched by 3 goons from Gangbuk North High. But Soo-hyun, ice cold. Relax. The Gildo you knew is gone. Checking the stats, the enemies aren't exactly trash. Their leader, Choi Chung-suk, is rocking an A rank in strength. But that guy has bigger fish to fry. He's hunting down Gu Ha-jun. So he's not wasting energy on a small fry like Gildo. Gildo flinches, eyes shutting out of pure reflex. I mean, Soo-hyun dumped every training card he had on the guy. Plus that random ultimate skill card. It unlocked Sistema, deadly Russian military martial arts. All he needs is the guts to use it. Bam, Choi Chung-suk is sent flying across the room. Jaws drop everywhere. Even Gildo is stunned. His body moved on autopilot. Did I just do that? The other goons freeze, realizing he's been hiding his power level this whole time. And then it hits Gildo. He's never actually thrown down for real. Wait, am I actually cracked at this? From this moment on, he is Gangbuk West's true Dark Lord. The punks scream, "Quit posing, loser," but Gildo just hits them with that cold stare. I assume you know how to feint, or do I need to demonstrate? For the first time, he feels like the main character. Suddenly, a sucker punch comes flying in. It barely registers. Gildo flows into another Sistema takedown. The aura of the Dark Lord is practically radiating off him now. He smirks. Debut stage. Cleared. Lee Hyun-dong is losing his mind. Yo, Gildo soloed the whole squad. That was insane, Gil. Do plays it cool, claiming he hates violence, but hey, self-defense is self-defense. Soo-hyun had been feeling guilty about being the only one leveling up. But looking at Gildo now, no one's pushing that guy around anymore. Though Soo-hyun still wonders when his S-rank potential is actually going to pop. Just like that, the 2-day trip wraps up. Soo-hyun is suspicious. Why is it this quiet? Stepping into North High territory usually means war. He expected a brawl. Turns out the guys Gildo flattened were just low-level grunts anyway. The real reason, the ghost of West High, Gu Ha-jun. He'd already paid a solo visit to the Gangbuk North boss. He told them West High was just there for a vibe check, so he warned North High to back off. And the North High boss, he let it slide. Why bother stomping on West High ants now, when he can crush them whenever he wants? Back home, Soo-hyun's mom breathes a sigh of relief. She honestly thought her son was destined for a life of solitude. She's just glad he has friends. Hearing that stings a bit. Then his sister, Kim Da-hyun, sees his face and roasts him alive for the missing eyebrows. Safe in his room, Soo-hyun checks the silver card he sacrificed his eyebrows for. New skill unlocked: Elder. Effect: increases probability. Vague much. He can't tell if it's trash or treasure. Meanwhile, Gildo gets home. His dad is shook. You got into a fight. But Gildo feels different. Awakened. Like there's a new power coursing through his veins. Is his dad actually a secret warrior? Sensing the tension, his dad confesses. Son, I really am just a salaryman. That's it. But slap mom cuts the drama short. Stop talking nonsense and come eat. Back at school, Soo-hyun is dying of embarrassment. Suddenly, Baek Se-hyun grabs him. She's making good on her promise to draw his eyebrows back on. But that's not all. His entire crew. They shaved their brows too. Solidarity, so the boss wouldn't look weird alone. Then the reality sets in and they all start weeping. Boss, they salute in unison. Soo Hyun sighs. Please just go get some marker on your faces. Lee Hyun-dong gets serious. It's go time, boss. We expand territory, then we take all of Gangbuk. Ping A main quest window pops up. This one's different. 3 paths, 3 different rewards. Soo Hyun enters strategy mode. He needs to weigh West High's standing with the rival schools first. East High toxic beef because of Han Jae-ha. But the loot is garbage, only 1 silver card. South High relations are decent, and a gold card is tempting. However, if they move on, South Han Jae-ha might stab them in the back. The jackpot is North High, but poking that bear makes West High a massive target. After crunching the numbers, Soo Hyun locks in his choice. This is the optimal starting point for expansion. Lee Hyun-dong panics. If you pick them, we're dead. North High is a monster factory. Everyone there is elite. Our only shot is the Gangbuk pool hall boss, and even he's a nightmare to deal with. Soo Hyun clocks the situation immediately. Rushing North High without a master plan isn't bravery, it's a one-way ticket to the graveyard. Hyun-dong is sweating bullets asking boss, are we blitzing east or south first? Soo Hyun just smirks and tells the crew to gear up. 0 hour is approaching. Moments later, the intel leaks to Gangbuk East High. West High is on the warpath. Han Jae-ha realizes West High making a play means the peace treaty is officially torched. He orders his squad to battle stations. He's convinced West is coming for his throat, but the second his scout whispers the actual report, Jae-ha freezes like a statue. Gangbuk South High gets the same alert. West is moving. They figure Soo Hyun is dumb enough to target East High first. They debate third-partying the fight to crush Jae-ha, or maybe ambushing an empty West High while Soo Hyun is distracted. But Kang-sok plays it cool, ordering everyone to hold position until they confirm exactly where West High's crosshairs are aimed. Seok never bet on Soo Hyun starting a total war this fast, especially when West High's roster basically consists of 3 fighters. Then the bombshell drops. Kim Soo Hyun is sieging Gangbuk North High. Neither Han Jae-ha nor Kang-sok saw that curveball coming. Meanwhile, the West High invasion force has already pulled up. At the Gangbuk Billiards Club, Soo Hyun knows turf can be grabbed whenever, but right now West High is desperate for raw talent. He needs to draft the boss of this joint immediately, mostly because declaring war on North High unlocks a sweet platinum card reward. Hyun-dong wants to trust the process, but he feels like they're walking into a slaughterhouse. The boss steps out of the shadows. It's Chung Il-chon, rank number 39 of the terrifying North High. Soo Hyun does a double take he never expected. A top-tier North executive to look like a girl. He instantly offers Il-chon a spot on the roster. Il-chon pauses, totally confused. Hyun-dong hisses, "Boss, you're coming on way too strong." A split second later, Il-chon launches a savage kick at Soo Hyun's head. He thinks this is just some nobody trying to hustle his small-time pool hall, assuming Soo Hyun is just here to start trouble. Seeing his leader under fire, Hyun-dong jumps in to counterattack, but gets flattened instantly by Il-chon's fist. Hyun-dong gasps on the floor. How does a girl pack that much horsepower? Il-chon snaps back, "I'm a dude, you morons." Now the Dark Lord steps up to the plate. Soo Hyun waves everyone off, saying he'll handle this solo. It's his first time fighting someone with this aesthetic, and honestly the adrenaline is kicking in. Il-chon screams, "I am a biological male," but Soo Hyun's dodge game catches him off guard. Soo Hyun fires a straight jab. Il-chon weaves so Soo Hyun spins into a vicious roundhouse kick. They're trading blows on equal footing. Soo Hyun is genuinely impressed that Il-chon has honed such a slender frame to this lethality. He used the peak ability earlier, and Il-chon's stats were off the charts, so Soo Hyun proposes a high-stakes wager. If Soo Hyun takes the W, Il-chon signs the contract. Il-chon is annoyed, thinking, "Why is this creep so obsessed with recruiting me?" Soo Hyun triggers Slip to ghost past a punch. The reason he's thirsty for this recruit is simple. He sees god-tier potential in him. The system pings side quest initiated. Recruit Chung Il-chon. Reward 1 silver card. Il-chon keeps spamming attacks, which Soo Hyun interprets as accepting the challenge. Il-chon yells, "I'm not joining your little club," but Soo Hyun operates on twisted logic. He figures, "No, just means convince me harder." Il-chon is lightning fast, making him a nightmare to pin down. Soo Hyun brainstorms a finisher, but he loses focus for a microsecond, and Il-chon connects a fist right to his jaw. Soo Hyun stumbles forward, collapsing right into Il-chon's arms. He blinks, confused. Did I just win by accident? Suddenly, Soo Hyun's grip tightens like a vice. He notices Il-chon smells surprisingly like premium fabric softener. Capitalizing on Il-chon's momentary shock, Soo Hyun pops exceed limits and locks in a waist grapple. There is no escape now. Quest complete attack, Gangbuk North High. Loot secured 1 platinum card. Il-chon had been bitter about being stuck at rank 39, desperate to climb the ladder. But the number 2 of North High had shut him down, calling him weak and useless. He was told to be thankful he even had a rank. Number 2 exiled him to this border town pool hall to play security guard against West High. That's the dumping ground for trash. Il-chon jolts awake from the nightmare covered in sweat. He panics. Where the hell am I? Hyundong, currently role-playing as a medic for his lord, tells him to chill, because the acupuncture session isn't done. Hyundong was the one who hauled Chung Il-chun's unconscious body back to West High HQ. Soo-hyun grins, telling him to relax. He doesn't lay hands on ladies. After screaming yet again that he's a man, Il-chun tries to bounce, but Soo-hyun is ready to make his final sales pitch. Silver Tongue. That elder card he snagged at the pool hall isn't just for show. Once that skill triggers, manipulating people becomes a rigged game. Kim Soo-hyun drops the classic, "I'm doing this for your own good" line with chilling calm. Pretty big talk coming from a 17-year-old kid. You really happy rotting in a dive like this? Join my crew. And he doesn't even get to finish the pitch. Seong-haru cuts him off. I'm in. But it's a transactional deal. He demands a blood oath, finish the quest, and hand over a silver card. Soo-hyun practically tackles him with a victory hug. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-dong is weeping buckets, overwhelmed that they finally scored some legit talent. But Haru pops the celebration bubble fast. They just kicked the hornet's nest. By raiding North High and poaching their talent, that is a declaration of war. A furious Gangbuk North High is going to retaliate hard. And honestly, Haru doesn't have the guts to face North's boss head-on. It's a deal-breaker. If this mess isn't cleaned up, the alliance is dead on arrival. But Soo-hyun just smirks. Relax. He's playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Back at the pool hall, the goons were losing their minds when their leader got snatched. But then, miracle of miracles, their boss strolls back in, claiming he single-handedly crushed West High. Something's off though. The crew notices their leader is awfully quiet these days. Kind of robotic. Plot twist. That's a clone created by Copy Cloud. The real Seong-haru is stuck at Gangbuk West, forced into a humiliating disguise. He is livid. What is this trash? I'm a biological male. Why am I in a skirt? But Soo-hyun ignores the rant. He's got a bathroom emergency. It's gotcha time. He locks the stall for the grand reveal. First up, the silver card flips over. Pool draw shot. Serious trash tier. That skill is useless. It's going straight into the grinder for materials later. Now for the main event, the platinum card. He flips it and... Diaper. Soo-hyun stares at the hologram. Is this equipment? Do I wear it? Maybe it's some weird attack spell. Before he can figure it out, the system pings. A new training quest just dropped. Meanwhile, Gangbuk South's Kang Sok is pumping iron. He does the math. Soo-hyun poked the bear at North High. West High is toast. That guy at North won't show mercy. Suddenly a scout bursts in screaming. Code red, our turf is getting hit. Kang Sok assumes it's Han Jae-ha making a play. Nope, the scout corrects him. It's Gangbuk West. Wait, weren't they supposed to be fighting North? North High is untouched. West High pulled a fast one and is already swarming Gangbuk Tunnel. If South doesn't mobilize now, it's over. They're about to lose their territory. The system flashes the objective. Investigate Gangbuk, South High's business operations. The payout is juicy. 2 mid-grade strength cards, 2 speed cards, 1 high-grade endurance, and a mid-grade random attack card. Soo-hyun doesn't hesitate. He rallies Yang Gukja and Seong-haru for a full-scale raid on South High. South's goons start trash-talking immediately. They sending girls to fight now. Haru snaps, roaring, "I'm a damn man, you morons." A thug tries to jump him from behind. Haru launches into the air with insane reflexes. But mid-flight, someone yanks his hair back. Just as a fist comes flying at his face, Haru contorts and drop-kicks both attackers simultaneously. "You said charge," Haru screams at his idol leader. "Quit staring and fight," but Soo-hyun is busy analyzing data. Haru is a speed demon, but his durability and strength are mid at best. He's fighting like a wild animal, with zero technique. It's a suicide run. Soo-hyun realizes he needs to funnel attack training cards into Haru immediately. With Haru's S-rank potential, slotting in a single attack card will skyrocket his power, regardless of his base stats. He'd instantly match Yang Gukja's current tier, but right now Soo-hyun is stuck on the main quest. Where do you even start investigating? Investigate business. It's vague. Suddenly, Soo-hyun spots something suspicious about the South High guys retreating. Tunnel secured. Haru looks around. Where'd Soo-hyun go? Enter Bang Jun-yeol Gangbuk, South's number 18. Haru stiffens. This guy is on a different level. Meanwhile, the other flank is quiet. Yang Gukja yawns. Well, that was boring. Q Bang Yoongi rank 17 stepping up to humble him. Yoongi arrives to rub salt in the wound. He clocks Gukja instantly. Ah, the infamous Dark Lord of West High. Perfect timing. Yoongi's been itching for this match. But first he drops a truth bomb. Man, you are hideously ugly. Gukja's expression turns to ice. I am painfully average, thank you. Back to Soo-hyun, who's standing over a pile of unconscious bodies. He eyes the duffel bag the runaways were guarding. What's in the bag? Before he can check, Wang Dongwoo rank 10 steps in. Hands off the merchandise scumbag. Dongwoo squints. He recognizes the intruder as the legendary tank top. Doesn't look like much of a threat. Dongwoo launches a blitz attack while Soo-hyun is distracted. Caught cold, Soo-hyun takes the hit without activating a single skill. He's gassed out and this guy is built like a tank. Even exceed limits can't break the grapple. Dongwoo unleashes his signature combo punch. Meanwhile, back at base, Kang Sok isn't sweating the street fight. He's terrified about them finding out the truth behind South High's shady business. That duffel bag isn't just luggage, it's a ticking time bomb. The second it gets snatched, everything goes sideways. South High's backup struts and bragging about an easy dub. But the trio sneers, "You weaklings actually think you can step to us." Wang Dongwoo barks at Bong Junyol to guard the package. If Kang Sok finds out they fumbled the bag, they are straight up dead meat. They barely secured the goods as it is. Bingo. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes light up. That bag is the endgame. And he didn't bring just two guys to a knife fight without a plan. Soo-hyun smirks at his three opponents. "Hey, you guys believe in miracles." He pulls a platinum tier card, Diaper. Sounds weird, but it's a game changer. It fully resets stamina and buffs all stats by 3 levels, for 60 seconds. It's on a 1-month cooldown though. Why is it called Diaper? It's a Korean wordplay. Diaper and miracle sound the same. Boom Gukja and Changil instantly light up, batteries recharged. Their stats skyrocket by 3 levels. Meanwhile, Kang Sok rolls up to the tunnel and sees absolute wreckage. The precious cargo, gone, snatched by Soo-hyun. Kang Sok is seeing red. He immediately hits up Han Jae-ha. It's time to ally with Gangbuk East and crush Soo-hyun once and for all. Back with Soo-hyun's crew, they unzip the bag. It's just heaps of weird patches. Soo-hyun tilts his head. Is Kang Sok sick or something? Then a light bulb moment. That scumbag. He must be scamming seniors on the bus, forcing them to buy fake pain relief. Soo-hyun fumes. Gukja cuts in face grim. Boss, that's actually fentanyl. It's a hardcore opioid. One wrong move, and it destroys lives. It's absolutely not something to mess with. Kang Sok is sourcing it from shady doctors and pushing it to students for profit. Gukja's intel is scary, accurate. He heard it from his mom. Soo-hyun finally gets it. Kang Sok isn't just a bully. He's a legit criminal mastermind. A total villain. With the truth exposed, the training quest pings complete. Soo-hyun scores 6 shiny new training cards. At a PC cafe, Han Jae-ha pauses his game to take Kang Sok's call. He hears the desperation in his voice immediately. "You know already, don't you?" Kang Seok suggests a pincer move. South attacks from below, east flanks from the side. But Jaeha's not doing this for free. "I want a chunk of South High's turf handed over to East High." Kang Sok agrees instantly, suspiciously fast. "But if we lose, you're dead, Jaeha." Kang Sok asks for the timeline, knowing Jaeha's chaotic personality. Right now. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun walks home exhausted but mind racing. He's holding those 6 cards. Do I buff myself? I'm already stacked though. In a strategy RPG, you gotta level up the whole party. He's torn. Then his phone buzzes. Panic on the other end. "Boss, emergency. Gangbuk East is raiding us." Jaeha made a deal with Kang Sok. The front line is collapsing. Soo-hyun sprints toward the chaos. Cut to the battlefield. Lee Hyundong West High's number 4 is the first responder. He's totally lost. Every other squad leader is down. Hyundong is the last man standing, ready to go down, swinging to defend West High. But heart isn't enough. He's getting stomped. It's not that they're OP, he's just too weak. Hwang Dae-sung spits on the ground. Rank 4. Please, the grunts I knocked out were tougher. You're just a parasite, riding Soo-hyun's coattails. Brains don't win brawls, genius. Hyundong knows it's true. He keeps promising to help, but he's always the liability. Rank 2, Gukja. Rank 3, Hajun. Even the rookie, rank 5, Chang-il. They're beasts. Only Hyundong is this pathetic. Tears mix with the blood on his face. "I'm just trash. A burden dragging everyone down wherever I go." Park Ji-hyun snatches Hyundong's phone and taunts Soo-hyun. "Yo, this turf belongs to East High now. I'm gonna snap your boy's legs as a souvenir." Soo-hyun is racing against the clock. He's pushing max speed, but suddenly ping. A system window pops up. Crew member Lee Hyundong's conviction is full. Hyundong's potential is spiking off the charts. It hits maximum velocity. Potential awakened. The status screen flashes. State awakened. The system rewards his grit. Stamina fully restored. A new card drops Tool Mastery. Effect God tier proficiency with any weapon. Strength scales based on the tool. Hyundong's grip tightens around a discarded wooden plank. Hwang Dae-sung gasps that stick hit like a truck. How is this walking corpse still fighting? Hyundong never stopped trying to get stronger. He knows he's bottom tier. 0 talent. Miles behind the pack. But he refuses to be dead weight for the boss. Hyundong is done apologizing for being weak. He swears it right here. "This is Lee Hyundong, Gangbuk West's number 4. Park Ji-yeon sneers at him. "You think you can solo us, pathetic." But Gu Hajun West High's number 3 isn't looking at the enemy. He's actually impressed by Hyundong's guts. Park Ji-yeon freezes in cold sweat. Hajun finally steps up, realizing he forgot a lighter. He casually orders the East High goons to light his smoke. Meanwhile, Hyundong squares up against Hwang Dae-sung with nothing but a wooden stick. Bad matchup. Dae-sung is nicknamed the Endurance King for a reason. Rated A+ in durability. Unless you crack his skull, he's not staying down. Hyundong is still underleveled and struggling to make a dent. But the ground is littered with more than just wood. Miles away, Kim Soo-hyun is sprinting like a maniac. He knows the math. Hyundong's ability awakened, but his potential is trash tier. He can't beat a tank like Daesung with base stats. Suddenly, a system window pops, crew stats updated. Hyundong's stats instantly spike to A+ grade. New loadout, new stats. Hyundong just equipped a real weapon. The game is about to change. He swings a rusted iron exhaust pipe like a berserker. Dirty fighting, maybe. Hyundong knows it's cheap, but he refuses to be the weak link. If being a coward gets the win, he'll take it. He drops Daesung totally gassed. But the fight isn't over. 2 enemies left. He turns to back up Gu Ha-jun. Then he stops. Gu Ha-jun is the last person who needs help. Park Ji-yeon thinks he only lost last time. Because of a sucker punch. He thinks he can tank a hit today. He is dead wrong. He screams, "I am Park Ji-yeon," but Ha-jun looks bored. Park Ji-yeon's attacks don't even register. The vibe is completely off. Ha-jun is on a different level. Crack. Park Ji-yeon's body makes a sickening snap. Ha-jun hammers heavy punches into him. Just as he's about to finish the job, a blur flies in with a jump kick. It's Han Jae-ha leading the East High Cavalry to hunt down the boss. Jae-ha didn't come alone. He brought his elite strike team. Ha-jun just stares him down and coldly demands a light. Jae-ha laughs. "You're half dead and still acting tough." He signals the kill order. The strike team swarms in. These guys aren't random NPCs. They're hand-picked headhunters, specifically trained by Jae-ha to dismantle school leaders. But to Gu Ha-jun, they don't look impressive at all. Fact is, Ha-jun is just too overpowered. Jae-ha worked hard to find these elites, but the gap is massive. A lackey. Feeds updates to Kim Soo-hyun. The MC has been running forever, but the battlefield is still miles out. Soo-hyun is panicking. The raid might be over before he even gets there. Thank God Ha-jun is holding the line. But the strike team is legit. Suddenly, Soo-hyun gets a brainwave. Back on the field, Jae-ha is grinning. He never expected his goons to win. He just needs them to drain Ha-jun's stamina bar. Mission accomplished. Jae-ha makes a pitch. Join East High. We'll train this squad and crush the North together. Name your price. Ha-jun's reply. One word. Light. Jae-ha cracks up. Fine. He tells his boys to keep grinding. Even if they all drop if Ha-jun is exhausted. It's a win. But Soo-hyun activates his trump card from distance. Quest reward cards. He dumps every single training card onto Ha-jun. He watches the slot spin, curious what skill will drop. Boom. A mid-grade card unlocks the Kisi fighting method. Ha-jun's body reacts instantly. He shifts into the Kisi stance on instinct. Jae-ha freezes. It's the ultimate close-quarters combat style, forged for brutal street warfare by Spanish Special Ops. It's a style that mixes every martial art into one. No weapons needed. Your elbows, your head, your whole body is the blade. Humans are the weapon. Ha-jun smirks. This trash squad can't even touch me, and you want to hunt our school's boss. You're delusional. Kim Soo-hyun is stronger than me. Soo-hyun is watching the HUD confused. Ha-jun's stats didn't jump. He dumped the whole deck on him. Soo-hyun realizes the truth. Upgrading an SSS tier monster takes way more resources. He just hopes Ha-jun can survive until he arrives. Support is incoming. On the battlefield, Ha-jun feels the flow. He's never learned this style. Yet he's throwing elbows like a veteran boxer. Whatever. A win is a win. He gives them a final warning. Stick to your league if you want to live. But then, bam, a brutal kick connects right at Gu Ha-jun's temple. Han Jae-ha screams with pure adrenaline. Now this is what a real kick feels like. But those moves are illegal in the ring. That's exactly why the pros banned him. He was too dangerous for their rules. Caught by that cheap shot, Ha-jun's world starts spinning. His vision blurs, seeing 2 Jae-has standing in front of him. Close quarters combat is lethal in the streets, so Ha-jun tries to close the gap. Problem is, Jae-ha's reach is insane with those long legs. Brawling isn't just about tanking hits or raw power. You need flow and balance. Think about a raging bull. It can charge all day, but it'll never touch the matador. Just as Jae-ha winds up for the fatality, Ha-jun snatches his ankle mid-air. In that split second of shock, Ha-jun's fist is already buried in Jae-ha's jaw. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Even half-conscious Ha-jun managed to land a critical hit. But that uppercut was his gas tank running empty. Ha-jun taps out. No excuses, no drama. He accepts the L and passes the baton to the boss. Gangbook West's leader Kim So-hyun finally steps onto the stage, but Jae-ha looks at him like he's a joke. So-hyun scans the battlefield running the numbers. Jae-ha just took massive damage. If So-hyun dumps his entire skill deck right now, he might actually clutch this win. This isn't the same weakling from before. But Jae-ha just casually lights a cigarette, looking completely unbothered. Why? Because the cavalry has arrived. The main force of East High pulls up. Jae-ha isn't dumb enough to 1v1 on a chaotic battlefield. He roasts So-hyun. You charge in here with zero strat. Go home and play Farming Simulator, kid. You think you can unify Gangbook like that? Even Lee Hyun-dong whispers to the boss, looks like it's game over for us. South High's beast, Kang Sok, is marching his army over to crush West High. Jae-ha smirks ice cold. You never know when an ambush hits or when enemies turn into allies. You walked into this server without knowing the meta. The only reason Jae-ha is chatting is because West High is getting wiped today, and to make sure they never come back, he plans to snap their limbs like twigs. But So-hyun counters, let's make a deal. If Jae-ha lets his crew walk, So-hyun will hand over South High's secret stash. It's the kind of intel that could cripple the South. And with East High's army already mobilized, taking out the West is easy anytime. It echoes exactly what Jae-ha just preached. You never know when enemies become allies. Jae-ha sneers. Or I could just loot that info off your unconscious body. Why negotiate? So-hyun calls his bluff. Try it. Unless you want these secrets burned to ash before you touch them. Jae-ha bursts out laughing. Okay, you're smarter than you look. Drop the loot and get lost. Moments later, Kang Sok gets a ring from Jae-ha. Yo, change of plans. I'm bored of fighting. So-hyun Jae-ha teases. That kid just gave me all your inventory. My buddy Kang Sok is dealing illegal goods. Damn, you're even shadier than me. Kang Sok's face twists into a demon mask. Send me your location. Now. Back at West High Base, So-hyun apologizes to the squad. Jae-ha was right. He underestimated the territory game. Thankfully, everyone survived and they still hold their turf. Memorize this L, he says. We need a brain for this crew. Gukja realizes they need a tactician as soon as possible. But let's be real, So-hyun's crew is full of NPCs. Only Hyun-dong has a functioning brain cell. Suddenly, Hyun-dong speaks up. I know a guy. He drops a Three Kingdoms reference. This guy is basically a modern-day Zhuge Liang. Strategy management 4D chess. He's an S-tier talent. He's actually the younger brother of Jang Jin-hyuk, the number 2 from the legendary God Dog Alliance, that used to run the whole district. Headhunters have tried to sign him, but he's a lone wolf, refusing every guild invite. The rumor on the street, draft him, and you win the whole map. Ding, the system pops up a new quest. Recruit a crew member. The loot. 2 high-grade strength cards, 2 speed cards, and a high-grade random attack card. So-hyun's eyes light up. Where's the drop location? Hyun-dong knows the spot, but warns it's going to be hardcore mode. East and South High already tried and failed. The guy claims he's retired from the war game, so even if West High rolls up, the odds are near 0. But hey, they recruited Chun-il-chun. Impossible isn't in their vocabulary. Hyun-dong sighs. Guess we're doing this. The whole squad heads out to meet Gangbuk's mastermind, Jang Ji-hyuk. But the gatekeeper blocks them. Master is grinding ranked matches right now, and he's napping after. Scram. He waves them off. Gukja whispers. Does he not know he's talking to the legendary tank top So-hyun? So-hyun stays chill. My bad timing. Just let him know I stopped by. He turns to Gukja. Ever hear about the 3 visits to the thatched cottage? To get a legend, you gotta show up 3 times. We're gonna camp this spot until we get our strategist. Pulling a classic 3 visits maneuver, Soo-hyun has to show up 3 separate times just to get a glimpse of Jang Ji-hyuk. Lee Hyun-dong hypes the guy up as Gangbuk's Jagal, a total mastermind. Soo-hyun just mutters a curse under his breath and activates Peek to see what the fuss is about. The status window pops up, and it's pathetic. This Jang Ji-hyuk dude couldn't even win a fistfight with an ant, clearly allergic to combat. He waves them off, telling Soo-hyun's crew to beat it. But then Ji-hyuk catches a glimpse of Seong-haru, letting her hair down. Boom. Fate just walked in the door. Ji-hyuk does a complete 180. You, tank top guy, get in here and state your business. And obviously, the lady is invited. Soo-hyun looks at him like he's lost his mind. Once Ji-hyuk actually listens to the beef between West South and East High, the strategist switch flips. He breaks it down. Cold Kang Sok treasures his supply stash like his own heartbeat. So to get it back, South High is guaranteed to strike East High first. But don't expect a long, drawn-out war. Eventually, Kang Sok will wave the white flag to Han Jae-ha, buying back his gear with cash or turf. Once that handshake happens, both East and South, hungry for expansion, are going to pivot and aim their crosshairs straight at West High. With West High's current roster, trying to fight a 2-front war against East and South is a guaranteed game over. But Ji-hyuk has a plan to play defense and offense at the same time. They need to outsource the violence. It is time to drag Gangbuk North High into the mix. The play is to convince North High to wall off Han Jae-ha's invasion. The carrot, a promise to split the enemy territory. Once they win, even if North High thinks the lower territories are trash, they never say no to expanding their empire. It is an offer they literally cannot refuse. Soo-hyun realizes that, despite Ji-hyuk's laid-back, casual vibe, the guy's logic is terrifyingly persuasive. Now the tactician lays out the roadmap. Step 1. Survival. Position Gu Ha-jun and the North High Alliance as a shield against East High. Han Jae-ha won't risk a messy fight against that lineup. Step 2. The main force blitzes Kang Sok at South High, with Ha-jun, and North High, locking down the East Soo-hyun's crew, can crush Kang Sok without looking over their shoulders. They have to decapitate South High's leadership before moving to the endgame. That sets the stage for the final war, a supercharged West High versus East and North. For the first time, everyone is actually impressed by the weird-looking genius. Cut to the battlefield, Gu Hajun. West High's number 3 powerhouse rolls up to the front line. North High's reinforcements aren't far behind. It is North High's number 49 and 50, and they are bringing major attitude. They immediately tell Hajun to stay in his lane. North High is the boss here. You West High scrubs just sit down. But before the trash talk even finishes, Hajun introduces his fist to their faces. Hierarchy established. He tells the North High punks to watch their tone. Enter Choi Gongsan, North High's number 28. He orders his goons to save the aggression for East High, and swaps chill greetings with Hajun. North High's boss doesn't micromanage these scraps, so Gongsan is just bored and looking to pad his stat for a rank promotion. Either way, the alliance holds, and the joint front halts East High in their tracks. Later, Soo-hyun gets the confirmation call from Hajun. Realizing North High is actually playing ball, he is shook. How did Ji-hyuk pull this off? Having a big-brain strategist is a total cheat code. Hajun is about to click off, but Soo-hyun rushes to thank him for defending West High. Something he should have said ages ago but kept missing the window. Hajun cuts him off cold. Don't get it twisted. I just hate Han Jae-ha's guts. Soo-hyun mutters an awkward apology, thinking, yeah, classic Hajun. Hanging up reality hits Soo-hyun like a truck. He is painfully weak. He burned all his training cards, buffing his crew, leaving himself in the dust while everyone else leveled up. He wants to use the high-grade cards from the current quest on himself, but there is a catch. If he gets stronger, the system might crank the difficulty up to nightmare mode. To execute Ji-hyuk's grand unification plan, Soo-hyun needs raw power. Usually he would grind XP with his copy cloud, but that is currently occupied being Songharu. He is stuck. He needs quests to level up, but he has cleared out all the local fodder, and the system is dry. Plus, with his identity compromised, farming quests in East or South Territory is a suicide mission. He needs a stealthy way to power level. A light bulb goes off. Cut to Soo-hyun, hopping on a bus hoodie up heading deep into enemy lines. Moments later, Gangbook. North High thugs are squinting at this random hooded weirdo, standing on their turf. It is the perfect grinding spot, nobody knows his face here. And North's territory is massive, meaning endless loot and opportunities. Right on cue, the system pings main quest explore Gangbuck. North High territory. The reward, a diamond card. But first he needs to stress test the local forces. Kim Soo-hyun activates Slip, weaving past a haymaker like a pro. Impressed, the thug demands an ID. KSH drops the alias, call me Kim, paper bag. This isn't just a fight, it's a premier XP farm. Perfect for power leveling. He triggers the Slip skill again, bobbing and weaving, utilizing raw boxing mechanics. But the mob is endless. KSH is baffled. Why are these NPCs hitting so hard? Epiphany hits those goons he fought at the pool villa. Total casuals compared to this crew. This is the true baseline for Gangbook North High. They corner him ready to deliver the finisher until they pause. Boss's orders go easy on the scrubs. Big mistake. KSH's mastery perk just procced. 5 hits stacked. With the system flashing insane rewards, the difficulty spike finally makes sense. Adrenaline surges. The grind is working. KSH feels the level up coursing through his veins. Speed stat bumps to C rank. He pops stamina recovery and dives back into the fray, beast mode engaged. Ringtone cuts the silence. Hajun's on the line, confused by KSH's heavy panting. Bro, you sound wrecked. KSH fills him in. He's secretly grinding in enemy territory. Strategist Jung Ji-hyuk's master plan is unfolding perfectly. Han Jae-ha squeezed Kang Sok dry for cash, but Sok isn't the type to take a loss quietly. That's why KSH is power leveling now. He needs to be ready. Meanwhile, Hajun voices his doubts. Can we actually trust Ji-hyuk? Hajun's gut says this alliance is shaky. One wrong move from that snake and West High is toast. Truth is, KSH doesn't fully trust the guy either, but West High has been playing blindly. They desperately need a big-brain strategist to survive. If Ji-hyuk betrays them, fine. KSH's plan is simple, becomes so OP that the risk doesn't matter. System alert. Step 2. Make Kim Paper Bag a legend. KSH is turning Gangbuck into his personal grind spot. Every day after class he's clocking in. Time to hustle. Cut to the aftermath. North High's number 20 gets a grim report. His crew got wiped out. By a total random. A maniac with a paper sack over his head. Kim Paper Bag. Number 20's expression darkens. The piece is over. Back at West High, chaos reigns. Attempting to get Baek Chae-young to do his makeup, KSH literally shaves his eyebrows off again. Chae-young is done. Never again, she snaps. KSH whines like a puppy. But you swore you'd do my brows for life. A bystander gasps. Wait, did she just pop the question? Slap. KSH eats a palm strike for talking nonsense. Suddenly, the system UI flashes. Quest complete. Kim Paper Bag is viral. Thanks to his relentless street brawls, the plot thickens. New objective, get cozy with Yang Soha. KSH stares at the screen bewildered. I thought this was a territory conquest. Why am I suddenly on a dating sim route with Soha? His real name carries weight now, but using a girl for XP. He feels a little guilty. Plus, his social stats are trash. As a certified dense guy, this is hard mode. Their last chat was a disaster. Meanwhile, Chae-young's squad is grilling her. Does she like KSH? Rumor has it they're practically engaged. Chae-young panics, shutting it down fast. Total lie. But she admits, the kid is kind of funny when he's being an idiot, and smacking him around is strangely satisfying. Then she looks out the window. KSH. With another girl. She shouts, his name ignored. Then she clocks the other girl. It's Yang Soha. Her mood tanks. Looking that scrubby and going on a date. Soha spots Chae-young lurking. Are they a thing Soha wonders? KSH, completely blind to the drama, is just drowning in awkwardness. No clue how to execute this quest. He turns to Soha. So, where do you hang out? Elsewhere, Da-hyun's mom is playing detective. Dated anyone, you need experience to spot the losers. Mom pivots. What about Yang Soha Da-hyun's size? Soha, she's a closet pervert. Since high school, her curiosity about stuff has been off the charts. Mom nods wisely. She'll date soon then. A girl like Soha has hunter eyes. Once she picks a target, she attacks full force. Cut to KSH standing in Soha's living room, sensing imminent danger. Yang Soha is totally thrown off, asking, wait, what's the deal? Didn't you say you wanted to get close to me? Stepping into her crib, Kim Soo-hyun is vibing with the aesthetic. The place is decked out, complete with a massive screen blasting a nature doc. But Soha is ghosting him in her own house. He's getting restless. The clock is ticking on his quest. Yo Soha, did you crash or something? He shouts. Meanwhile, Soha's face is burning up, feeling like she's losing her mind. Bringing a dude over, especially Kim Soo-hyun, total panic mode. She refuses to step out. Since she's playing hard to get, Soo-hyun improvises. Guess we're doing this long distance, he yells, asking about her hobbies. Then he pivots to food cravings. Silence. The quest log remains frozen. Soha's been a wallflower since they were kids. Always the quiet shadow trailing the Kim crew. Her only real connection was Dae-hyun. Soo-hyun. He barely acknowledged her existence. Suddenly her voice cuts through. Do you remember elementary school? Soo-hyun draws a blank. Zero recollection. Now he's intrigued. Enlighten me. Soha whispers. It was that day you walked me home. Strict curfew. She had to bounce before sunset. Moments after the Kim siblings split, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Sirens everywhere. Turns out some sketchy predator had cornered Soha on her way back. Lucky for her, the neighbors heard the ruckus and scared the guy off. Disaster averted. But the neighborhood was a danger zone. You never knew when trouble would pop up. Then came the day her parents got stuck in a meeting. Soha stood frozen at that nightmare street corner, terrified to move. Total paralysis. Enter Kim Soo-hyun, rolling up on his bike. Get on, he commanded. He dropped a warning, I only know one speed fast. Hold on tight, cause I ain't stopping, even if you start bawling. Ball was in her court. She hopped on. Thanks to him, that endless dark alley flew by in a blur. Her heart was pounding so hard her memory fuzzes out. She figured a small moment like that meant nothing to him. Her fam moved out, and they lost touch. End of story. Until now. She didn't expect her backstory to put him to sleep. She stares at his snoozing face, hand creeping toward his jacket. Actually, it's cooler if he forgot. Makes it her little secret. She leans in close, inspecting him. Ding quest complete. Get close to Yang Soha. The notification jolts him awake. Something's off. The system says success, but the apartment is empty. Ghosted on text too. Did I tick her off by napping? Whatever. One more mission and that diamond card is his. Main quest: take over the Gangbuk Hotel. An adults-only zone. Translation: he's gotta beat down some mobsters. The system marks the spot. Enter Kim Paperbag storming the lobby. The North High crew is stunned. You came alone, ballsy. Soo-hyun grins beneath the bag. Thanks for the hype. But real talk, he didn't expect an army. Suddenly a deep voice booms, calling him strategic. Nietzsche said honest men lower your guard. It's Young Cheon-huk Gangbuk, North's number 20. What's your take on philosophy? Paperbag Soo-hyun is clueless. Neats, who I'm just here to claim this turf. The guy smirks. Thin line between brave and stupid. Also Nietzsche. He waves a hand. Scram kid. Walk away, and I'll forget this happened. Stay, and you face the wrath of number 20. Soo-hyun scans him. Holy crap. The stat difference is massive. This dude's power rivals Gu Ha-jun. Winning impossible. Plus it's a mosh pit in here. One slip up and the whole mob jumps him. Chaos erupts. But Cheon-hak isn't just shocked by the solo raid. Or the attitude. He's shocked the kid got folded in exactly 3 seconds. The minions laugh. That's it. All that swagger for a total beatdown. Cheon-hak silences them. Respect the hustle. Fighting when you know you're gonna lose, that takes guts. He's got boxing skills but zero experience against a crowd. That's why he kissed the floor. In this world, results are everything. Nobody cares about the how. He reaches for the paper mask. Let's see the face of a madman. Suddenly, grip. A hand clamps onto Cheonhak's leg. Soo-hyun triggers, exceed limit, followed by rise. He hoists the giant into the air. This wasn't just a brawl. It was a hostile takeover from second one. He isn't insane enough to try soloing the entire North Gangbuk server. The mission is simple. Secure the hotel, clear the quest. The mobs are totally caught lacking, but Kim Soo-hyun is glitching out. He definitely just laid Yang Cheon-hak out flat. So why isn't the mission complete banner popping up? Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the air. Yang Cheon-hak speaks deadly serious, quoting Nietzsche like a villain claiming dead fires burn again. Soo-hyun can't process it. How do you tank a fall from that height and just stand up? The minions start roasting Soo-hyun. You noob, our boss is a judo pro. For a split second, Soo-hyun freezes. Truth is, Yang took damage, but he respects the strength of Paper Bag Man. Soo-hyun snaps out of it and throws a massive straight punch. Yang wonders where that monstrous power that lifted him earlier disappeared to. Then, it clicks. Soo-hyun's exceed limit buff just timed out. Seeing Yang's massive hand coming in for a grab, Soo-hyun spams the slip skill. He realizes he's fighting a grappler class. If he gets grabbed, it's game over. Spacing is everything right now. Soo-hyun triggers the rise skill, launching a high roundhouse kick straight for Yang's jaw. Critical hit, but Yang barely flinches. The kick looked cinematic as hell, but the health bar barely moved. Zero significant damage. Yang counters immediately, ending the exchange with a brutal judo shoulder throw. He warned him. His rage isn't something Kim Paperbag can survive. But right then, Soo-hyun pops a stamina recovery item, the perks of recruiting Jung Ji-hyuk. He's sitting on 5 training cards. Unlike the mid-tier trash, these high-tier cards boost stats by 2 whole ranks. He was hoarding them, worried the system would scale the difficulty if he got too OP too fast, but he prepped them just in case. No choice now. Soo-hyun activates the cards. Speed and strength instantly jump 4 ranks. Yang is shook. What kind of cheat code is this? He's never seen movement like this. Soo-hyun flips over a high-tier random attack card and unlocks a new style. The ancient Korean martial art, Taekyon. Soo-hyun shifts his stance, flowing into the rhythm of the ancients. Taekyon. Yang has 0 data on this fighting style. He's completely blind to the matchup. He tries to guard like it's standard Taekwondo, wait for the kick, then punish. But Soo-hyun switches to hand strikes. That's the flow of Taekyon. He exploits the gap in the guard, smashing the nose. Follows up instantly with a collarbone breaker. The combo continues, Taekyon style. Finally, he drops the ultimate move, Descending from Heaven. Yang is out cold. KO. Main quest cleared. The loot drop, a shiny new diamond card. Turns out Yang is Yang Soha's big bro. Flashback, he saw his sister hurt as a kid and swore to become her shield. That's why he grinded judo. He got strong, built a crew, and made one rule: no bullying the weak. Good kids were off limits, bad kids were target practice. But then he heard his sister was getting harassed by another school. He rushed home in a panic only to find she was already saved by tank top Kim Soo-hyun. Yang had vowed never to lose until he met that tank top hero. Back in the present, Soo-hyun is rethinking the power scaling. If the guy ranked 20 in North Gangbuk is this much of a raid boss, how insane are the top ranks? Even if this was a sneak attack win. A dub is a dub. And this new Taekyon skill, it's a total mix-up specialist. Nobody knows the moveset. Now, time to crack open that diamond card he looted from the boss fight. The skill is called Card Festival. Confused but curious, Soo-hyun activates it. Cut to the next day. Strategist Jung Ji-hyuk declares it's wartime. Hajun is keeping East Gangbuk busy, so the door is open to rush South Gangbuk. Time to expand the map. Soo-hyun asks for the game plan to take down the South. Jang lays out routes A and B, the speedrun path to the South space. But if they only push one lane, the enemy will stack defense there. So Jang decides West Gangbuk is going to split push, hitting A and B at the exact same time. 0 chance for reinforcements. Soo-hyun grins. Aside from Jang's creepy smile, the plan is flawless. Strategy locked in. Move out. Eyebrows Lee Hyundong stays back with the mercs to defend base against backdoors. Yang Gukja leads the freshman squad to raid Zone A. Soo-hyun teams up with his former enemy Yang Cheon-hak for Zone B. The duo breaches the Zone B building. Capture this point, and the zone is theirs. Yang Cheon-hak is stressing though. He's wondering who the boss is here. He kicks open the back door and boom. It's the twins and Wang Do-woo, the runback. Last time, Soo-hyun's trio barely scraped by with a win. The enemy trio isn't going to play nice this time. Yang freezes up, but Soo-hyun is already throwing hands with the small slap. Taekyon style again. Remember that diamond card festival? It upgrades everything in the deck. Every card Soo-hyun owns starts vibrating and roaring. It's a system-wide evolution, every skill just leveled up. With Card Festival and Ancient Flow, martial arts activated, his stats are skyrocketing. He's faster, deadlier, and ready to brawl. Soo-Hyun's locking onto the enemy's big three solo. Gukja's job. Just sweep up the trash. That buff juiced the whole crew, bumping everyone's abilities up a full rank. Meanwhile, panic starts brewing in Wang Do-woo's camp. The West High squad is already hitting Zone A, which means backup isn't coming. They're on their own. Dark Lord Gukja mops the floor with the grunts in record time. Now, only one obstacle stands. Rank 9 Lee Ji-hyun. Her speed stat, a solid S rank. Gukja clocks it immediately. She's way out of his league. She clawed her way up the ranks, wielding nothing but a wooden sword. But to Gukja, she's just a fawn gnawing on a stick. Doesn't matter if it's a toddler or a titan, Soo-Hyun and Gukja don't hold back. Ji-hyun snaps, telling the fat pig to shut his trap. She dares him to strike. Suddenly a shadow steps in, lecturing Ji-hyun on proper etiquette for handling invaders. Trespassers need a special kind of welcome. Enter Ju Hak-jin South High's number 8. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Changung stands there, jaw on the floor. He's watching Soo-Hyun fight and thinking, since when was he a monster? He knew the guy was grinding for XP, but this power level breaks every rule in the book. Guys who used to stomp him are now getting absolutely wrecked. Wang Do-woo, ignoring the red flags, charges in. Ping side quest revenge. Objective crush Wang Do-woo. Reward 1 gold card. Changung steps up to assist, but Soo-Hyun waves him off. He's tanking Do-woo's hits like they're nothing, leaving the big guy completely rattled. Yesterday's weakling is today's nightmare. Then Soo-Hyun triggers exceed limits, and the atmosphere shifts. Do-woo gets hoisted into the air effortlessly. Soo-Hyun's strength just crossed the threshold into S-rank territory. Do-woo recognizes this pressure. It's the same overwhelming force he feels from the boss Kang-sok. Quest complete, gold card secured. Do-woo is lying there, mind broken, unable to process the power gap. How does someone get this buff this fast? For the first time, Do-woo thinks Kang-sok might actually lose his crown. Zone B is secured. Time to radio, Gukja in Zone A. Changung is still reeling, trying to do the math on Soo-Hyun's evolution. Unifying Gangbook isn't just a dream anymore. But the phone just rings and rings. Soo-Hyun's gut feeling turns dark. Lee Hyundong pulls up to zone, a face pale. Soo-Hyun goes dead silent as Hyundong drops the bomb. Gukja got hit. Hard. The freshmen with him were butchered, slashed up by what looks like metal knuckles or batons. It wasn't the kendo girl. It was Ju Hak-jin, the guy notorious for fighting dirty and loving every second of it. Even his own boss can't stand him. Nobody saw this coming, not even the strategist. And Gukja, he's in bad shape. Hak-jin didn't just win. He tried to end him. As the rage builds, Soo-Hyun flashes back to the days he was the punching bag. All he did was ask for his tablet back. The bully laughed, raised a fist, and prepared to deliver another beatdown, until Gukja stepped in, handing over his own device to save a stranger. That act of kindness turned the bully's sights on him instead. The bullies made it clear, hang out with these losers, and you die too. Soo-Hyun couldn't grasp why anyone would take a hit for him. Gukja just smiled through the bruise. Because I want to be your friend. That was the day young Gukja changed everything. Back in the present, Soo-Hyun's voice is ice cold. Get them to the hospital. He's not leaving. He's going hunting inside South High. Ji-hyun confronts Hak-jin. Was the bloodbath necessary? A simple scare tactic would have sent them packing. Hak-jin sneers. He believes in trauma. Break them so bad, they never even think about crossing the line again. Kang-sok usually hates the gore, but a win is a win. He gives the nod, and Hak-jin finally feels that sweet validation. He's basking in the glory when a terrified scout bursts in. Bad news, West High is hitting us. Again. Ranks 13 and 15. Unconscious. Kang-sok assumes it's their ace Gu Ha-jin, but the scout shakes his head. It's Kim Soo-Hyun. He's solo. He just cleared 3 zones single-handedly and is beelining for HQ. The scout is shaking. He doesn't know what kind of demon-possessed Soo-Hyun, but nobody can slow him down. We kicked the Hornet's Nest boss. Kang-sok frowns. Since when was Kim Soo-Hyun a top-tier threat? Ji-hyun grabs her sword. She didn't get to finish her workout earlier. But Hak-jin, this is his mess. He wants the kill. Besides, he loves breaking guys who fight with their hearts on their sleeves. Meanwhile, Jang Ji-hyuk gets the intel. Soo-Hyun went into the lion's den alone. Ji-hyuk is floored. Why the hell did nobody stop him? Then it hits him. The weight of leadership. The volatile variables you can't control. Hyundong just shakes his head. He couldn't stop him. He's never seen the boss with that kind of murder in his eyes before. Back in the day, Kim Soo-Hyun lived with a massive target on his back. The bullies didn't need a valid reason. They just wanted a cruel power trip. They would force him into degrading poses until the final bell rang, shredding his dignity in front of the whole class. Gil-do got dragged into the nightmare simply for having Soo-Hyun's back. The tormentors loved getting a 2-for-1 special on their victims. With the whole school watching, Soo-Hyun froze in panic. That's when Gil-do whispered the harsh truth. Better to run and take a beating than stay here and let them frame us as perverts. Long before the system awakened, the only thing keeping Soo-Hyun from quitting wasn't his parents or the useless teachers. It was Gil-do. That friendship was the only shield he had in that hellhole of a school. He survived because of him. So now standing amidst the wreckage, Soo-hyun demands one thing from the South High crowd. Where the hell is Ju Hak-jong? Suddenly a shaky voice cuts through the tension. I know. A terrified student steps forward from the mob. He starts spilling the info, but before Soo-hyun can get the location, a fist loaded with brass knuckles comes flying out of nowhere. Bam! It stops inches from Soo-hyun's face. The attacker reveals himself. It's Ju Hak-jong, grinning like a maniac. You absolute moron. Hunting me down and you don't even know my face. Hak-jong realizes exactly why Soo-hyun stormed into enemy territory. He knows this rampage is for Gil-do. Oh, I wrecked that kid, he taunts. That chubby loser still tried to act tough, so I beat him senseless. Hak-jong leans in, twisting the knife. He was on his knees begging me to stop. Squealing like a stuck pig. Now it's your turn. But Soo-hyun isn't buying the psychological warfare. Cut the crap. Gil-do wouldn't give trash like you the satisfaction. He didn't break back then, and he didn't break now. Hak-jong snaps, furious that his mind games failed. He launches a desperate haymaker, but he just messed with the wrong guy. See, after dropping Wang Dongwu, the system rewarded Soo-hyun with a gold card. It unlocked a game-changing ability. Berserker mode, 0 pain. Limitless rage. Duration, 2 minutes. The price, a total blackout when the clock hits 0. And he just flipped the switch. Hak-jong tries to follow up, but Soo-hyun clamps a hand over his face, fingers digging dangerously close to his eyes. Listen up. For the next 2 minutes, you are my personal punching bag. Hak-jong screams as the pressure on his eyes becomes unbearable. Soo-hyun unloads a brutal Taekyon knee strike followed instantly by a knife hand chop to the throat. Those 2 hits ended the fight, but the punishment, that's just starting. Soo-hyun rains down blows for a full 120 seconds. Only when the skill timer hits 0 does he stop. Panting, he delivers a chilling promise. Touch Gil, do again, and I end you. Then, lights out. He collapses just as the South High cavalry swarms in. Back at HQ, West High loses his signal. Chung Il-chan panics, wanting to rush in, but strategist Jung Ji-hyuk holds the line. He knows the score. Soo-hyun is deep in the lion's den, surrounded by elites. Sending average fighters now would just be feeding them to the wolves. Ji-hyuk already played his ace card. He sent the only monster in West High capable of walking into that fire, and walking out alive. Scene shifts Lee Sung-min south. High's rank 7 stares down the intruder. Who do you think you are, Dynasty Warriors? Dragging a corpse while fighting us. Standing there is Gu Ha-jun, West High's rank 3. He gently sets the unconscious Soo-hyun down. It's Ha-jun versus the entire South High army. But just as the brawl kicks off, Sung-min gets a notification. His face drops, and he immediately bolts for South High HQ. Kang Seok is baffled. I thought you were crushing Ha-jun. What are you doing here? My boys are handling Ha-jun Sung-min pants, but I got intel that East High is raiding us. Kang Seok shakes his head. East High hasn't moved an inch. The realization hits them like a truck. They fell for a classic West High bait and switch. It was a diversion to buy Soo-hyun and Ha-jun a window to escape. Meanwhile, back at West High, Chan Il-chan is still begging for reinforcements, but Ji-hyuk stays cool. You don't move an army on a whim. That fake tip about East High, Ji-hyuk planted it. Now, it's all up to execution. All he can do is pray Ha-jun makes it back. Back at South High Kang, Sok knows the window is closing. He barks orders. Send every heavy hitter to the West High route. Cut them off. Today, we wipe West High off the map. Ranks 14 and 16 rush to the front lines. A tsunami of enemies crashes toward Gu Ha-jun. As he fights, a thought nags him. Why am I putting my neck on the line for this guy? He can't pinpoint when they became friends. To him, Soo-hyun was just some weird, funny kid with magnetic energy. Yet here he is, fighting to protect someone for the first time in his life. He roars at the mob, come and get some, all of you. But the mob isn't stupid, they target the unconscious body. A wooden bat swings viciously toward Soo-hyun's head. Ha-jun doesn't think he dives. He shields Soo-hyun with his own back, gritting his teeth as the wood splinters against his spine. Inside West High, Lee Hyun-dong is spiraling. Why is backup taking forever? He knows the score if Kang Sok steps into the ring. Gu Ha-jun is toast. Hyun-dong starts second-guessing everything. Does the strategist have a secret ace up his sleeve? Nope. Jung Ji-hyuk is officially out of plays. They're betting the house on Gu Ha-jun's raw power. Meanwhile, Chung Il-chang is itching to move. He wants to play bait using his insane speed to scatter South High's goons and buy some time. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Every head turns. It's Gu Ha-jun, battered, bloody, and dragging Kim Soo-hyun like a sack of potatoes. He barely crosses the threshold into West High before his lights go out. The guy literally soloed his way through hell and made it back. Kang Sok slipped up. He treated Gu Ha-jun like a stepping stone and got burned. But the nightmare isn't over. Kang Sok sees an opening. With West's heavy hitters down for the count, he's ready to seize the school right now. Gangbuk West is basically an open vault. But just as he's about to strike, a lackey rushes in with urgent intel. Gangbook East High is on the warpath. This isn't a drill. Han Jae-ha figures he can snack on West High whenever he wants, so he's aiming for the big fish South High. While Kang Sok was distracted, East High was already making moves on the chessboard. If Kang Sok pushes into West now, his own headquarters gets torched. He roars in frustration. Han Jae-ha, you moron. Cut to Kim Soo-hyun snapping awake in his own bed. Safe. He makes a mental note to worship Gu Ha-jun later. He can't believe how much chaos went down in 24 hours. His battery is on 0, and he passes out instantly. But then, something weird happens. The copy cloud activates on its own. That card festival upgrade gave it a mind of its own. Now the cloud is moving with its own agency. Soo-hyun senses a presence and snaps his eyes open. He spots his annoying sister lurking in the dark. Yo, he whispers. What's with the midnight creep? You jerk. But Soo-hyun's mind races. Did South High hire his sister to assassinate him? That's when. He spots the telltale cloud brand on her neck. Hold up. He didn't summon this. How is the cloud manifesting solo? The clone speaks. Brother Soo-hyun is shook. Since when can this thing talk? Suddenly Mom's footsteps approach. Ready to bust them. Panic mode activates. Soo-hyun yells out that he's just watching YouTube videos to cover the noise. Realizing the copy cloud is now sentient is stressful enough, but did it have to copy his sister of all people? He shushes the clone. If two identical Dahyuns start walking around, reality is going to glitch. Plus, the cloud was posing as Il-chong's double. If Gangbuk North finds out their spy is actually Soo-hyun, they'll tear him to shreds. He orders the cloud to stay put until he figures out this doppelganger mess. But little cloud refuses to despawn. It's too stuffy in there, it complains. That hits Soo-hyun hard. He never thought about the void where the cloud lives. It's probably nothing but infinite darkness. Soo-hyun makes a deal. New rule, he'll summon little cloud for recess 5 hours max every single day. They'll slap a hat on a disguise and go explore the world. We good, he asks. We good, the cloud nods. Soo-hyun spends the rest of the night lecturing it on how to act human. Next morning, Gildo takes one look at Soo-hyun's zombie face and knows he pulled another all-nighter. Soo-hyun blinks. You alive, Gildo flexes. My muscles protected the bones. I'm invincible. But then he clutches his chest. My heart, though, it's wounded. His heart is beating, but it feels like it belongs to someone else. The big guy has officially caught feelings. Miracle of miracles. Bake Charon is on time today. Soo-hyun glances her way, and wham, the master please. Skill triggers a phantom slap. He's baffled. I didn't even do anything. Why am I getting punished? Seriously, what is her deal today? Turns out Charon's friends spilled the tea at lunch. She had a spicy dream about dating Soo-hyun, complete with skinship. Now she can't look at him without blushing. Even a guy she was lukewarm about is now living rent-free in her head. Soo-hyun ignores the vibes and piles food on Gu Ha-jun's tray. Gotta feed the MVP. Meanwhile, Kang Sok is assembling the Avengers of Gangbuk South High. He's got Moon Chong-yu, Oh Jin-soo, the number 5 and 6 ranked fighters, plus heavy hitters, Jong Byom-sung at rank 3 and Ra Gi-yong at rank 2. With the Gangbuk summit looming, he needs his elite squad locked and loaded. The mission, hunt down Kim Soo-hyun. After school, the walk home is awkward as hell. Soo-hyun is stuck walking with Bake Charon. She's acting super weird, and he has zero clue what his crime is. So he doesn't know if he should apologize or run. He keeps pestering her for answers until she snaps. Ready to tell him to get lost when whoosh, a basketball missiles straight at his face. Kim Soo-hyun, reflexes kicking in, he swats the incoming basketball out of the air. His mind races. What were you about to confess, Soo-hyun? He barks a warning at the kids to watch their aim. After a beat of hesitation, Charon shoots her shot, asking to grab some food together. But Soo-hyun shuts it down. He's booked. He gestures to the new arrival. Meet my sister's friend. We've got a lunch date, he explains. Charon squints, finding Soha vaguely familiar before dropping the bomb. So what are you two exactly? With Charon staring daggers, Soha smirks and drops a nuke. We're close enough to have sleepovers at each other's places. Soo-hyun goes into damage control mode. She's capping. I crashed at her place literally one time. Not to be outdone, Charon fires back, claiming she and Soo-hyun are on a whole other level, the kissing kind. Soo-hyun looks ready to faint. Why is everyone being so extra? That was an accidental indirect kiss. Soha just smiles, victorious. Well, I've got plans with him now. Sorry, gotta run. Charon tries to invite herself along, but Soha cuts her off cold. Why would you come? His sister is waiting. We're childhood besties, so this is just a standard family hang. Soha senses the weird vibes. Normal friends don't act this pressed. She confronts her. You're crushing on Soo-hyun, aren't you? Charon turns icy. I just hate your trash attitude. Whatever you do is none of my business. She spins on her heel and stomps home solo. Safely in her room, she starts ranting to her bestie about that psycho woman. But her friend isn't buying the victim act. She pushes Charon to get real about her emotions. Forget right now, the friend asks. How would you feel if Soha and Soo-hyun actually started dating? The friend thinks Charon is clueless about her own heart. Flustered and furious, Charon snaps, telling her friend to quit playing mind reader. Did I hit a nerve? The friend bursts out laughing. Charon grits her teeth, totally roasted. She's left spiraling. Does she actually like him? Cut to the next day, Soo-hyun assembles the core fighters of Gangbook West High. The lineup is stacked. Ji-hyuk at rank 6, Il-jun at 5, Hyun-dong at 4, and Gukja holding down the number 2 spot. And of course the pretty boy brawler Ha-jun at rank 3. Soo-hyun addresses the squad. Today the Gangbook conference returns. Every major boss will be present. If the stars align, we might even catch a glimpse of the North High leader. Soo-hyun passes the mic to their tactician. Ji-hyuk notes that the last meeting was basically just a glorified meet and greet. But this time is different, he grins, because now you have me. He lays out the game plan. West High has one mission: lock down an alliance with Han Jae-ha of East High. The beef with South High is still heating up. Sure, Ha-jun is keeping East High in check, but that's draining our resources. If we sweeten the pot enough to get Jae-ha on our side, South High won't stand a chance against our combined might. This ends with Kang Sok's total defeat. Soo-hyun commands the crew to burn the strategist's words into their brains. It's go time. The crew rolls out to the venue where Gangbook South High has already set up shop. Jae-ha puts on a friendly mask, asking about his health. But Kang Sok cuts through the pleasantries immediately. Where's my apology? He hasn't forgotten the turf East High snatched. It was the perfect opening to crush Soo-hyun and Ha-jun. But that snake Jae-ha didn't just bail. He backstabbed Kang Sok with an ambush. Jae-ha shrugs it off. Leave your feelings at the door. This is the conference. He suggests Kang Sok play nice. After all, East High holds the cards right now. Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps echoes through the hall. Enter Gangbook West High. Jae-ha scans Soo-hyun's crew, his eyebrows shooting up in genuine surprise. His lackey is confused, but the math is simple. Not long ago, West High was a pathetic 3-man team. Now they've doubled to 6, and every single one of them looks like a killer. It'd be weird not to be shocked. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun keeps his face stone cold, staring straight ahead. He locks eyes with Kang Sok, who's glaring down from his perch. Jae-ha sighs. The air is so thick, you could cut it. This is gonna be fun. Then, in a twist, Kang Sok steps up and offers Soo-hyun a handshake. It's the code of the streets. Check your beef at the door when you step into the conference. No brawling allowed. I'm just here to chat, Kang Sok claims. Soo-hyun mirrors the move, gripping his hand. Past blood is forgotten for now. Kang Sok pivots to Jae-ha, extending the offer. You in. Jae-ha isn't buying it. What kind of scam is this? Kang Sok remains eerily calm. I'm being sincere, and you're being a jerk. But it's all an act. South High's strategist Beom-sung had cooked up a scheme. The plan to crush both West and East started with a smile, extend a fake olive branch to Jae-ha and Soo-hyun. Pride is a luxury we can't afford right now. South High has a target on its back, and we are being watched from all sides. If West and East High decide to coordinate a pincer movement, we are completely finished. So, Jung Beom-sang drops a curveball strategy, propose a truce. Kang Sok needs to convince Han Jae-ha and Kim Soo-hyun to stop the infighting. The pitch: unite all 3 crews and march on the real enemy Gangbook North High. Kang Sok freezes disbelief, written all over his face. Jung Beom-sang, are you actually insane? Even with our forces combined, North High would crush us. Is this a suicide mission? Beom-sang smirks and explains. It is nothing but a smokescreen. A little bait to make Han Jae-ha and Kim Soo-hyun lower their shields. While they are distracted by the North High fantasy, South High's hit squads will move in the shadows. Take out the kings and their kingdoms fall. Without their leaders, East and West become easy pickings. In a war defined by raw power, there is no such thing as fighting dirty. The only crime is being naive enough to play fair. Kang Sok wraps up his performance laying the trap. He looks to the rival leaders for a response. Kim Soo-hyun doesn't even blink. Access denied. Jung Ji-hyuk had already predicted this. He knew South High would get desperate enough to swallow their pride. He warned that any truce offer would be 100% bogus. A trap wrapped in a handshake. Besides, West High's agenda at this conference is crystal clear. Kim Soo-hyun cuts through the tension. My strategist predicted you would try a sneak attack. And obviously I roll with West High's brain. Isn't that right, strategist Jung Beom-sang? The South High mastermind flinches. He didn't expect to be read like an open book. Soo-hyun ignores the boss and talks straight to the puppeteer. Meanwhile, Han Jae-ha is totally lost. Leave your feelings at the door. Jae-ha assumes Soo-hyun is just here to pick another fight with him. But Soo-hyun flips the script. He extends a hand, not a fist. West High is officially proposing an alliance with Gangbook East. The goal: crush South High together. Han Jae-ha scoffs, his signature smirk appearing. Why would I team up with you? I could wipe out both West and South High solo. Besides, Kang Sok and I go way back to middle school. If I am picking a partner, I am sticking with Little Sok. Definitely not some stranger like Kim Soo-hyun. Right, wrong. He is absolutely teaming up with Soo-hyun. Jae-ha has a toxic history with Little Sok, and he wants the pleasure of ending him personally. But this team-up, It is going to cost a bit. Kang Sok watches the betrayal in silence. He saw this coming a mile away. Then the sound of heavy footsteps echoes. Suddenly, East and West High find themselves completely surrounded by the South High army. Kang Sok knows dragging this out is risky. It is time to end the conversation and start the violence. Lee Hyun-dong screams in rage. No fighting at the Gongbuk conference. It is the one unwritten rule. Aren't you afraid of karma? But before he can finish his sentence, a South High fist comes flying. A haymaker flies in, but wham! Someone from West High steps up and catches the fist cold. West High's number 3, Gu Hajun steps into the light. Been a hot minute. South High's number 2. Na Yu-gyum, you convict. Jung Ji-hyuk is shook. He never saw this ambush crashing the Gongbuk conference. Kang Sok grins at Kim Soo-hyun like a predator. What's the play, huh? We're rolling deep today. South High is hell-bent on crushing both West and East. Han Jae-ha just sighs, totally done with this. These scrubs actually think they can touch East High. Bam. Every hit drops a body. Kim Soo-hyun watches closely, realizing Jae-ha leveled up big time. Jae-ha barks at him. You gonna pose or fight if West High's boss doesn't throw hands, you'll look like a joke. Ding system alert main quest. Escape the conference with Han Jae-ha. Prize 1 gold card. It's the debut brawl for the West-East Alliance, but the enemy numbers are insane. Fightin' isn't an option, they gotta bail. Nearest safe zone Jae-ha's turf East High. If they can punch through South's blockade and hit home turf, Jae-ha's crew will have their backs. Jae-ha takes point to carve a path, but facing this mob, he goes for a dirty play. He grabs 2 of his own goons and wham, kicks them straight at Kang Sok like human projectiles. Soo-hyun is stunned. This psycho Jae-ha uses his own boys as bait, but out on the street, it's a trap. South High swarms them again. It's a tidal wave of enemies. This is gonna get ugly. Blur Jae-ha disappears. He reappears midair, slamming a supersonic kick into Wang Donggu's skull. Soo-hyun's buffed up, sure, but he can't match Jae-ha's sheer ferocity right now. The guy's a total beast. Thank God he's an ally today. Jae-ha glances back, confused. Soo-hyun, you just gonna spectate? Whoosh, Soo-hyun vanishes, leaving just a blur. Jae-ha's eyes widen. He literally couldn't track Soo-hyun's speed. This vibe is totally new, and leagues above their last duel. Soo-hyun evolved. Jae-ha realizes once this team-up is over, he's got a nightmare opponent. Soo-hyun shouts orders. Listen up, we're losing ground. We can't win this together. Scatter. Meet back at West High HQ. Gukja's sprinting for his life but brakes hard. Why? A stray kitten meowing on the curb. He can't ignore a cat. But bam, agony explodes through his body. It's Lee Ji-hyun, South High's number 9. She caught him lacking. Taken out by a girl. Could be worse. Thinking it's lights out, Gukja shoots his shot. Hey beautiful, got a name. Suddenly, the kitty lunges at Ji-hyun. She trips, but Gukja catches her in a smooth romance movie dip. He smirks. Thought you were flawless, but looks like you slipped. You really are a bad kitty. Meanwhile, Jae-ha and Soo-hyun finally break free. They've crossed the line into East High turf. Ding quest complete. The prize. A gold card with a skill called Exchange. Soo-hyun stares at it, totally confused. Just then, the speedster Chung Il-jun zooms in. He reports the squad is safe and en route to the West High rendezvous point. But then it hits them like a truck. The strategist, Jang Ji-hyuk. The guy who gets winded playing chess. Cut to Ji-hyuk surrounded by goons, sweating buckets. Kang Sok gets the call they bagged West High's brain. Jung Beom-sang points out, that's the snake who's been ruining us. We gotta end him. Take him out, now. Kang Sok sees red. He wants to kill himself. Hold him down, he barks. Snap his ACL first. Ji-hyuk sighs, resigning to fate. Game over before I even started. A fist flies at him, then stops midair. Back at base, Soo-hyun makes a tough call. He wanted this card for himself, but he activates Exchange. It swaps 2 allies' stats for 3 minutes. He trades Hajun's power into Ji-hyuk's body. Ji-hyuk blinks. Am I dreaming? He feels weirdly jacked. Shoot, maybe I should just conquer Gangbuk solo. Raw power floods his veins. His heart pounds like a war drum. The South High thugs gasp. The hell? Since when is the nerd buff Ji-hyuk cracks his knuckles? Relax. I'll wreck you guys then. Kang Sok is next. Kim Soo-hyun cuts the drama short. The timer hit 0. Quit flexing, we need to ghost right now. And you owe Gu Hajun an apology. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun glares at Gukja's chubby frame, deciding to permanently mute him. She prepares to end his whole career. But hiss, the kitten goes on the offensive. Ji-hyun freezes. Looks like the tough girl's kryptonite is cats. Guess today isn't the day for a boss fight. Gukja sighs heavily, channeling main character energy. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Ji-hyun snaps. You, fleeing coward. Gukja pauses, dropping the ultimate cringe line. Running girl, I already surrendered my heart to you. How could you say I'm running? Back at Gangbuk South High, the minions are stressing, telling their boss he nearly fumbled the bag. They think Han Jae-ha got lazy, bringing a skeleton crew to the summit and nearly causing a total wipeout. Jaeha smirks at his confused underling. You think I brought a small squad by accident? He read Kang Sok like an open book. He knew Kang Sok would try a sneak attack. Why? Because Sok is all aggro zero strategy. He's the type to rage quit logic when he's mad. The underling is still lost. So, why leave us outnumbered, boss? Jaeha moves pawns to take kings. To crush Soo-hyun and Jaeha Kang, Sok emptied his entire base to rush the conference, which means Gangbuk South High is currently wide open. Jaeha's East High main force is already steamrolling their turf. The minions gasp, boss. You're playing 4D chess, but even a genius like Jaeha miscalculated one variable. He didn't expect that monster to be at the summit. Gangbuk South's number 2, the convict, Na Yu-gyom. Back at the rendezvous, Gukja finally drifts in. Soo-hyun mocks him. Surprised you can move that fast with all that bulk. You hurt Gukja. Stares into the distance. I left my heart on the battlefield. Gu Hajun and Lee Hyun-dong should be arriving any second to wrap this chaos up. Suddenly, a battered Lee Hyun-dong is tossed in front of them like a rag doll, and the man delivering the body is none other than South High's number 2, Na Yu-gyom. The East High grunts whisper terrified. Who is this guy? What's his deal? Jaeha clarifies the guy's fresh out of juvie. And he isn't number 2 because he's weaker than Kang Sok. He's number 2 simply by rank. His power rivals the boss himself. The West High squad foolishly rushes Yu-gyom all at once. Disastrous move. Gukja gets shut down before he can even load up an attack. Jang Ji-hyuk, one-shotted instantly. Even the tank Chon Tae-ho gets folded by a massive impact. He's shook. How does a human hit this hard? But he refuses to stay down. Tae-ho trusts his speed, weaving in, but his hits bounce off like he's punching steel. Then Wam Yu-gyom lands a devastating kick. Against Na Yu-gyom, resistance is futile. Soo-hyun steps in, catching Tae-ho before he hits the pavement. His voice drops an octave. You criminal. Beating on women now, ding the system interface flashes. Side quest unlocked. Defeat Na Yu-gyom. The loot 1 gold card. Yu-gyom stays silent, staring him down. Soo-hyun decides to force a conversation with his fists. He triggers the boxing slip skill to weave past a punch. The speed catches Yu-gyom off guard, but he counters instantly with a leg kick that breaks the sound barrier. Crack Soo-hyun feels like his shin just shattered. He realizes he needs to clap back immediately or it's over, but the pressure is insane. Soo-hyun can't even find his rhythm. He hits the dirt looking absolutely cooked. Yu-gyom steps in for the kill. Soo-hyun waits for the pixel-perfect moment and lands a counter just as Yu-gyom recoils. He pops a Restore Stamina card, refilling his HP bar instantly. But internally, he's panic sweating. South High actually has a raid boss like this. Yu-gyom doesn't chat. He just spams high-damage kicks. But suddenly, the stone-cold killer flinches. Soo-hyun switches his stance, something unrecognizable. He unleashes double wind through ears. Soo-hyun knows he has to keep the combo chain going. Don't let him breathe. The cheat code of the ancient art Taekyon is its obscurity. Nobody knows the moveset. Soo-hyun exploits that data gap, landing critical hits. Time to go all in. He activates Exceed Limit. Yu-gyom has S-rank endurance, same as the previous boss Yang Chonhak. If Soo-hyun could break Cheonhak, he can break this guy. He triggers the Rise skill, launching into the air. He executes Heaven's Descent, dropping 156 kilograms of pure destruction. But the impact feels wrong. Yu-gyom dodged. The nuke only clipped his arm. Soo-hyun's blood runs cold. This guy is faster than Chonhak. Soo-hyun got cocky, and now he's exposed. He has no choice but to burn his second Restore card. Meanwhile, Kang Sok gets a phone call amidst the chaos. He bursts out laughing at the voice on the other end. It's Soo-hyun chanting, I can still fight. He's holding the Berserker card. It's a gamble 2 minutes of God mode, followed by a guaranteed coma. On the phone, Kang Sok barks an order to Yu-gyom. Just as they're trying to drag Kim Soo-hyun back, disaster strikes. A scout rushes in with the 411 Gangbuk East High is on the offensive. Over at South High HQ, Jung Beom-sung actually looks impressed. Classic Han Jaeha, he smirks. He saw right through our game plan. Doesn't matter. Kang Sok barks the order, take out Kim Soo-hyun now. But the line goes dead silent. Na Yu-gyom isn't responding. Yo, what's the holdup? Kang Sok demands. The answer stands right in front of Yu-gyom. It's Gangbuk West's number 3. Gu Hajun enters the chat. Before his power mysteriously drained away, but now he's recharged and itching for a run back against Na Yu-gyom. Kang Sok shifts gears. He wants Hajun's head on a platter. But the brain of the operation steps in. Jung Beom-sung hits the abort button. Yu-gyom pull back. Base is compromised. If they want to survive the East High raid, they need their heavy hitter. But Kang Sok is fuming. Letting Kim Soo-hyun slip through his fingers, he hates it. Chill boss Beom-sung assures him eyes cold. I wasn't calling the shots last time. With me involved, Soo-hyun is ours whenever we want him. Back at the crib, Lee Hyun-dong is spiraling. He took the L without even throwing a punch. The frustration boils over. He needs power, and he needs it yesterday. Ping. The system rubs salt in the wound. Side quest failed. Defeat Na Yugyum. The only silver lining. No penalties for this failure. Small mercies. Reality check time. Soo-hyun stares at the ceiling. He just got clapped by South High's number 2. The gap is massive. Imposter syndrome hits hard. Can I actually unify Gangbook? He considers going rogue, sneaking into North High turf with a mask to grind some XP. Just as he's plotting his vigilante arc, the system interrupts with a new notification. Training quest unlocked. Finally a path to power. The objective: force an awakening in crew members with potential rank A or higher. The rewards look juicy. It's time to level up the squad. There's just one tiny problem. Soo-hyun has zero clue how to trigger it. He remembers Hyundong awakened after getting absolutely wrecked. An F-rank scrub turned into a beast just from awakening. It blew Soo-hyun's mind. Imagine the potential for the others. Even Little Cloud is useless here. And thanks to his new reading hobby, the Cloud guy is talking like he's in a Shakespeare play. Full-on royalty vibes. But Soo-hyun cuts him off with a solid reminder. Next time you morph into Gu Ha-jun, try not to nap on the job. Yeah, still better than dealing with Kim Da-hyun. Soo-hyun drifts off wondering, can I awaken too? Cut to the next day classroom shuffle. Fate plays a funny game. He's paired up with Baek Charon. The vibes are icy. Soo-hyun panics internally. Is she mad? Does sitting next to me gross her out? Truth is, Charon is losing it. She's terrified he'll figure out her crush. She's in full panic mode. She can't even make eye contact. Soo-hyun glances over and spots a nasty bug bite on her hand. Without thinking, he presses a fingernail into it. Charon flinches. What the hell? Why are you touching me? Just making an X to stop the itch, he explains innocently. Classic move. Her lips say stop, but she doesn't pull away. She's paralyzed, letting him do it. The chemistry is confusing her. School's out. West High's top brass gathers for a war council. Jang Ji-hyuk breaks down the intel. Kang Sok split his army. He's holding the east front with Lee Ji-hyun to check East High. The west flank, that's Na Yu-gyom and Beom-sang's turf. Before they can take a shot at the king, they have to go through the tactician. And that means clashing with Yu-gyom. Suddenly, the meeting is crashed by Kim Da-hyun. She's on the warpath because Soo-hyun raided her wallet again. Seriously, Soo-hyun groans. It was for the crew, necessary expenses. Jang Ji-hyuk watches the sibling drama and realizes, oh, that's the little sister. Soo-hyun tries to shoo her away, but Da-hyun freezes. She spots someone. Her jaw drops. Who is that? Why is a goddess hanging out in this dump? She turns back to her brother. Pay me back or else. Just then, Hyundong interrupts. Boss, we got visitors. Cut to the scene. Soo-hyun steps onto South High turf. It's a defectors party. Several schools under South's thumb are begging to flip sides to West High. South High is sinking, but the real deal breaker, the cash. Kang Sok bleeds them dry with monthly tribute payments. They're broke. West High is looking like paradise since Soo-hyun doesn't tax his allies. It's free real estate. Why would Soo-hyun say no? He lowers his guard. Big mistake. It's a trap. South High goons pop out with steel pipes. Min Chang-gyu flies in with a cheap shot kick. Just as Ji-hyuk predicted, they almost walked right into the meat grinder. But Seong-haru blurs into action, Sistema style. Haru lands smoothly. You good boss, Soo-hyun smirks. Not a scratch. He knows exactly what needs to happen next. Jung Beom-sung has his fingerprints all over this ambush. That snake is crafty. Suddenly, a massive wave of South High goons steps out from the darkness. But instead of panicking, Kim Soo-hyun wants to send Beom-sang a thank you card. Why? Because the system just dropped a tasty side quest. Wipe out every single South High thug, and he scores a shiny gold card. It's basically free XP walking right up to his doorstep. Now, Soo-hyun is juggling 2 quests at once. These South High clowns clearly didn't get the memo about who they're messing with today. He's hell-bent on forcing an awakening for both Gukja and Seong-haru. Meanwhile, lurking in the background, Jung Beom-sung gets a ring from the boss Kang Sok. Sok handed him control of the West, so he's checking in for a sit rep. He wants to know if Soo-hyun is in the bag yet. But this brawl, this is just the appetizer for Beom-sang. They're about to serve up the main course. Beom-sang dug up some dirt. Gangbuk West's leader isn't a lone wolf. He's got a little sister Kim Da-hyun. Back on the battlefield surrounded by the enemy mob, Gukja strikes a, let's call it a seductive pose, with that massive frame. The South High guys are instantly repulsed. Gukja doubles down. My heart has already left this world. The enemies are actually impressed. Truly worthy of the title Dark Lord. Beneath that goofy heavy exterior hides terrifying power. Gukja glares coldly. Time to wrap this up. Suddenly, Smack Soo-hyun slaps him right on the rear. Gukja gives him the saddest puppy dog eyes. Soo-hyun waves him off. Focus on the fight. You wanna awaken. Just say the word. Seong-haru is tearing it up nearby. He's desperate for power. He refuses to take another L. He's sworn to take down Ryu Sik-young with his own hands. He needs stronger opponents right now. Right on cue, WHACK Soo-hyun delivers a firm slap to Haru's backside too. Haru turns around, looking betrayed. What was that for? Soo-hyun ignores him, puzzled. Why aren't they awakening? There must be a trigger he's missing. By now, every South High-goon is kissing the pavement. Soo-hyun lets out a heavy sigh. Total victory, but 0 awakenings. At least the skill from that new gold card is decent. Cut to a week of exhaustion later. Kim Da-hyun is already nagging him. Look at the family parasite glued to the TV. Soo-hyun fires back. You're the parasite, draining mom and dad's hard-earned cash. On streaming gear and wasting bandwidth, Da-hyun snaps. Don't bully your big sis. She demands some respect. Cause she just got a collab invite from the Kim Min-young, that 19-year-old streamer who blew up overnight. She wants Da-hyun on her stream this weekend. Soo-hyun looks bored out of his mind, so Da-hyun swears once she makes it big, she's cutting ties with her loser brother. Soo-hyun smirks. Good luck. I'll be there to expose what a psycho you really are. Streaming day rolls around. Kim Min-young smiles at the camera. Hey guys, BRB, let's take a quick break. The chat is brutal. They think Da-hyun is total eye candy but has the personality of a rock. Min-young kills the feed with a smile. Da-hyun is mortified. She apologizes profusely. She froze up, couldn't talk, and totally killed the vibe. Min-young waves it off, acting super sweet. Don't sweat it. They're just here to stare at pretty faces anyway. Rookie mistake. You'll get the hang of reading the room. Da-hyun hesitates, then asks for a tiny favor. She wants to bring her squad. If her friends are there, she won't be so stiff. Min-young shrugs. Bring 'em. As long as they're hot, it works. I gotta run an errand, be right back. Outside, Min-young immediately dials Jung Beom-sang. Her sweet mask drops. She thinks Da-hyun is a total gullible idiot. Once she gets close to Da-hyun tomorrow, the trap springs. Gungbuk South High is already moving pieces into place. South High's number 4 Oh Jin-soo shows up with a special package. The plan tomorrow post-stream. Min-young drags her here for a celebration party, gets her tipsy, and then slips her some hardcore addictive substances. Once she's hooked and out of her mind, Beom-sang uses her as the ultimate leverage against Kim Soo-hyun. No troops lost. And they scoop up Gangbuk West and a new customer base. Back at the studio, Da-hyun's friends arrive. First up, Yang So-ha. And the second guest, surprisingly, it's Seong Haru. He looks confused. Flashback to 2 days ago after school. Da-hyun cornered Haru, begging to be friends, and they swapped digits. Since she's the boss's sister, Haru played along. But Da-hyun just thought he was too pretty not to film, so she demanded he show up for the stream. Haru is still trying to figure out why he agreed. Suddenly, Soo-hyun is dead asleep when a massive alert wakes him up. Main quest rescue, Kim Da-hyun. Reward a freaking platinum card. Meanwhile, North High's number 20 Young Chon-hak is panicking because his sister isn't picking up. Neither guy knows the hellstorm brewing. The next morning, Soo-hyun calls his sister. She sounds totally fine. Just prepping at Min-young's place. Soo-hyun yells at her to quit the nonsense and get home as soon as possible, but Kim Da-hyun locked in that promise to go live tonight. Kim Soo-hyun. He's chilling totally unbothered, just telling his sis to secure the bag and hook him up with a gift when she cashes out. Vibes seem chill, so Kim Soo-hyun completely whiffs on the danger, staring blankly at this cryptic system quest pop-up. After an all-day grind, the streaming duo finally kills the broadcast. Song Haru is standing there like, why am I even here? Meanwhile, Kim Min-ae is hyping them up, gassing up Kim Da-hyun about her sub count exploding over the last 2 days. You killed it, girl. Then she drops the bait. Where's the after party at? Before anyone can dip, she pushes. Let's turn up and celebrate. We've been streaming for hours. Going home now is a total flop. Kim Min-ae claims her crew is lit, and they should all link up. Elsewhere, a reluctant Kim Soo-hyun texts Gookja with major concern. You trying to awaken, or what? The reply, a swole gym selfie. Useless. Kim Soo-hyun still has zero clue how to trigger this awakening buff. Suddenly, his phone blows up. Kim Soo-hyun freezes. How'd this clown get my digits? Jung Beom-sang mocks him. Bro, didn't you blast it on? The Gram Kim Soo-hyun snaps back. What kind of shady play is this? Faking a truce to blindside West High again. But Jung Beom-sang cuts the chatter and hits Kim Soo-hyun with a reality check. You're not rolling solo right. Your sister is out there grinding, living her best streamer life. Kim Soo-hyun's voice drops to sub-zero. Jung Beom-sang families are off limits. Don't go there. The snake laughs. Or what? If it takes down Gangbuk West, I'm doing it. Kim Soo-hyun growls. You better pray you don't try because begging won't save you. I will end you. But threats don't matter. Jung Beom-sang's trap has already sprung. Kim Da-hyun sighs. This party is mid. It's literally just people drinking. Song Haru, absolutely drained, has already dipped out. South High's Choi Chang-ju shoots a nod to Kim Min-ae. Cue the manipulation. Making cash is a grind, isn't it? She smirks, asking if Da-hyun wants to know her monthly haul. When she hears 8 million won, Kim Da-hyun's jaw hits the floor. Kim Min-ae leans in saying, she used to have zero clout too until she got lively and the views rolled in. Want the cheat code? Kim Da-hyun is hungry for that cash flow, so she nods. That's the signal. Choi Chang-ju pulls out a prepped stash. Relax, it's just aromatherapy. Vibes will be immaculate. Kim Min-a pours gas on the fire. My subs went vertical once I started using this stuff. Viewers dig that high-energy aura. She even tries to bait Seong-haru, claiming it boosts focus for studying. Choi Chang-ju thinks, this girl is a pro manipulator. She's hooked so many victims. Their weapon, fentanyl, a nightmare drug. One hit and it's game over no matter how big your brain is. Choi Chang-ju whispers, just take a slow breath. Bam! Out of nowhere, a flying kick connects with Choi Chang-ju's face. Seong-haru knows exactly what that poison is. Choi Chang-ju rages, we were at the finish line. Who is this punk? Enter Gangbook South's number 4. Oh Jin-soo, leering who's the new cutie Haru isn't talking, turns out right after the stream. Song-haru sensed the celebration was a setup, and hit up Kim Soo-hyun immediately. Kim Soo-hyun is already sprinting toward them. Now, Seong-haru's only mission is to shield the girls at all costs. Meanwhile, Gangbook West's number 2, Yang Guk-ja, tracked the sisters' location. He didn't bring a squad, charging into South High territory solo. Back at the party, Song-haru is surrounded by a mob. Defending 2 civilians means fighting with handcuffs on. He just needs to tank the damage until Kim Soo-hyun arrives. South High's heavy hitters, Oh Jin-soo and Choi Chang-ju, finally clock who they're fighting. It's Song-haru. They radio the glitch to Jong Beom-sang, but the boss isn't sweating it. He knows Kim Soo-hyun is stuck, bogged down by waves of goons stationed along the route. Clearing that trash takes time. Still, Jong Beom-sung barks orders, finish Song-haru fast. I hate wildcards. South High's number 4, Oh Jin-soo launches his attack. Seong-haru instantly feels the pressure. This guy isn't a grunt. He might not be Kang-sok level, but being number 4 implies raw power. The impact nearly crumples Seong-haru. Desperate Haru spits in Jin-soo's face to blind him. If power fails, rely on speed. Haru goes full throttle. Just one clean hit to the chin and I can flip this fight. But Choi Chang-ju smirks. Song-haru freezes in horror. His lightning-fast punch was read like a book. Oh Jin-soo unleashes a combo. Seong-haru realizes the terrifying truth. This guy is faster than me. Now that Chang Il-hyun is out of the picture, Plan A, the roofie strategy, is toast, so it's time to target the other 2 girls. They need a new way to twist Kim Soo-hyun's arm. Oh Jin-soo grabs a camera ready to snap some compromising dirt. Kim Do-hyun screams, you sick psycho. But before she can finish, she eats a heavy haymaker from Oh Jin-soo. Right at that split second, Chang Il-hyun is sprawled on the floor, totally drained. He's flashing back to that crushing despair he felt against Na Yu-gyum and the number 2 of North High, realizing that in their eyes he's nothing but total garbage. One hit, and Kim Da-hyun is out cold. Just as Oh Jin-soo prepares to creep on the next target, Kim Soo-hyun is locked in a life-or-death brawl elsewhere. Jung Beom-sang flooded the zone with goons, but a system alert flashes red. Team member Chang Il-hyun's resolve is maxed out. Suddenly, Il-hyun's potential skyrockets. It hits the level cap. Boom Chang, Il-hyun's potential is fully awakened. Instantly, his HP bar refills completely. Choi Chang-yu tells Oh Jin-soo to keep going while he takes out the trash on this side. The second he lays a finger on Il-hyun, Choi Chang-yu gets slammed face first into the concrete. Seeing his buddy drop, Oh Jin-soo pivots to attack, but thanks to the awakening, Chang Il-hyun has unlocked a shiny new S-rank skill card. It's a martial art called capoeira, and it's broken. It procs critical hits whenever the enemy is slower than the user. Chang Il-hyun starts busting out capoeira moves. Since these guys are way slower than him, every hit is a crit. Choi Chang-yu and Oh Jin-soo get absolutely wrecked in seconds. The girls thank their savior, realizing his stats are now through the roof. Just then, a minion bursts into the room, shouting that Kim Soo-hyun is breaching the perimeter. The grunt sees his 2 bosses unconscious on the floor, and stammers that the intruder is just a lost tourist. His voice goes dead silent. Kim Soo-hyun has arrived. He glares at his sister and roars, you absolute moron. Why did you ghost my calls? I am definitely snitching to mom about your drinking problem. Yang So-hwa immediately glomps onto Kim Soo-hyun, sobbing as she wails. I was so terrified. Kim Soo-hyun comforts her, saying she suffered because of his sister's mess. Il-hyun cuts in, wasn't I the one who actually got beat up? Checking out Il-hyun's new stats, Kim Soo-hyun is shook by how OP he's become. Meanwhile, the girls are ready to take a victory lap. Kim Min-yo tries to weave a sob story about it being a big mix-up, claiming she was a victim too. Kim Da-hyun isn't buying it, and feeds her a savage knuckle sandwich. Chang Il-hyun watches Kim Soo-hyun, staring into space, wondering what he's looking at. Soo-hyun senses a glitch. Why hasn't the quest clear notification popped up? Is it because the support unit mentioned in the briefing hasn't shown up yet? Or does the timer only stop when they bag the main villain, Jung Beom-sang? Problem is, Soo-hyun has zero clue where that snake is hiding. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. He tells the girls to chill out because he needs everyone for a big brain play. Deep inside a Gangbook South warehouse, Jung Beom-sang is inventorying the illicit stash. Choi Chang-yu reports in, claiming he barely escaped Kim Soo-hyun's death grip. Only Kang Seok and Jung Byung-sang know where this depot is, but Choi Chang-yu insisted he was bringing the package here. Jung Byung-sang had to leak the coordinates. And that package is the quest target herself, Kim Da-hyun. As long as they have her as leverage, they own Kim Soo-hyun. Bound in ropes, Da-hyun screams, "Get your hands off me," but a copy cloud mark flickers on her neck. Choi Chang-yu is shaking like a leaf as he apologizes, confessing he couldn't handle the torture from West High, so he had to sell out his own crew. Rewind a bit. Kim Soo-hyun had sent the girls to safety, then woke up the two captive bad guys. Even though they didn't know the boss's location, Soo-hyun had a script to squeeze it out of them. The play was simple. Fake a scenario where South High captures Da-hyun and Soo-hyun botches the rescue. Then have Choi Chang-yu call his boss, promising to deliver the hostage to a secure location. Jung Byung-sang would definitely drop a pin. Kim Soo-hyun warned them, "You get me that address, or your game ends right here." Back in the present, facing a charging Kim Soo-hyun, Jung Byung-sang just smirks like he's won the lottery. He thinks he's got Soo-hyun's sister as a pawn, but when he turns around the bound, Kim Da-hyun has vanished into thin air. As the cloud clone poofs away, Kim Soo-hyun shields Chang Il-hyun's eyes. He warned them on the phone earlier. If Jung Byung-sang dares to touch his family, he's going to beat him until he's unrecognizable. Jung Byung-sang laughs, mocking Soo-hyun for thinking he's dealing with amateurs. He smelled a rat the second he got that phone call, so he called in backup way ahead of time. Enter the Boss Raid Squad, a unit built specifically to hunt leaders. Just like the hit squad at Gangbuk East, this isn't a random mob. Jung Byung-sang handpicked these elites from every school in the district. Who knew his prep time would pay off this hard? The strategist flips the script, turning a crisis into a setup. Suddenly, the air rips open with the scream of a motorcycle. Enter Yang Chon-hak Gangbuk, North's number 20. He rolls onto the scene, voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "Who's the punk that touched Yang Soha? Step up and get wrecked." The cigarette slips right out of Byung-sang's fingers. He's totally shook. Why is a heavy hitter from the north crashing his party? Kim Soo-hyun never guessed his quest helper would be this tank Yang Cheon-hak. But hey, common enemy means instant alliance time to brawl. It's ironic the squad built specifically to raid bosses is getting absolutely dismantled by a single guy. Cheon-hak is a total unit stamina power technique. He's got it all. Byung-sang watches jaw on the floor. Number 20. No shot. How is he this overpowered? Meanwhile, Cheon-hak locks onto one specific fighter in the chaos. At first glance, he thinks it's Seong-haru North's number 30, but Cheon-hak immediately trashes that theory. Impossible. There is no way Seong-haru has this level of raw power or lightning speed. If that kid is truly a monster of this caliber, the ranking system is broken. 39th place makes zero sense. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun clashes with Jung Byung-sang. The strategist is salty. He's not just a brain. His stats are solid across the board, but Soo-hyun isn't playing fair. He activates a skill that scales directly off his enemy's power level. It's a gold card effect because the enemy's stamina is lower than the user's strength. Soo-hyun gets a buff. Boom, strength stat leveled up. Now sitting at S-grade power, Kim Soo-hyun winds up. He launches a devastating haymaker straight at Byung-sang. Promise kept. Byung-sang thought Soo-hyun was keeping his cool, but he was dead wrong. Touch his crew, and this is the demon you unleash. A few exchanges later, Jung Byung-sang is beaten into a literal pulp. Soo-hyun sighs. Man, these guys really are special forces. Even with their leader face down, the squad keeps rising like zombies. But suddenly, everyone realizes Yang Cheon-hak has vanished from his spot. Turns out Byung-sang didn't just call the raid team. The real boss battle begins now. Naeugyeom Gangbuk South's number 2 steps onto the field. Kim Soo-hyun and his partner try to rush in for backup, but the elite squad walls them off. Naeugyeom barely glances their way. Yang Cheon-hak grumbles. "What are you staring at? The party's just starting." But Cheon-hak is sweating. He senses it. This guy has equal power, but insane agility. Cheon-hak can't land a hit. The speed gap is too wide. He's forced into pure defense. A long fight means a guaranteed loss for Cheon-hak, but he's got an ace in the hole, one massive game-ending punch. Cheon-hak mutters. A real man lives for that one perfect strike. It's all or nothing now. Naeugyeom pressures him, backing him into a corner. In a speed race, Cheon-hak knows he's cooked. He only trusts one thing, his finishing move, betting his entire HP bar on this moment. Yang Cheon-hak refuses to take the L. Against a monster like Eugyeom, he'll settle for a double knockout. Then Cheon-hak freezes. Now Eugyeom just sits back up like nothing happened. Cheon-hak lets out a defeated sigh. Greedy bastard. Speed, strength, and stamina. The reason Eugyeom never looked worried was pure absolute confidence. With the elite squad finally down for the count, Kim Soo-hyun heads for the boss, but a hand shoots out to stop him. Seong-haru wants the 1v1. Right on cue, the system pops up. Side quest team member Seong-haru defeats Naeugyeom. Reward 1 platinum card. Haru unleashes capoeira, landing critical hits on Yu-Gyum, who suddenly looks slow by comparison. Byum-sung watches paralyzed by shock. Seong Haru drops a cold taunt. Moving that slow. You got a death wish. Even Soo-hyun is stunned. Since when could they fight like this? Haru pegged Yu-Gyum as a wild brawler. The guy actually knows grappling arts. Too bad Haru isn't getting caught today. A South High goon watching from the shadows realizes the unthinkable boss Na Yu-Gyum is losing. If this keeps up, Gangbuk South is history. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun's pocket buzzes. Its strategist Jang Ji-hyuk panicked. Abort the fight. Now, Soo-hyun's expression shifts from focus to shock. The duel rages on. Kim Soo-hyun uses Taekyeon footwork to intervene and shove Yu-Gyum back. He barks the order to Seong Haru, finish him fast. We need to vanish. Jang Ji-hyuk just dropped the intel. This isn't just a random building. It's Gangbuk South stash house, and their entire army is beelining straight for us. The second Kang-suk got the alert, he unleashed a massive wave of goons. They're sprinting on fumes, stamina bars flashing red, but they are coming in hot. Kim Soo-hyun knows they can't tank the entire South High roster. The play is simple, crush the guy in front of them and ghost before the cavalry arrives. Cheon Taeho connects a sledgehammer blow to Na Yu-gyum's skull, but Soo-hyun is whiffing air against his opponent. Clock's ticking down and they are running out of seconds. It's go time. Soo-hyun flips the switch, activating every combat card in his deck. Meanwhile, Gu Ha-jun, the unwilling stat battery, wobbles as another wave of fatigue hits him hard. Soo-hyun hits max level. His stats are absolutely monstrous right now. A South High grunt hiding in the shadows witnesses the transformation and instantly knows his boss Na Yu-gyum is cooked. But then, he spots a Hail Mary play. Just as Soo-hyun and his crew wind up for the finisher, click. The entire warehouse plunges into total darkness. It is pitch black, zero visibility. Through the void, the lackey screams for Boss Na to run. Soo-hyun scrambles blindly, fingers brushing the wall until snap he flips the breaker back on. The lights buzz on, but the target is gone. Na Yu-gyum vanished like a ghost. Chasing him now, a massive waste of time they don't have. They need to bounce before the South High Zerg rush floods the building. Still, mark it down, this skirmish goes to Kim Soo-hyun. Quest complete. Soo-hyun scores 2 shiny platinum cards for his trouble. The loot, 2 new skills, camera and lucky bag. Dust settles and Yang Chon-hak gives props to the duo. North High is officially in debt to West High for this save, and he promises to run this up the chain of command. Soo-hyun exhales. Chon-hak has zero clue he's actually standing in front of Kim Paper Bag. Even Cheon Taeho didn't get made mostly because his stats are so jacked he looks like a different person. Taeho lets out a heavy sigh, complaining that he spent all day throwing hands for zero reward. But Soo-hyun, he sees the bigger picture, because he dragged South High's elite boss special forces back with him. Jang Ji-hyuk is scratching his head though. We secured the cash, so why keep the baggage? Simple. Soo-hyun is playing 4D chess. He turns to the captives and drops the truth bomb Na Yu-gyum, and Jung Byum-sung got absolutely wrecked. And here's the kicker, you haven't even seen West High's real heavy hitters yet. If Diablo steps in, it is game over for you. Face it, South High is a sinking ship. The West-East Alliance is tightening the noose, and we're about to rip what's left of you apart. Soo-hyun cuts the chatter and gives the special forces a choice. Join Gangbuk West. He triggers his Elder skill, voice dropping to a persuasive register. Trust me, I'm doing you a favor here. Hook, line, and sinker. All 15 elite members flip sides instantly, pledging allegiance to Gangbuk West. Weekend over reality sets in. Soo-hyun zombies his way into the classroom on Monday, completely drained. Suddenly, Baek Chae-rin whines nearby. Ugh, bug bites again. It's driving me crazy. Soo-hyun sighs internally. Being the designated healer is exhausting. Same spot, back of the hand, he asks, reaching for his pen. But Chae-rin suddenly gets all shy. Cheeks turning pink. Actually, it's on the sole of my foot. Soo-hyun freezes. Come again. He lowers his voice. Look, we're tight, but that is a little weird, right? Chae-rin's expression instantly goes deadpan. If you're gonna make it weird, forget it. It's not that Soo-hyun cares, but doing foot surgery in the middle of class. Risky. He tries to delay it until break, but Chae-rin is demanding immediate relief. Soo-hyun caves, but with a disclaimer. If Teach catches us, you're taking the fall. He slowly reaches down, hand brushing against her foot under the desk. Chae-rin flushes red, gripping her pen and faking intense focus on the lecture. Down below, Soo-hyun executes the procedure perfectly. The X mark lands right on the itch. But just then, the teacher's radar goes off. Hey, what's going on back there? Soo-hyun and Chae-rin snap their heads away in perfect sync, whistling innocently. Meanwhile, the vibe at Gangbuk South HQ is grim. Jung Byum-sung hangs his head low, bracing for impact. I'll take whatever punishment you give, boss. Kang-suk flashes a chilling smile. Relax. When have I ever beaten my own crew? Byum-sung starts to exhale, thinking he's safe. Then the temperature in the room drops 50 degrees. But there is a first time for everything. Kang Sok's voice turns into ice. I don't get it. How do you lose? When you had Na Yugyeom and the Special Forces, you lost the elite squad and our funding to West High. Honestly, how do you have the nerve to show your face here? Kang Sok addresses the room. Listen up. We are in deep trouble. Soo Hyun crushed Byeomsang and claimed the West. Han Jae-ha is eating up territory from the east. We are being squeezed in a vice grip. Suddenly, Byeomsang speaks up, voice trembling. I have a plan. He begs for one final chance at redemption. South High is backed into a corner. There is no retreat. If this fails, South High is history. This is the last stand. Meanwhile, back at Kim Soo-hyun's place, things are getting weird. Soo-hyun is worried about Cloud. The little summon only appeared because Soo-hyun wanted to go out, but something feels off. Soo-hyun realized he really did. Little Cloud, dirty, tying him up, roasting him, and straight up betraying him to the enemy. He starts to make an excuse, but the guilt hits him like a truck. He'd be furious if the roles were flipped, especially since Little Cloud spent forever waiting for him, alone, in the endless void. Feeling like trash, Soo-hyun tells Little Cloud to name his price. Anything he wants to do, they'll do it. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. Soo-hyun frowns at the text. Little Cloud just forwarded. It's an ad for the Seoul World Culture Festival. Fast forward and Soo-hyun is dragging Little Cloud into the chaos of the festival. He never pegged the Cloud Summon as the type to enjoy these crowded normie events. Soo-hyun glances over and asks, "You vibing with this?" Little Cloud nods frantically like an excited puppy. The good vibes crash when Soha pops up out of nowhere. Soo-hyun freezes. What is she doing here? Turns out, Soha came with her squad but got lost in the crowd. She squints, swearing she just saw someone who looked exactly like Da-hyun a second ago, but the guy walking next to Soo-hyun has vanished into thin air. Soo-hyun mentally apologizes to Little Cloud, promising to summon him back once the coast is clear. Soha, eager to ditch the solo act, asks to tag along to find her friends. With Soo-hyun feeling the heat, he starts moving immediately. Then Soo-hyun flinches. Soha has locked onto his arm. It feels intimate and weird, but she claims she's just terrified of getting lost again. Right then, a quest window glitches into existence for a split second. Soo-hyun blinks, assuming his eyes are playing tricks on him. A massive roar erupts from the stage nearby. The idol superstar Elisa has arrived. Little Cloud, invisible now, stares dead-eyed at the celebrity. Down in the crowd, Soo-hyun is stuck babysitting Soha and can't muster a single ounce of hype. He's desperate to bring Little Cloud back out, but suddenly the crowd gasps in collective shock. Because the idol, Elisa, is walking straight toward them. A voice echoes in Soo-hyun's head. Since I'm not mimicking the people around you anymore, can I hang out with you now? Soo-hyun's brain short-circuits until he realizes the real Elisa left ages ago. But Copy Cloud trailed her. The Elisa standing here is actually Copy Cloud in disguise. Soha, trembling, asks Soo-hyun who this goddess is. Little Cloud keeps a straight face and says, "You don't need to know my name, but this lowly peasant is my master." The crowd goes absolutely silent. Soha looks like she just swallowed a bug hearing the word master. But Little Cloud stares at Soo-hyun with pure, unshakable loyalty. Soo-hyun is standing there, completely cooked by this development. The gossip starts immediately, people whispering about who Elisa's master is. Soo-hyun grabs both Soha and the shapeshifter and makes a run for it. Once they hit a quiet alley, Soo-hyun lies through his teeth, claiming this is his cousin from the States, Little Cloud. He explains the resemblance is just a crazy coincidence, because she's mixed race too. He pulls up a stream on his phone for proof. The real Elisa is literally live streaming from her van right now. But Soha narrows her eyes and asks Little Cloud in English when she arrived in Korea. Soo-hyun panics. There is no way Little Cloud knows English. Soha's suspicion meter spikes. How does an American not understand their own language? Soo-hyun barely stops Little Cloud from calling Soha a barbarian and starts rambling excuses. Just then, Soha's friends finally track them down. She had told them she'd catch up after taking care of some business. With her mom blowing up her phone, she has to bounce. She reluctantly says goodbye to Soo-hyun. Little Cloud glares at Soha and commands back off. Her friend asks why Soha looks like she's about to murder someone. The truth is, Soha has known Da-hyun for years and never once heard about a foreign cousin. She's highly suspicious of this relationship, and she's not the type to share, because in Soha's twisted mind, Soo-hyun belongs to her. She clutches the pocket where she keeps the spoon. Soo-hyun used to eat ice cream. Soo-hyun is baffled by the absurdity of it all. He just wanted a chill day out and ended up with a K-pop clone and a stalker. Little Cloud bows his head, apologizing to his master. He thought mimicking the idol was a 200 IQ move, not a disaster. But Soo-hyun waves it off. He's the one who dragged the Cloud out here anyway. Little Cloud tilts his head. Master, why is your face red? Truth is, Soo-hyun is totally flustered, seeing a top-tier celebrity face that close. Little Cloud asks if he's satisfied. Soo-hyun scrambles back, reminding the Cloud not to make it weird. But Little Cloud grabs him and whispers a thank you. Soo-hyun is confused by the sudden gratitude. But it's genuine. Little Cloud is thankful for being brought into existence. He vows to repay this kindness no matter what. Cut to the next day, Gangbuk West High's top executives are in a war room. A panicked lackey bursts in with bad news. After listening to the frantic report, Soo-hyun cracks a confident smile and tells the messenger to send a clear signal to East High. Meanwhile, at Gangbuk South High, the strategist Jong Beum-sung is moving his chess pieces. But South High is looking grim. Their territory has shrunk to nothing, and the morale of their foot soldiers is in the toilet. It's West High versus East High now. They're inevitably seizing this chance to launch a full-scale assault on South High. Unlike the minor scraps from before, the stakes are lethal. If they lose here, Gangbuk South High gets erased from the map. The strategists at West and East High are sharper than Jung Beum-sang, so he cooked up a desperate gambit to outplay them. This is Jung Beum-sang's final do-or-die resistance. Panic hits the room as a lackey bursts in with disaster news. Gangbuk East High, they're already on the move. History stings. Kang Seok and Han Jae-ha used to be brothers in arms. Now they're gunning for each other's throats. Gangbuk East has rolled out their heavy hitters. Number 4, Seo Dong-jung. Number 3, Ryu Se-kyung. And the second-ranked monster Yeom Chang-wong, backed by their assault squad. East just pinged Kim Soo-hyun. It's hunting season, and the target is Kang Seok. Lee Hyun-dong breaks it down. Do not underestimate South High's roster. South High is a powerhouse built on elites. East High's top 4. They're absolute weapons in a fight. Han Jae-ha trusts them with his life. But let's be real. Gangbuk West's talent pool isn't losing to anyone. System alert. The main quest officially drops. Step 1 for Kim Soo-hyun's crew is to steamroll 50 South High fighters. It feels like Judgment Day for South High. Suddenly, strategist Jang Ji-hyuk slams the brakes. We cannot attack South High first. Kim Soo-hyun is confused. Didn't they just shake hands on a deal with Han Jae-ha? But that's exactly why Ji-hyuk argues. If West strikes first, they're painting a target on their backs for Han Jae-ha. Soo-hyun asks the obvious question. Aren't West and East supposed to be allies? Ji-hyuk breaks it down. South High's destruction is already a done deal. But you have to look at the endgame. The alliance exists solely to crush South High. It's not a friendship pact, it's a temporary ceasefire. The second South falls, the deal expires. East High will instantly turn their blades on West High. Han Jae-ha wants West to strike first to burn out their stamina. It's a setup. Once West is exhausted, East sweeps in for the easy kill. If that happens, Kim Soo-hyun's squad has zero chance of victory. Han Jae-ha is definitely snakes enough to pull that off. The room erupts in applause. Ji-hyuk nailed it. But there's a snag. Telling East High no right now could blow the alliance, damaging their leverage. But Kim Soo-hyun has a workaround. He's going to grind some side quests instead. Han Jae-ha gets the update fast. Soo-hyun's excuse direct attack is too risky. We're clearing the perimeter mobs first. They're claiming a frontal assault is too hard, so they're taking out the surrounding forces. Yeom Chang-wong realizes West actually recruited a brain trust. Han Jae-ha clocks the name Jang Ji-hyuk. Seo Dong-jung asks if they should charge in like Soo-hyun suggested. But Jae-ha, refusing to waste his own troops, decides to copy the play and clear the surroundings too. South strategist Jung Beum-sung sees right through it. He knows the East-West alliance is built on glass. Both sides know South is doomed, so they're stalling to save strength for the aftermath. Jung Beum-sang plans to exploit that hesitation for a brutal ambush. His play, divide and conquer. South's lower ranks are shocked to see West High cleaning house on the outskirts. Lee Hyun-dong is popping off using his exclusive skill to dominate. But for him, this isn't enough. Even at this level, Lee Hyun-dong feels he lacks the qualifications to stand beside his brother. Gangbuk South High, fighting for its life, erupts in a final struggle. Shadowing Lee Hyun-dong are South's special forces. These aren't grunts. The special forces can chew through ordinary fighters like paper. Lee Hyun-dong casually dials his boss to update the status. Kim Soo-hyun's side is grinding through enemies, but they're clearing them out fast. He confirms that East High is mirroring their strategy, stalling and avoiding the main base. At this rate, the war isn't ending today. Suddenly, Soo-hyun wonders why the call went silent. Why did Lee Hyun-dong just gasp? On the field, Hyun-dong freezes. A nightmare has walked into the frame. It's the boss of Gangbuk South, Kang Seok. He's executing Beum-sang's defeat them one-by-one strategy. Beum-sang predicted the enemy would disperse to save energy, creating the perfect opening for South's officers. They're hunting down the separated forces. This battle plan demands Kang Seok step onto the board. Only when the king personally enters the fray will the enemy feel true fear of Gangbuk South High. The boss is hands-on. Lee Hyun-dong unleashes his exclusive skill, but he's stunned. Kang Seok didn't even flinch. The next second, Lee Hyun-dong gets hit like a freight train. And that was just a warm-up. Kang Seok lands one strike and practically sighs with disappointment. Is this it? He can't believe Gangbuk South High got jumped by this level of trash. He glares at the so-called Special Forces squad who turned traitor. He dares them to even try and capture him. Meanwhile, Seo Dongjung is bored out of his mind. So he pokes Han Jae-ha with a hypothetical. Real talk. If you and Kang Sok threw hands, who takes the dub? Jae-ha scoffs, claiming warfare is about high IQ, not brute force. But Seo Dongjung isn't buying the deflection. He wants the tea on Kang Sok's actual power level. Jae-ha finally drops the title, the Wrestling Rhino. Just hearing that name, the traitor squad scatters in pure terror. Over at West High Kim, Soo-hyun gets the intel from his scouts. The goons think they got sloppy, but Soo-hyun wasn't slacking. He's playing 4D chess, having anticipated the ambush and set up his board perfectly. Team 1 Chang Hyun-jae and Jang Ji-hyuk. Team 2 himself and Gil-do, leaving the heavy hitters Lee Hyun-dong and Gu Ha-jun as the final squad. Time to spectate. Soo-hyun triggers his camera skill. A holographic HUD flickers to life, syncing his vision with a designated teammate. He locks the livestream feed onto Gu Ha-jun. Kang Sok originally planned a divide-and-conquer sweep to dodge Gu Ha-jun, but luck isn't on his side. He just walked into a boss raid. Zero hesitation. Boom, they smash fists directly into each other's faces right out of the gate. Back at base, Soo-hyun watches the feed hyped. Ha-jun is going feral, and Soo-hyun is convinced this is a win for West High. But Kang Sok isn't the boss for nothing. His defense is a literal fortress. Ha-jun realizes he needs to crack that shell. So, he switches levels, hammering Kang Sok's ribs to force a reaction. The body shots work. Kang Sok's hands involuntarily drop an inch. Ha-jun snatches the opening crack, a clean right hook to the jaw. The minions are celebrating early, thinking it's game over. And even Soo-hyun is cheering at the holoscreen. Ha-jun taps into his Kyokushin karate training. He knows the finish line is one chin check away. He rushes in for the KO, sprinting full tilt, not wanting to give an inch. But then Ha-jun freezes dead in his tracks. Kang Sok's shirt, at the waist, isn't moving. It's snagged in midair. Han Jae-ha asks Seo Dongjung if he knows why they call this guy the Rhino. Simple, he says. You can wail on him all day, but he only needs to grab you once to end your career. Back on the battlefield, Ha-jun realizes he's been caught. The peanut gallery gasps, but then they see Ha-jun bracing against the Rhino's grip. The guy is a powerhouse. Even if he's facing the wrestling Rhino, he's not folding. Soo-hyun analyzes the stamina bars. Kang Sok is gassed. If Ha-jun can just rip free and land one final hit, he takes the crown. But Kang Sok takes the resistance and doesn't even blink. Han Jae-ha continues his lecture. It's not just his shoulder strength, it's his mindset. Rhinos might be herbivores, but they have zero chill. If a charge fails, they charge again until something breaks. That is Kang Sok. Ha-jun's grip slips for a split second. Wham! Kang Sok locks him up and launches a suplex. Ha-jun is still conscious, thinking he can shake it off. As long as he can break the hold, he's still in the game. But the grip tightens like a hydraulic press. Oh no, Ha-jun thinks. Wham! Another suplex. The West High crew watches in horror as Kang Sok initiates his ultimate combo, the infinite suplex. Soo-hyun is stunned into silence. Ha-jun taps out, total defeat. Bloody and battered, Kang Sok dials his strategist, Jung Beom-sang. Mission accomplished. West High's heavy hitter is down. Beom-sang orders him to return to base immediately. Turns out Raoul Guillaume also called in with a body count. He solo-wiped Gangbook East High's assault squad. Han Jae-ha gets the same intel. Raoul picked off the scattered team while Ha-jun was getting suplexed. It's clear now, South High played them like fiddles. East High and West High got completely outmaneuvered. Yeom Changung, the number 2 at East High, is itching to jump in. But number 3, Ryu Sik-young, interrupts Han Jae-ha. Yo boss, we've got company. The East High goons freeze as they recognize the guest West High's boss, Kim Soo-hyun. The audacity, walking into enemy territory solo when they're basically at war. Ryu Sik-young smirks. This guy is actually interesting. What business does he have walking into the lion's den right now? Soo-hyun locks eyes with Han Jae-ha. No words needed. They reach a silent consensus. South High dies first. A moment later, Soo-hyun calls his tactician, Jang Ji-hyuk. Just talk to Jae-ha. Even after we crush South High, the alliance holds. Time to roll. While South High is busy popping bottles over defeating, Gu Ha-jun, Kim Soo-hyun, activates Heaven's Descent, an ancient Taekyon art. Ping. The quest updates. With West High and East High finally joining forces to steamroll 20 South High officers, Kim Soo-hyun is ready to dish out some serious payback. He checks in with Chun Il-chan. Everything's solid there, but over on Gukja's end, the vibe is off. Gukja feels a strange power surging through his veins. Meanwhile, back at South High HQ, Kang Sok is recovering, shocked that Gu Ha-jun was actually that OP. He realizes if Ha-jun had gone fully feral, he would have been toast. Catching his breath, Kang Sok asks Yoon Beom-sang for the next play. Beom-sang's strategy bait West High and East High into tearing each other apart. It's a long shot, but their alliance is paper thin and ready to snap. He figures he just needs to find one crack. to shatter their bond, and South High can rise from the ashes. Suddenly, a lackey bursts in with a nightmare scenario. Disaster Kim Soo-hyun personally went to negotiate with Han Jae-ha. It's official, West and East are a united front, and they're already blitzing South High. Byom-sang never calculated that Kim Soo-hyun had the charisma to actually flip Han Jae-ha. Just as he's scrambling to redeploy, Kang Sok cuts in. Listen, I crushed Gu Ha-jun, and our morale is sky high. The second, my stamina bar refills. I'm hunting down Kim Soo-hyun myself. Outside, Wang Dongwoo South High's number 10 is hyping up the crowd. The mob roars. Victory belongs to Gangbuk South High. Then Ryu Seokyoung, the number 3 beast of South High, screams, let's go South High. The grunts spin around expecting backup, but they freeze at the sight of a mysterious redhead. Ryu Seokyoung smirks, tapping his nose casually. Wang Dongwoo's face goes pale. He knows exactly what kind of monster this guy is. Against Seokyoung, Dongwoo is helpless. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun's squad casually deletes South High's number 16. Then boom, good news rolls in. Han Jae-ha's elite 5-man unit, fresh on the scene, has already wiped the floor with 5 South High officers. Just a handful of guys. But they're sweeping the map with insane firepower. However, deep in the fray, Lee Ji-hyun, South High's number 9, is leading a small crew in a standoff against Gangbuk East. The tension is razor sharp, but Ji-hyun is outnumbered and definitely about to get wrecked by East High. Kim Soo-hyun glances over, locking eyes with one specific person. He asks Gukja, with Ji-hyun in trouble, you good with this? Gukja keeps it real. He wants to save her. He knows it's impossible, but he claims he has a debt to collect from that girl. So Gukja begs Soo-hyun, let me step in and save her. But strategist Jang Ji-hyuk immediately shuts it down. Are you crazy? Ji-hyun is fighting East High. If you jump in, West High is basically declaring war on our own allies. We literally just teamed up. If Gukja ruins the vibe with East High now, taking down South High today becomes a fantasy. Ji-hyuk gets that Gukja is down bad, but he warns him not to let love blind his logic. But Soo-hyun, he's got a workaround. Over at South High HQ, they receive Ji-hyun's distress signal, but Yoon Byom-sung refuses to waste units on a losing battle and leaves her to rot. Ji-hyun is fighting for her life against East High, her stamina bar flashing red. East High's Hwang Dae-sung and Park Ji-hyun are impressed, admitting she's a beast for holding off so many with just a wooden sword. But now that Park Ji-hyun has stepped up, it's game over. Lee Ji-hyun, completely drained, can't dodge the fatal blow. Park Ji-hyun raises his weapon to end it. Suddenly, a hooded figure swoops in and snatches Ji-hyun away. The guy drops a cringy one-liner, making me worry like this. You really are a naughty kitten. Hwang Dae-sung clocks the identity immediately. It's that powerhouse who soloed Yang Chun-seo in North High territory. Ji-hyun, totally confused, asks, who are you? Why save me? Gukja replies with zero hesitation. Because I need to take something back from you. Cutting away, Soo-hyun is analyzing the awakening mechanic with the other two, who successfully leveled up. Cheon Il-chon has no clue how he beat Oh Jin-soo he just focused on. Pure rage from his past and power exploded from his core. Lee Hyun-dong felt furious at his own weakness, stood up in anger, and boom stats skyrocketed for the win. Kim Soo-hyun has cracked the code on awakening conditions. He predicts Gukja is the next to evolve today. Meanwhile, Ju Hak-jong from South High calls a secret meeting. He asks the other officers if they're ready to betray Gangbuk South High because let's be real, this ship is sinking. The officers are disposable. But Hak-jong asks, what did our subordinates do to deserve this? Why die for a school that's already finished? West and East just want Kang Sok. We hand over the boss, and this war ends instantly. Ju Hak-jin is trying to pull the plug on this war to save his own crew. But before he can finish the thought, bam! Lee Sang-min drops him with a haymaker. Sang-min screams, you piece of garbage, Kang Sok never did us dirty. He hijacks Ju's squad instantly. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hyun catches a dramatic whisper from Gukja. He stole my heart, it clicks. This is that weirdo from the stray cat incident. Ji-hyun is totally lost. Is he trolling her? Here to watch her catch an L, Gukja holds a finger to his lips. Shh. He drops his voice smoothly. Just for a sec, forget I'm the bad guy. Look at me, romantically. Let my true feelings hit you. Witness the back of a dude absolutely losing it over love. Hwang Dae-sung yells for caution. Watch out, that monster took down Yang Chon-hak. But a split second later, the goons are dumbfounded. This monster is getting folded like a lawn chair. Total punching bag status. Gukja shouts at Ji-hyun to bail while he tanks the hits. Behold the face of a love-struck maniac. Ji-hyun sighs. Total moron. But hey, his distraction gave her stamina bar a chance to recharge. She snaps, telling Gukja to get lost and go back to his lane. She doesn't need a savior, and she definitely doesn't need a fan club. Suddenly, Park Ji-hyun lunges. It's too fast, she can't evade. Whoosh! Gukja moves with god-tier speed and sends Park flying. Adrenaline. No, his body feels different. Something dormant is waking up inside him. Flashback time. Young Gukja's dad once asked his wife if they should drop the bombshell, but mom shut it down. She thought ignorance was bliss for their kid. Dad wanted Gukja to understand his heritage, but mother Yamazaki Takako clapped back. Can you really look him in the eye and tell him he's got the DNA of the Yamazaki clan, that he's heir to Japan's #1 Yakuza family? She refused to let her son become the next white demon. But destiny doesn't care about what you want. That Yakuza code is written in his genes. All it takes is one traumatic trigger to unlock the beast. Ping, the system UI flashes red. Young Gukja's potential is spiking off the charts. Meanwhile, over at Kim Soo-hyun's battle, things are getting weird. The South High goons are rising from the dead like zombies. They aren't strong, just annoying. But then the vibe shifts. The scrubs are suddenly hitting harder, rallying with insane morale. Soo-hyun realizes they've activated do or die mode. He starts sweating. If the grunts are powering up, imagine if the officers or Kang Sok himself get a rage buff. That's game over. Just then, chaos erupts in the South High backline. Someone is tearing through their ranks. Soo-hyun and his crew are baffled until they spot the assailant. It's Ju Hak-jin, Gangbuk South's #8. He tosses his weapon aside. I surrender, he announces. Ju claims South High is a sinking ship, and he wants a ticket on the SS Gangbuk West. If Soo-hyun agrees, Ju swears to help them jump Kang Sok. He's got the intel on every officer's location. He's offering himself up on a silver platter. He wants to be West High's wild card. His stats aren't trash either. Suddenly, a system quest pops up. Recruit Ju Hak-jin. Time freezes. Decision mode activated. Soo-hyun calls a timeout to huddle with the boys. What's the play here? Soo-hyun asks his advisors. Soo-hyun's gut says no. This guy hurt Gukja. But Jang Ji-hyuk drops some fresh intel. Ju tried to mutiny against Kang Suk, but the other officers stayed loyal simps. The coup failed hard. He got stomped out in front of his own crew and they stripped him of his command. The betrayal looks legit. Ji-hyuk votes to draft him. However, Soo-hyun smells a rat. What if South High staged the beatdown? A classic Trojan horse. Get beat up, infiltrate West, then destroy them from the inside. The guy looks sketchy as hell. Ji-hyuk nods. It's a valid risk. Then a light bulb goes off in Soo-hyun's head. He turns to Ju. Welcome aboard. Ji-hyuk's jaw drops. Is the boss losing it? Ju flashes that slimy snakeskin smile. Meanwhile, back at the other fight, Gukja is barely hanging on. Lee Ji-hyun prays for backup. She needs muscle fast. She's convinced Jung Beom-sang won't leave her hanging. Park Ji-hyun smirks and shatters her hope. Hate to break it to you, princess. No cavalry coming. East High just got the memo. South High's officers are locked in position. If backup was coming, it would have arrived 10 minutes ago. Honestly, Lee Ji-hyun should have caught the red flag earlier. Notice anything weird? She's the only elite dispatched to the kill zone. That wasn't an accident. Jung Beom-sang ghosted her on purpose. She's been abandoned. Guk-ja switches his stance to Sistema, squaring up against Park Ji-hyun. He growls low. If you're gonna spout trash that scares her, whisper it to me first. Park Ji-hyun snaps. You moron. I was just toying with you. He didn't expect Guk-ja to actually crash out like a maniac. But just as quickly that strange speed boost, Guk-ja had gone. He's confused. How did he move that fast a second ago? But his crush is in danger. He has to clutch up and drop this guy to save her, but he has zero clue how to win. While Guk-ja is buffering, Park Ji-hyun seizes the gap and rushes in. Park thinks Kim Soo-hyun is soft. Didn't he supposedly clap North High's Yang Chon-hak? He wants to test if Soo-hyun is the real deal, but Lee Ji-hyun cuts in, swinging her blade to check him. The brawl isn't over. Guk-ja stands there frozen. That woman is taking heavy hits right in front of his eyes. That's the girl he's crushing on, and she's getting wrecked by some random goon. Not long ago, Guk-ja confessed to his dad that he found someone special, but he had a doubt. History says men are supposed to be the protectors. A man protects the woman he loves, that's the rule. But what if Guk-ja is weaker than her? Lee Ji-hyun is running on fumes now. Park Ji-hyun goes for the finisher. But Guk-ja remembers his father's words, I was in your shoes once, son. Guk-ja's dad was also weaker than his wife. Back in the day, he was just a scrawny Korean exchange student delivering newspapers, and she was royalty from the Yamazaki Yakuza clan. Totally different worlds. Logically, they never should have worked, but young Pa Pung protected her anyway. Love at first sight doesn't care about logic. Just as the steel blade comes down, Guk-ja teleports, blocking the strike right in front of Lee Ji-hyun. The system UI pops off. Team member Yang Guk-ja resolve, 100%. The potential is surging. Yang Guk-ja's potential has hit maximum. Awakening sequence complete. Thanks to the awakening, his HP is fully restored. And that strength boost, it unlocked 2 exclusive attack cards. First card, Yamazaki style, Kyokushin Karate. Guk-ja unloads a brutal frontal smash, following up with a nasty 2-hit combo from the Yamazaki manual. Then a thought hits him mid-fight. They haven't even exchanged names. He drops the intro, I'm Yang Guk-ja. Though the streets call me the Dark Lord. He breaks the news to her, Gangbuk South High is cooked. They left you for dead. West High won't. Our leader actually gives a damn about his crew. Why not switch sides? Lee Ji-hyun's lips part to refuse, but Guk-ja covers her mouth. He looks at her with pure main character energy, whispering, "Don't answer yet. My heart isn't strong enough for a rejection." Lee Ji-hyun is stunned as Guk-ja walks away. He recalls strategist Jung Ji-hyuk's master plan. West High needs her combat power. Ji-hyuk knew that saving her creates a life debt. It's the perfect leverage. Guk-ja could use that to force her hand, but he refuses to use cheap tricks on the girl he likes. He's keeping it real. Flashback to the spy plot. Ju Hak-jong, the new West High recruit, turns out he's a double agent. South High's strategist, Jung Byom-sang, played this perfectly. Have Ju Hak-jong suggest a betrayal, then take a beating to sell the act. Kim Soo-hyun bought it hook, line, and sinker because it fit Ju Hak-jong's snaky image. Next step. Trap West High's speedster, Chang Il-cho. It doesn't matter how fast you are if you run straight into a snare. Ju Hak-jong feeds Soo-hyun intel. South High is assembling a hit squad. If we wait, we're dead. We need to ambush them. Just you, me, and Chang Il-cho can handle it. Soo-hyun and Il-cho lock eyes and nod. They're in. A barely visible smirk tugs at Ju Hak-jong's lips. He says with a straight face, "It's all for the glory of Gangbuk West High." Meanwhile, Jong Beom-sung is ready and waiting. The plan dragged Chang Il-cho here and shatter his legs. Once the speedster is crippled, Kim Soo-hyun is next. Just as Jong Beom-sung starts explaining the kill confirm on Soo-hyun, a lookout comes flying through the door, crashing hard. He wheezes, "Boss, we're compromised." A voice cuts through the silence. "Long time no see. It's Kim Soo-hyun." Jong Beom-sang is confused. How did he find this hideout? Then he sees Ju Hak-jong standing right next to Soo-hyun. The spy screams, "I told you to act. You actually flipped on us." You snake. Ju Hak-jong is sweating bullets right now because Kim Soo-hyun was already 5 steps ahead of their little game. While Jung Byom-sung was busy plotting his trap for Chang Il-jun, Soo-hyun had already downloaded their entire playbook. By abusing the camera skill to spy on the crew, now Hak-jong is on his knees, groveling and claiming Byom-sang forced his hand. Chang Il-jun looks ready to smash his face in, but Soo-hyun steps up with a cold warning. "You get the picture now, right? I have eyes everywhere. You want to live? Spill the coordinates on Gangbuk South's officers. Now." Suddenly, Ju Hak-jong is Gangbuk West's biggest cheerleader, hyping them up from the sidelines. Il-jun is disgusted. How can one guy be this pathetic? Jung Byom-sung is losing his mind. "How did it go wrong again?" he screams out in desperation. "It doesn't matter. We have the numbers. Gangbuk South will swarm you." But right on cue, the fully awakened Gukja makes his entrance. Soo-hyun grins at the aura radiating off him. Absolute tank. Just then, the system chimes, "Training quest complete." Loot secured Soo-hyun bags, 2 master tier strength and speed cards, and immediately dumps every buff onto his own stats. Gangbuk West is locked and loaded. Their power levels are now crushing the South's officers, except for that monster Na Yu-gyom. It's brawl time. Lee Sung-min and Choi Chang-ui double-team Gukja swinging wild. They can't process why he's just standing there tanking hits like a raid boss. Truth is, Gukja locked in the front stance. From Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate, he eats the damage and fires back a brutal 2-hit combo. Chang-ui is shook. How does this guy hit like a truck? Gukja pivots to back up Chang Il-jun, but realizes the guy doesn't need a babysitter. Damn, Il-jun's actually legit, he notes. But suddenly, a system alert flashes. Gangbuk South High resurrects via unknown power. The South officers drag themselves off the floor, stats spiked by sheer willpower. This isn't over. Gukja feels a knot in his stomach, not for himself but for Soo-hyun. Now Yu-gyom is just too OP. Even with the stat buffs, Soo-hyun is lagging behind Yu-gyom's insane speed. He can't keep up. He needs an opening to trigger exceed limits, but that skill requires point-blank range. Bam! Yu-gyom's front kick sends him flying. That chest hit drains Soo-hyun's entire energy bar instantly. Yu-gyom follows up with a shin kick, keeping the distance. Soo-hyun can't close the gap. Yu-gyom grabs for a clinch knee loaded, but Soo-hyun pops restore stamina, just in time to blast him back with a shockwave. That was way too close. Yu-gyom didn't pull that move on Yang Chan-sol. He was hiding his ace card, waiting for a moment to catch someone slipping. Soo-hyun decides to play 4D chess. He slumps over, feigning total exhaustion. He needs Yu-gyom to get careless. The one panic sweating the most is Ju Hak-jong. If Soo-hyun drops, the traitor dies. He screams, "Soo-hyun, don't you dare lose." But the stamina tank is empty, and restore stamina is on cooldown. The skill gap is massive. Soo-hyun is still hunting for that one chance to get inside. Hak-jong yells, "You moron, you get close." You eat a front kick, but Soo-hyun drops low, ducking under the lethal strike perfectly. This was calculated. He's been obsessing over attack patterns for days. Lately, he's been spamming Taekyon, the ancient flow martial arts. But Intel said Kang Sok is a wrestler. Taekyon is a bad matchup against a grappler. He needed a fusion technique. He started theory crafting card combinations. Suddenly, it clicked. He grabbed a silver card. Soo-hyun realized, this combo could be a game changer. From the crouch, he triggers Exceed Limits. But this isn't a normal punch. It's a fusion of Exceed Limits and Rise. A rising uppercut packing 156 kilograms of raw force. He doesn't stop the second hit. Is Heaven's Descent. Another 156 kilogram hammer blow. Soo-hyun secures the W as his vision goes black. As he falls, Na-yu-gyeom flashes back to meeting Kang-sok, the day the boss acknowledged his value, thanking him for building the foundation of Gangbuk South. It was genuine respect, but the system isn't done. Unknown power resurrects South High. Yu-gyeom snaps back to reality and lunges. Soo-hyun activates a master random attack card. Whack. He catches Yu-gyeom mid-charge with a summoned weapon. This time, it's lights out for real. Soo-hyun tosses the broken wooden stick aside. One down. It's time to hunt Kang-sok. It's the endgame, folks. Ju Hak-jin is shook to his core. He can't process that a powerhouse like Na-yu-gyeom actually took the L. West High's power level is off the charts. Gu Ha-jun drops a legendary line, pledging eternal loyalty as the feral watchdog of Gangbuk West. Time to squeeze intel on Kang-sok's hideout. Jung Byom-sang is losing his absolute mind, screaming about how pathetic their retreat was. But hold up, Soo-hyun doesn't need to play bad cop. He's already got it figured out. Kang-sok is definitely holed up at South High. Before the raid, he tells the crew to get loose. Soo-hyun needs a hot second to check his deck and prep his arsenal. He's dying to know what kind of gold-tier loot he scored from recruiting Ju Hak-jin. Total buzzkill, it's just super high pitch. He barely touches the basic version, so merging for an upgrade feels like a total waste of bandwidth. Then it clicks. It's not the right time to pop the lucky bag yet. Meanwhile, across Gangbuk, East High pulls up to South High first with West High right on their heels. The small fry defenders already wiped off the map. Territory talks can wait until the dust settles. Right now, Han Jae-ha is locking onto one absolute certainty. Kang-sok is absolutely guarding the HQ. The scout team Jae-ha sent in earlier, completely deleted. Ryu Si-kyung is confused, asking why there's a girl on the battlefield. Seong-haru shuts that down, cold, I'm not a girl. Just two 18-year-old dudes staring each other down. It's a rare moment of recognizing someone else with that mature vibe. But Jae-ha keeps the briefing moving. It's not just the boss inside, it's a cult of fanatics ready to die for South High. The mission is simple, decapitate the leadership and crush the elites. No more games. The finale starts now. West High breaches through the left entrance. East High takes the front door. First squad to spot Kang-sok radios it in immediately. The interior is pitch black, perfect cover for a South High ambush. These are Kang-sok's last lines of defense. Soo-hyun activates Peak and freezes. Every single enemy has awakened potential. He's just realizing that awakening isn't exclusive, anyone can level up. Driven to protect their turf, they've smashed past their limits. Gildo instantly throws up a high block. He tanks the hit with Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate, grinning at Soo-hyun. Like, I look pretty sick right now, don't I? Jokes aside, it's looking grim. Enemies are flanking from the rear, and this chaos won't stop until Kang-sok is taken off the board. Gildo decides to hold the line solo, but Seong-haru refuses to abandon a teammate. Gildo covers Haru's mouth, striking a dramatic pose. Shh. Don't ruin the moment. Soo-hyun grabs Haru and drags him out. He knows Gildo has a plan up his sleeve. The awakened tank still has a second exclusive card in his deck. He activates Dark Lord, and here's the kicker. It nerfs everyone's stats within range by 1 full tier for 3 minutes. Insane pressure explodes from Gildo's body. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun is hunting for the boss, but bumps into the East High crew. The order is given, find Kang-sok now. It's total anarchy. East and West are scrambling. To speedrun this war, Ryu Si-kyung is handling cleanup on the first floor. The plan is to converge on the 5th floor for the finale. Suddenly, the South High goons start mocking them. Boss Kang-sok isn't even here. This is their last stand. Did you really think they'd fight without a strategy? Their whole game plan was to scatter the invasion force and pick them off one by one. Back downstairs, Gildo freezes. Kang-sok has been on the first floor the whole time. Seong-haru tries to rush back to save him, but Soo-hyun stops him. He knows the one in actual danger is Kang-sok, because Gildo is the ultimate fortress designed to counter him. Meanwhile, Kang-sok is bewildered trying to grasp the situation. This guy's gut is massive, I can't even get a grip. Gildo looks at him deadpan. Bro, what are you trying to do? If you're done tickling me, is it my turn? The Dark Lord debuff hits tanking Kang-sok's stats. The system pings. Main quest updated, defeat Kang-sok. Kang-sok screams at the pig to quit playing games, but Gildo just stands there eating the shots. He keeps letting out weird moans with every hit. Kang-sok snaps, shut your mouth, pighead. He assesses the situation, realizing Gildo's strength rivals his own. Finally, this is exactly what he wanted. He despises fighting frail, glass cannons. Only a brutal flesh-on-flesh brawl makes him feel alive. He throws a haymaker but hits nothing but air. Kang Sok is stunned. This fat guy is faster than me. Suddenly, Gildo switches to Sistema. He unleashes a barrage of fluid strikes on Kang Sok's body. Watching from a distance, Soo-hyun analyzes the flow. Momentum is entirely with Gildo. The mobs are non-factors. At this rate, this looks like an easy W. But Gildo is surprised he's hitting vitals, yet Kang Sok is still standing. Time to switch gears back to Yamazaki-style Kyokushin to shatter that iron defense. Suddenly, Kang Sok catches him, eyes burning with rage. You insolent little bastard. You think superior genetics alone guarantees a win. Wake up. Real fighting is about the grind and the XP. You don't get crowned King of Gangbuk South by playing dress-up. Gukja just realized he bit off way more than he can chew. Kang Sok spots the fatigue setting in. This is it, the perfect window to put Gukja in the dirt. But Kang Sok freezes Gukja, read him like a cheap magazine. This man absolutely refuses to take the L today. He unleashes the Yamazaki-style crescent kick. This isn't just a fight anymore. It's personal. Followed instantly by a brutal Brazilian kick, he is trying to take Kang Sok's head off with that combo. Gukja made a promise, and he intends to keep it. But Kang Sok catches him, slipping and surges forward for the counter. Rewind a bit. Gukja played it cool with Lee Ji-hyun earlier. No coercion, no shady tactics to get her into West High. He made her an offer she couldn't refuse. If I conquer South High, you join my crew. And she said yes. That pinky promise is binding. Fueled by pure simp energy and determination, he throws a massive spinning kick. Straight out of the Yamazaki playbook, Gukja is practically vibing, thinking, damn, this battle is cinematic. He drops the mic. If you had a girl to fight for, maybe you wouldn't be so weak. Looks like game over. Kang Sok hits the pavement. Gukja is about to call good game, but hold up. The atmosphere just shifted. The monster stands back up. Gukja's brain is short-circuiting. How is this guy even moving right now? Kang Sok isn't just back. He's buffed. A system alert pops up. South High is rising from the dead via some unknown hacks. Kim Soo-hyun sprints toward the chaos panic mode engaged. The HUD is glitching out. Kang Sok's resolve just hit max capacity. The potential unlocks. Kang Sok just triggered a full awakening. Soo-hyun activates peak to assess the damage. For the first time ever, Soo-hyun smells defeat. Kang Sok locks eyes with him, and the intensity is terrifying. His stats, totally broken. Suddenly, bam. A sneaker connects with Kang Sok's face out of nowhere. Han Jae-ha joins the chat. But his sneak attack, it bounced off Kang Sok like a pebble on a tank. Jae-ha gets instant chills. He yells at the squad to lock in, because he has never seen an aura this dark before. This version of Kang Sok is a nightmare. Today they aren't fighting a student. They are hunting a literal raid boss. So what is fueling this insane power-up? Loyalty, honor? Nah, it started way simpler. He literally turned South High into a trap house, just to buy snacks and protein shakes. Man was just hungry after the gym. But then, Young Byung-sung whispered in his ear, let's go big. As long as they stayed under the radar, they could stack serious cash. That greed is what turned Kang Sok into. Kang Sok started his hustle simply stacking up serious cash. But soon those profits turned into a massive empire. It went way beyond just extra spending money. That's when Kang Sok started questioning everything. Why hit the gym? Why hit the books? Making bank was honestly too easy. He looked at teachers and doctors and laughed they wouldn't see this kind of dough in a lifetime. There is no way Kang Sok is walking away from this gold mine. South Gangbuk High belongs to him. The business, the cash, it's all his property. He doesn't care who steps up. He's not folding. Kim Soo-hyun opens his eyes and instantly realizes he messed up. This guy isn't human. He's a straight-up monster. But the plan is simple. Survive for 5 minutes and there's a sliver of hope. Han Jae-ha nods. He figures the cavalry is 5 minutes out. But that is not what Kim Soo-hyun is talking about. The trio rushes Kang Sok all at once. But the outcome? A total disaster. The only one still standing tall is the boss himself. Kang Sok has awakened. His power and speed just skyrocketed. He has morphed into a literal human rhino. Chang Il-jun tries to dance around him with capoeira, betting everything on his speed. Kang Sok is built like a tank, sure. But everyone has weak points. If Il-jun can just land a clean hit on the temple, the giant will wobble. One critical strike could end it. But as the kick connects, Il-jun freezes in horror. Kang Sok caught his foot mid-air, and he absolutely loathes guys who kick. Kim Soo-hyun tries to save the play with ancient Taekyon martial arts. But Kang Sok snatches him up too. Ever since Soo-hyun showed his face, Kang Sok's life has been a headache. He decides to end this right now, but Soo-hyun unleashes a super high-pitched scream. It doesn't matter how thick your muscles are. Your eardrums are still vulnerable. Sok flinches but swings back instantly. Soo-hyun trades blows, but physically he is outmatched. Suddenly, Kang Sok feels off. Soo-hyun should be down, but he's still standing. He popped the Berserker skill to tank the damage. And that high-pitched scream, that was the dinner bell for the rest of the crew. Back at HQ, Han Jae-ha is sweating bullets. What does Soo-hyun mean by holding out for 5 minutes? If they drag this out, they're dead. Jae-ha starts wondering if betting on Soo-hyun's plan was a mistake. Kang-sok is confused too. This kid Soo-hyun acts like he doesn't feel pain. Maybe it's just adrenaline. Doesn't matter. Kang-sok knows he's the alpha here. The 5 minutes are finally up. Time to put the nail in the coffin. Sok winds up a finisher, but suddenly bam, a kick sends him flying. Gu Ha-jun and Lee Hyun-dong have entered the chat. But Soo-hyun used Berserker, which means he's passing out in exactly 40 seconds. Kang-sok scoffs. He really thought this was the big plan. Waiting 5 minutes just for these half-dead reinforcements. Sok isn't threatened at all. But Soo-hyun is playing 4D chess. Back when he wiped out the officers, he was prepping for this exact moment. He was waiting for his buff skill to cool down. That was the 5-minute timer. He looks at Kang-sok. Do you believe in miracles? Skill activated. Boom. The whole team's stats just jumped up by 3 levels. Kang-sok laughs it off. So you stood back up. Big deal. South Gangbuk is still mine. Suddenly a steel pipe flashes in front of his face. Soo-hyun pulled a legendary random attack card and unlocked Filipino stick fighting. It's brutal, fast, and rhythmic. Kang-sok gets absolutely thrashed. Soo-hyun's voice is ice cold. South Gangbuk ends today. Meanwhile, Han Jae-ha's crew is still mopping up. The endless waves of zombie-like reinforcements. Yeom Chang-gung and the boys finally link up. They cleared the other floors and look ready to go. Seo Dong-tak watches the fight totally stunned. He realizes Soo-hyun isn't just swinging a pipe. He's using legit Filipino martial arts. Dong-tak knows. This isn't some street trick. It's a high-level discipline. Just knowing the moves is rare, but executing them like that, unheard of. Kang-sok is losing the information war and getting annoyed. He spots a gap and launches a heavy counter at Soo-hyun, but the impact feels wrong. It's not Soo-hyun, it's Gukja. He tanked it using Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Sok blinks. I thought you were knocked out, Gukja casts Dark Lord. Sok feels his stats draining as he gets knocked back again. Immediately Chang Il-jun flies in with another capoeira kick. It's officially a raid boss beatdown. Seok tries to grab Il-jun, he hates kickers, remember? But he gets shoved back again before he can grip. He's getting dizzy. This team combo is absolutely disgusting. Gu Ha-jun dives in with CQC close quarters combat. Sok refuses to believe he's losing. Gukja slams him with Kyokushin. Soo-hyun follows up instantly with fluid taekyon strikes. For the first time, Kang-sok feels fear. Lose? No chance. Not in a million years. Kang-sok refuses to let that nightmare become reality. He isn't handing Gangbuk South High over to anyone. He sucks in a massive breath and unleashes a primal roar. Why are you guys freezing up? You gonna let them just walk in and take our school? If we fold here, it's game over. We can still take this. South High isn't dead yet. Gangbuk unification belongs to us. Put your lives on the line, and I'll personally bury Kim Soo-hyun. The strategy is simple. Decapitate the snake. Once the boss falls, the war ends. Kim Soo-hyun is thinking the exact same thing. Sok charges in like a bull. So-hyun unleashes his Eskrima stick skills again, raining down blows. Sok has 0 counters for this tech, but the guy is a tank. He just eats the damage. He's hunting for one opening to grapple Soo-hyun. Jang Ji-hyuk sees right through it. It's a stalling tactic. The Lord knows exactly what Seok is plotting, and he's not letting that grapple happen. Ji-hyuk screams, "Go my lord, end this messy war right now." But suddenly, Sok pulls a dirty move. He spits a mouthful of blood right into Soo-hyun's eyes. Vision gone. That split-second blindness is all Sok needed. He activates Infinite Suplex. He's got Soo-hyun locked in tight. One more slam, and Sok takes the W. Chung Il-jun watches in horror as Soo-hyun drives his foot into Sok's knee. He pops Restore Stamina and triggers the Rise skill to wrench himself free. Sok's brain short-circuits. He can't process this. After a beating like that, how is Soo-hyun not a cripple? Sok convinces himself it's a bluff. No human tanks that kind of damage. He just needs to execute the combo again and finish Soo-hyun for good. Just like before, Sok bulldozes forward, literally tanking steel pipe hits with his face to close the gap. He's inches away from the grab when bam, a second steel pipe cracks against Seok's skull. Sok freezes. He didn't see that coming because Soo-hyun is dual-wielding now. Soo-hyun hits Rise again. Sok is totally stunned. Turns out Soo-hyun was an ambidextrous fighter all along. He was just baiting Sok into lowering his guard. The system window pops up. The awakened Kang-sok has been defeated. Meanwhile, Han Jae-ha has rounded up the remnants of South High. The boss is down. Kim Soo-hyun takes the win. War over. The quest log updates immediately with the legendary final quest. Soo-hyun scans the new objective with a grin. Suddenly, Chung Il-jun tackles him in a victory hug, unable to believe they actually pulled off the upset. With their leader face down in the dirt, the South High forces lose all will to fight. It's cleanup time. Now comes the politics. South High has collapsed, leaving its officers homeless. As the victors, West High and East High are splitting the spoils, drafting the defeated officers into their crews. But it's risky. Recruiting blindly is like drinking poison. If they say no, they get exiled from Gangbook. But before they walk, they have to pay for their past sins. East High's Han Jae-ha immediately rejects Bang Jun-yeol and Bang Jun-ji. He treats them like total garbage. But Kim Soo-hyun, he drafts them. He explains his 4D chess move to a confused Jung Ji-hyuk. West High just got huge. We need bodies to manage the new turf. Even if their stats are trash, they can handle basic management. Plus, it's a PR masterclass. If rumors spread that Soo-hyun gives second chances to losers, the real talent in Gangbook will come flocking to him. Jung Ji-hyuk is impressed, but Soo-hyun's eyes are on the prize, the final quest. The system says, more recruits equal better rewards. He's min-maxing. To get that S-tier reward, he'll recruit every last NPC he can find. Since East High is being elitist, Soo-hyun scoops up basically all the standard officers. Now for the big guns. Wang Dongwoo ranked number 10, and Lee Ji-hyun ranked number 9. These two are powerhouses. Essential drafts for any crew looking to dominate. East High wants them too. Han Jae-ha doesn't hesitate, he locks in on Lee Ji-hyun. It makes sense. East High's elite brand fits perfectly with a top-tier fighter like her. But Soo-hyun is greedy, he wants both. If he has to compromise, he's willing to let Wang Dongwoo slide. The decision comes down to Lee Ji-hyun's preference. Han Jae-ha makes his pitch. East High treats its people right. The number 7 seat is waiting for you. Soo-hyun claps back instantly. Come to West High and I'll make you number 1. But Lee Ji-hyun isn't looking at the leaders. She glances over at Gil Do, who looks like he went through a meat grinder. Remembering their pact, she makes her choice Gangbook West High. She snaps at Gil. Don't get it twisted. I'm not doing this for you. Meanwhile, Oh Jin-soo and Choi Chong-ju, who hate West High's guts, naturally drift to East High. Soo-hyun couldn't care less about those guys. The loyal crew, Lee Sung, Min Jung, Bai, and Yong Sang, stick by his side. That leaves one major wildcard. Na Yu-gyum, the guy who terrorized everyone, taking on the entire alliance solo. That was a beast move. Now the big question, who claims the spoils? Specifically, where does the fallen king Kang Seok land? Mission complete. The dust barely settles on Kim Soo-hyun's massive victory before the squad rolls back into Gangbook West High turf. It was a brutal grind, but the loot drop totally worth it. West High's roster swells by 11 fighters. Still, Soo-hyun's biting his lip. The big deal didn't go exactly as planned. Over in enemy territory, Han Jae-ha grills the defeated Kang Seok. How's the view from East High? Seok's technically on the team now, but he shoots back a warning. You better honor that promise. Jae-ha just smirks. Chill. Just grind for me like a loyal hound. With a monster like Kang, Seok leashed up. East High's power level just spiked hard. But don't count Soo-hyun out yet. West High pocketed their own ace during the chaos. Enter Na Yu-gyum, sitting pretty at rank 7. West is leveling up brick by brick. The dream of uniting Gangbook. It's actually happening. Suddenly Soo-hyun bolts for the bathroom. Nature calls. Nah, it's the gacha addiction calling. Time to rip open those reward packs. The main quest payout is huge, 2 platinum tier cards. He flips the first one. Skill name Slime. Soo-hyun stares at the weird stats, totally blanking. He casts it and boom, a totally useless blob appears. Combat power, 0. Then the system pings, feed the slime. Soo-hyun sighs and fishes a dollar bill from his pocket and tosses it to the blob. Gulp. Gone. No lights, no level up, nothing. Soo-hyun panics. Yo, spit that back out. Seconds later, the slime literally defecates the cash onto some toilet paper. It looks up at him, acting all innocent and victimized. Soo-hyun inspects the bill. It's the exact same one. The gears turn in his head. This isn't a pet. It's an inventory slot. A living, breathing, infinite storage unit. Just then, Ji-hyuk Jung knocks on the stall door, hearing the chaos. Boss, you good in there? We've got a situation. Need a sit rep now. Soo-hyun zips up and follows his advisor to a vacant room. Ji-hyuk drops the bomb. They're facing 2 critical failures. First up, finances. West High is dead broke. You can't run a gang on empty pockets. Kang Seok funded his army, trafficking dangerous meds. Han Jae-ha, he's got the nightlife and clubs on lock. They have revenue streams. West High has 0. If we want to stay on the map, we need cash flow. We need a business model. Fast. Problem number 2, the troops. Specifically their loyalty to you, boss. The defectors from South High are mercenaries. They followed Kang Seok for the paycheck. No business means no pay. No pay means they walk. But then you've got the wild cards who aren't chasing the bag. Ji-hyun Lee is only here for Gukja, that's obvious. But Na Yu-gyum, he's a total mystery. Why did he sign up? Ji-hyuk wants to run a background check. Soo-hyun pauses, thinking it over. They're wearing our colors now. That makes them family. I need to break the ice. Right on cue, the system holographic interface flashes. New quest boost faction loyalty. Soo-hyun turns to his strategist with a grin. Hey, how about a squad vacation? Nothing bonds a crew like a road trip. Ji-hyuk's brain instantly cuts to a montage of beach time with Haru Seong. He's sold. Great idea. But he snaps back, what about the money problem? He begs Soo-hyun to brainstorm a legit hustle. His AI advisor Little Cloud chimes in. Need cash. Start a biz. That triggers a lightbulb moment for Soo-hyun. The invisible slime. It's the ultimate smuggler's tool. Nobody else can see it, and it holds everything. He could walk contraband right through airport security. Zero risk. With this thing, he could be the biggest kingpin in the city overnight. Little Cloud gasps, Master, are we entering our villain era, drug lord arc? Soo-hyun gently sets the slime down. The power is tempting, sure, but abusing the system like that, nah. He's got standards. He refuses to cross that line. The problem is, his brain is empty. Quick cash usually equals crime, right? Little Cloud swoons over his moral backbone. Crisis averted. Cut to, packing bags. It's only a 2-day getaway, but Haru-song shows up hauling enough luggage for a month. And wait, why is Kim Da-hyun here? Oh, she's on a personal mission, verify Haru's gender once and for all. Then the heavy hitters roll up. Na Yu-gyom silent as a grave. Ji-hyun Lee looks bored, claiming she's only clocking in because it's work-related. Gukja looks around. Aren't we missing our strategist? Soo-hyun chuckles darkly. If he comes, we leave the base wide open for a raid. Someone has to hold the fort. So Ji-hyuk and Hyun-dong draw the short straws. Guard duty, the rest of the crew piles in road trip time. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Gangbuk North, a high-ranking exec gets the intel. South High has fallen devoured by the West and East Alliance. The North is waking up. The brass is hyping up this cute little alliance, asking Gangbuk North High's number 2 executive for his take. But Daniel, his mind is elsewhere, laser-focused on one name, Haru-song. Still, he can't ignore the facts. Tiny little West High actually devoured South High. Now Daniel is itching to meet the mastermind behind it all, Kim Soo-hyun. Road trip's over. The Gangbuk West crew finally hits the sand, and Haru-song makes a beeline for the waves like a kid on sugar. Lee Hyun-dong booked a villa for 3 days and 2 nights. But Kim Soo-hyun and Gukja, they're on a mission to crack the case today. The enigma of Haru-seong's gender. Haru swears he's a dude, but looking at that angelic face, the boys aren't buying it. And just like that, Haru pulls a ninja move somehow already changed into beach gear before anyone could sneak a peek. Gukja tells Soo-hyun to chill out. Relax, man. We've got 3 days and 2 nights to figure it out, he whines. He claims girls hate the buff muscular look like Gu Ha-jun and Na Yu-gyom have. Soo-hyun starts changing too, but he hasn't forgotten the real mission getting tight with Na Yu-gyom and Lee Ji-hyun. So Soo-hyun makes his move. He starts giving Yu-gyom a random back massage. Weird flex, but okay. While secretly using his camera skill to locate Ji-hyun. Big mistake. The holographic feed pops up showing his annoying sister changing. Panic mode engaged. Soo-hyun shuts his eyes tight. He flails, slapping the air. Yu-gyom turns around, face full of confusion. Soo-hyun scrambles for an excuse. There was a huge bug on your head. Soo-hyun braces for awkwardness, but surprisingly, the vibe just clicks. The girls are bonding instantly, nature of the beast. But he and Gukja are scratching their heads. Why does Haru fit in so perfectly with the ladies? The guys feel like total outcasts over there. To make it worse, Gu Ha-jun just scored another phone number. Meanwhile, Gukja is shook. Who knew the stoic Lee Ji-hyun had such a fun-loving party side? Soo-hyun's seeing a new side of his sister too. Ji-hyun's loyalty stats, skyrocketing. Yu-gyom looks stone-faced as usual, but his loyalty is climbing too. Still, one thing is eating at Soo-hyun, the strategist's warning about cash flow. Without a legit business to fund them, West High is doomed to collapse. But hey, priority number 1 right now, beach time. While everyone parties Daniel Gangbuk, North's number 2 gets the intel fast. They've already pinged Kim Soo-hyun's location. Hearing that the West High crew is playing at the beach, Daniel smirks calmly. What good fortune, he muses. But his scout dropped a bomb during the dig. Rumor has it North High's rank 39 Haru-song has turned traitor and is cozying up to Soo-hyun at the beach right now. Daniel feels a rare rush of adrenaline. Meanwhile, at the North High pool hall, the goons notice something off about boss. Haru-seong seems different lately. Well, obviously that's because it's the copy cloud in disguise. Suddenly, the noisy pool hall goes dead silent. Daniel has entered the chat. The underlings are trembling. Why is he here? The number 2 is a busy man. Is he here for Haru? The fake Haru locks eyes with the predator. Daniel pauses. Haru is actually meeting his gaze. He senses it immediately, the person standing there. It's clearly Haru yet, not the Haru he knows. Daniel spins around and barks an order to his subordinate. Find out exactly where West High is staying. Cut to late night, Kim Soo-hyun is out cold, dreaming peacefully. Copy cloud poofs back into existence. He frantically smacks his master awake to report the emergency. North High's number 2 showed up at the pool hall. Soo-hyun freezes. What the heck is that guy doing there? Little Cloud stammers. He came looking for Haru. He said, I look like Haru, but also not Haru. Soo-hyun is floored. How did Daniel see through the disguise? And seriously, what is the deal with Haru-seong? Gangbuk West High. And why is a top dog obsessed with a rank 39 scrub? Soo-hyun realizes the danger. If North High finds out he poached their talent, West High is toast. An attack is practically guaranteed. Soo-hyun panics. Where is the real Haru right now? Cut to Haru Seong, pinned down by Kim Da-hyun. She demands the truth. Boy or girl, spill it. Just moments ago, they were chilling peacefully on the sand. Haru tried making awkward small talk, totally clueless, as to why Da-hyun sat next to him. Then she drops the bomb. I didn't want to come here at all. I only came because I'm interested in you. Turns out ever since Haru saved her back then, she's caught major feelings. She pushes him. If you say you're a guy, what's with the long hair? But Haru has an excuse locked and loaded. I have a regular stylist, but they've been sick recently. I believe they'll get better, so I'm waiting. Da-hyun isn't buying that weak story for a second. She pins Jung Il-hyun down. 0 patience left. Cut the crap. Spill it right now. Are you a guy or a girl? Il-hyun has no clue why she's obsessing over this, but whatever. Just as she's staring daggers at his lips waiting for an answer, Kim Soo-hyun comes barreling in. Code red. Il-hyun, we've got a major emergency. Il-hyun scrambles to his feet, heart pounding. Is it East High? Are we under attack? Worse, it's North High heading this way. And it's their number 2 Daniel. Soo-hyun gets deadly serious. What's your history with this guy? Why is a top-tier executive obsessed with a rank 39 scrub like you? Sure, Daniel is curious about the leader Kim Soo-hyun, but let's be real, his main target is definitely Jung Il-hyun. Il-hyun shudders, old trauma flooding back. He looks like a kicked puppy. Can we please talk about this later? Gu Ha-jun frowns suspicious. Why are you acting so sketchy? But Soo-hyun cuts him off. Seeing Il-hyun literally trembling, Soo-hyun backs off. Fine. We'll put a pin in this. Tell me when you're ready. But the anxiety is real. Gu Ha-jun confirms the threat level. He'll be here any second. Soo-hyun's plan, stash Il-hyun somewhere safe, then face the music solo. If we talk it out, maybe we avoid a war. Ha-jun scoffs at the naivety. You have 0 clue what kind of psycho Daniel actually is. Soo-hyun shrugs. Daniel, sounds like a church choir boy. Ha-jun just rolls his eyes and walks out to handle business alone. Cut to the beach. Lee Ji-hyun is catching a vibe by the water. Yang Gukja slides in. Mind if I join? Ji-hyun hits him with a flat. You're already walking, aren't you? Gukja tries to get deep, asking about her sword. Ji-hyun's voice goes cold. Betrayal. I wanted revenge, but I was too weak. Next thing I knew, the blade was in my hand. She warns Gukja to quit while he's ahead. I don't trust humans. Gukja just cracks a grin. Suddenly, the waves crash dramatically against the shore. That's cool. You don't have to trust anyone right now, because I'm gonna make you trust me. Ji-hyun is left speechless. What are you even saying? Meanwhile, Na Yug-yeom is brooding alone in the park when his phone buzzes. It's Kang Suk. Stay put. I'm coming to get you. Across town, Han Jae-ha is questioning Kang Suk. You really think you can win Yug-yeom back? Suk is confident, solid as a rock. He only joined West High because he had no choice. His loyalty is mine. Jae-ha grins. Perfect. His master plan is locking into place. Gangbuk West High is about to implode from the inside. Suddenly, a scout bursts in with news. North High's Daniel is hunting Kim Soo-hyun. Jae-ha's eyes light up. Spicy. Daniel's gonna wipe out West High before East High even lifts a finger. Daniel is closing in. He's curious about Soo-hyun and that Il-hyun look-alike. But then he spots a roadblock. What's this West High's rank 3? Ha-jun steps up. Where do you think you're going? Daniel smirks. To meet your boss, obviously. And if you don't like what you see, Daniel's voice drops an octave. Then I delete the whole crew. Ha-jun refuses to budge. Daniel chuckles darkly. Playing bodyguard you, the guy who couldn't even beat Kang Suk. Ha-jun snaps. Shut your mouth and come at me. The quest alert pops up. Ha-jun's potential stats are spiking. Not long ago, they were equal. But now Daniel goes God mode. He absolutely demolishes Ha-jun. Ha-jun is on the ground, reeling. When did he get this OP? Or did I just get lazy? Daniel steps over the body heading for Soo-hyun. But a low growl stops him. Daniel pauses confused. This isn't your style. Gu Ha-jun protecting someone else. I thought you were just an arrogant solo player. Ha-jun drags himself up, willing to bleed for this. It's because that guy. He's transparent. Soo-hyun does whatever it takes to win, and he owns it. No shame. Straight shooter. No schemes. Just raw honesty. Daniel raises an eyebrow. That's not transparent, that's insane. Ha-jun shakes his head. Soo-hyun doesn't stab people in the back. He doesn't hide in the shadows. He fights for his people without calculating the cost. A totally transparent leader. Ha-jun realizes something. Serving under a guy like that might not be so bad. But first he has to stop Daniel before he reaches the boss. Daniel smiles, actually impressed. So that's your vibe now. But back at HQ, Jung Ji-hyuk is sweating bullets. Soo-hyun do not engage. Daniel is a literal monster. If this goes south, West High is game over. North High's executives are on a whole different level. That thing, barely human. Jang Ji-hyuk drops a bomb on Kim Soo-hyun to save West High's future. He needs to swallow his pride and bow down the second he spots Daniel. Hearing that nightmare scenario, Kim Soo-hyun lowers his phone, feeling totally helpless. First priority stash Chang Il-jun somewhere safe. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. Gu Ha-jun's potential is going haywire. Confused Kim Soo-hyun triggers his camera skill instantly. The feed shows Gu Ha-jun fighting a one-man war. Soo-hyun freezes. Ha-jun's parting words echo in his mind, leaving him completely shook. Is he fighting for me? He barks at Gildo to secure Chang Il-jun's stat. Meanwhile, Jang Hyuk is losing it. North High wasn't supposed to blitz them this fast. He lets out a defeated sigh. Is this it? Is Gangbook West High finally out of miracles? The showdown between Daniel and Gu Ha-jun isn't a fight. It's a massacre. Ha-jun is completely outclassed. Daniel is a monster. Watching Ha-jun flail around is practically entertainment for Daniel. But Ha-jun knows the stakes. If this beast gets past him, it's game over for everyone. He can't let that line break. Daniel sneers, telling Ha-jun to just cash in his chips and quit. Nobody's even watching you die here. Ha-jun's vision starts to blur, blacking out, until the system interface screams an alert. Crew member Gu Ha-jun's resolve bar, maxed out. Flashback to Han Jae-ha shocked that a fighter like Ha-jun took an L against Kang-sok. Kang-sok dropped the truth bomb. Ha-jun didn't lose on skill. He lost because he lacked that do-or-die fire. With a killer instinct, that fight would have flipped. And Kang-sok knew it was only a matter of time. The day Ha-jun unlocks that desperate rage, the whole hierarchy of Gangbuk gets flipped on its head. Ping, the system goes crazy. Gu Ha-jun's potential is skyrocketing. He drags himself back up, only for Daniel to stomp him back down with a brutal strike. The system chimes in with the bad news: awakening failed. Daniel pauses, sensing a shift. That split second, that was actually dangerous. Boom, Kim Soo-hyun blitzes from the rear but gets punted away like a rag doll. He hits the ground, reeling. What kind of insane damage output is this? Daniel smirks. You're the runt, trying to rule Gangbuk. Soo-hyun triggers peek to read his stats. Error. Opponent's levels are off the charts. Daniel leans in, voice dripping with mock concern. You cool with West High burning to the ground today? Suddenly, a terrifying new mission pops up: survive Danielle. One punch and Soo-hyun is gasping for air, lungs burning. His mind races. What the hell just hit him? Did he get hit by a fist or a freight truck? Paralysis sets in. Then the system flashes a red alert. Warning: fail the main quest, and you lose everything. Rewards seized. System offline. Forever. He pops recovery and forces himself up. No way is he folding now. This system is the only reason his life isn't trash anymore. He launches a pendulum shift assault. Finally, a flicker of interest in Daniel's eyes. Switching styles, Taekyon. He goes straight for the eyes. Daniel clocks the ancient technique instantly. Taekyon, huh? Soo-hyun follows up, knee to the chin. Daniel reaches out to crush him, but Soo-hyun drops low, dodging by a hair. Going for a tackle, Daniel thinks. Nope. Soo-hyun throws a rising uppercut, but Daniel weaves past it like it's in slow motion. Shows over kid, Daniel scoffs, dusting himself off. The gap in raw power is just impossible. Soo-hyun can't tank hits like this. Daniel actually hates fighting guys like this. He knows that look. Those are the eyes of someone who won't stay down. You've got resolve. Harder to break, Daniel mutters. Out of nowhere, Soo-hyun blurts, well, I kinda like you. Daniel ignores the weirdness. He's finishing this. Suddenly, Copy Cloud manifests auto-blocking for its master. Daniel blinks. The hell did this thing spawn from? He casually smash dunks the clone into the pavement. Soo-hyun seizes the distraction, drawing a wooden blade. Stamina reset. He switches to Arnis Filipino stick fighting and unleashes a flurry of strikes. It's like hitting a brick wall. 0 damage. Daniel is bored now. He's ready to wrap this up. Soo-hyun is out of options. Desperate, the clone yells out, a reminder: use the lucky bag. That item from the last drop, it's a gamble. One random stat boosted to S rank. But let's be real, even an S rank stat might not scratch this beast. As Daniel starts pummeling the clone again, Soo-hyun has no play left. He cracks open the lucky bag. Meanwhile, Gildo is rushing in with Na Yul-gyum and Lee Ji-hyun for backup. They're praying he's still breathing. But right now, Soo-hyun looks like a total deadbeat watching his clone get wrecked. The clone is getting obliterated. Soo-hyun drops to his knees screaming, "Stop, leave him alone." You already won. Isn't that enough? We forfeit, Daniel flashes. A cold, cruel smile. Too late. You're the one who wanted to be king of Gangbuk. Gangbuk North High is still the undisputed king. How can you be so casual about this? You can eat whatever junk you want, but you better watch your mouth. Daniel drops the hammer. Today is the absolute end for Gangbuk West. Kim Soo-hyun tries to plead that his crew is innocent, but Gildo and the boys just pulled up for backup. Daniel smirks, mocking their little power of friendship moment. Panic sets in. Kim Soo-hyun screams at them to run, knowing full well that even if they 5v1 him, they are absolutely no match for a monster like Daniel. He refuses to let his friends bleed for his mistakes. Suddenly, the system intervenes. Quest Alert member Kim Soo-hyun's resolve is maxed out. His potential starts skyrocketing. Thanks to that lucky bag he opened earlier, his stats just hit S rank. Boom. Potential fully awakened. Kim Soo-hyun decides right then and there, nobody touches his squad. With his awakening, his stats explode, unlocking 2 exclusive attack cards. First up is Wild Channeling Beast Mode to buff his attack power to insane levels for 5 minutes. The second is 1 against 1,000, a passive buff that scales his power based on how many enemies are around. He triggers both immediately. The crowd gasps as he launches Wild Face Claw, ripping into the air. He follows up with Wild Organ Pierce, and locks Daniel down with Wild Skin Bite. Finally, he's actually dodging Daniel's strikes. He executes Wild Skin Grab, combos it with Taehoon's martial arts, and drives a brutal knee strike upward. But Daniel, he eats it and counters. The rest of the West High crew wants to jump in, but they're frozen. Stepping in now would just make them a liability. Daniel's face finally gets serious. Kim Soo-hyun isn't backing down. He has to protect these bonds he fought so hard to build. He pulls out the platinum card he looted from South High. Stone Fist. It's a 3-second stun lock if the punch connects. Kim Soo-hyun waits for the perfect frame to unleash Stone Fist. But Daniel just laughs. The guy was actually nervous for a split second. Daniel admits he didn't expect a real fight. He actually respects Soo-hyun, now the old Daniel. The old version would have been cooked. Gildu and the duo try to capitalize and rush him. Daniel barely flicks his wrist, and the trio gets ragdolled instantly. Kim Soo-hyun stares filled with rage and total helplessness. Daniel speaks into his phone. Yeah, we can't let Gangbuk West run loose anymore. It turns out, Ma Jongdu North High's number 3 already solo-leveled the entire West High base. It's over. They can wipe West High off the map right now. Lee Hyundong is shaking. Is this real life? Every single fighter at West High is down. Is Ma Jongdu even human? That's too much power for one guy. Daniel tells Ma Jongdu to pause. He wants to hear the West High boss's famous last words. Soo-hyun falls into despair. Is this really the end? When Soo-hyun stays silent, Daniel moves to snatch his glasses, but his phone buzzes. Soo-hyun is confused. Who could possibly make a monster like Daniel sweat? The voice on the line is cold. Why are you going off script? Daniel tries to explain that Soo-hyun is a bigger threat than predicted, but the North High leader cuts him off. Dropping his name with heavy authority, Daniel smiles nervously, apologizing for overstepping, but the next order throws him off. The boss wants him to bring Kim Soo-hyun in alive. Suddenly, the system chimes, mission complete. Next thing we know, Soo-hyun is dragged to North High HQ. Standing before him is the myth himself, Gangbuk North's Rank 1 Choyun. He turns his gaze to Soo-hyun. A suffocating aura crashes down on Soo-hyun instantly. He tries to use his peak skill to check stats. Error. Peak failed. The opponent's level is too high to read. Choyun gives him a choice. Join North High as a subordinate, or die right here. Fighting is suicide. Soo-hyun knows he has 0 chance of winning, but he refuses. He has one last trick up his sleeve. Soo-hyun shouts, how about you become West High's subordinate? He summons Copy Cloud, attempting to clone Gangbuk's strongest fighter. The cloud rushes Choyun Soo-hyun, praying for a miracle. But the system alerts Copy, failed. Reason unknown. Soo-hyun freezes. What? Even Choyun looks confused. Realizing his bluff failed, Kim Soo-hyun drops to his knees, slamming his head on the floor. I was blind to your greatness, he screams. Joining the North High family, that's my dream. I'll be your dog right now. Forget pride. Kim Soo-hyun is in survival mode. Everyone is stunned by the switch up, but Soo-hyun has no choice. It's either bow down or West High burns. Just stay alive. That's the baseline now. Kim Soo-hyun faces his crew voice heavy with regret. My bad guys. If I wasn't so weak, we wouldn't be in this mess. Chung Il-chon knows the score this disaster is on him. Crushed by the weight of it, he tries to bail on the squad to spare them. But Soo-hyun shuts that down instantly. No, I'm the weak one here, not you. The irony hits hard. Wasn't this the guy screaming about unifying Gangbuk? Now look at him. Surrendered. Absorbed by North High. Pathetic. He turns to the newbies Na Yu-gyum and Lee Ji-hyun. If I disgust, you walk away. No hard feelings. After witnessing that brutal beatdown from Daniel, watching their leader beg for his life on his knees, yeah, that's rock bottom. But the duo just shrugs. Leaving or staying, that's our call, not yours. Stop acting like the boss of us. Suddenly ding system alert. Na Yu-gyum and Lee Ji-hyun's loyalty stats, spiking, like skyrocketing. Soo-hyun is floored. Wait, you guys actually like seeing me roll over like a dog. Meanwhile, Daniel is racking his brain over leader Choyun's play. Sure, Soo-hyun is weak now, but give him time. He's a ticking time bomb for North High. They could wipe West High off the map today. But Choyun, he insists on keeping Soo-hyun breathing. Daniel can't decode the endgame. How does he plan to use this kid? A thought creeps in is Soo-hyun, reminiscent of Gangbuk North's previous leader. Choyun cuts through the silence. Since when do you get to question me? Daniel flashes a nervous smile. My bad. Totally overstepped. Elsewhere, the news hits East High. Han Jae-ha is shook. Soo-hyun joined North High. Kang Sok is clueless. No one knows what game Soo-hyun is playing. Then the news drops on the West High crew. We belong to North High now. Instant humiliation. It gets worse. The word on the street. Kim Soo-hyun, the guy who crawled on his knees, is now Cho-yun's personal lunch shuttle. The crew is speechless. Unify. Gangbook. Yeah, right. Just hot air. Suddenly, Jang Ji-hyuk shows up, bags packed. He's out. He joined West High for one reason, to conquer Gangbuk, but staying in a puppet crew run by North High, not his style. Hold up, Soo-hyun interrupts. Listen before you bounce. When he agreed to be Cho-yun's lapdog, he didn't do it for free. He pitched a deal. Let me end the war with East High. He knows Cho-yun is cooking up something big, and when that goes down, East High will definitely try to ambush him. Soo-hyun played the strategist card. Sure, Cho-yun could crush East High like bugs, but why waste the energy? Soo-hyun asked to handle East High personally with a loner squad of North High's monsters. His logic, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Cho-yun bought it. Green light to attack East High. The play, use North High's muscle to wipe out East High. Zero blood spilled for West High. And when the moment is right, betrayal. Ji-hyuk drops his bags. The gears turn. The strategist grins. I pledge my loyalty, my lord. Meanwhile, that gold card Soo-hyun snagged from surviving Daniel. It unlocks a greeting card, a direct line to the top-tier challenger. Soo-hyun activates it. Zap. Everyone vanishes. The Divine Challenger card speaks up, praising Soo-hyun's gains. Put the voice on Soo-hyun demands. After facing North High, he knows he needs to cut a deal with the entity behind the curtain. Connecting. The familiar voice echoes from the card. Their old pact, take out East and South. Now only Han Jae-ha is left standing. When the entity learns Soo-hyun is now Cho-yun's underling, even the system is surprised. Soo-hyun explains, East High is toast. I'm using North High's power. But that's the easy part. The real problem is the monster waiting at the finish line, North High. He needs juice, serious juice. He asks the entity to lend him strength. It clicks. These quests aren't just for his benefit. The entity is using him as a proxy to stop something catastrophic. Sharp kid, smarter than you look. Bingo. The entity stays cryptic. Some secrets are off limits, but we can help each other. Quid pro quo. Deal sealed. The entity offers a one-time perk. Upgrade one card to the absolute max level. A feat impossible for current Soo-hyun. The choice is everything. Which skill breaks the game? Soo-hyun calculates. He locks it in. Later, West High gathers. Sure, they're technically North High property now, but the mission hasn't changed. If Cho-yun keeps his word, it's open season on East High. But they have to move smart. Even if they crush Han Jae-ha, Cho-yun is the wild card they can't predict. Cho-yun is basically a god right now. He could wipe West High off the map without breaking a sweat. We need to level up fast. Before the raid on East High kicks off, Chung-gil is vibing in the back, looking absolutely wrecked with guilt. The whole squad rallies around him. They're all like, bro, stop beating yourself up over the past. We got you. That's when Jang Ji-hyuk cuts in. He asks Soo-hyun about cash flow, claiming that while running a crew is pricey, he has a hustle to make money. The catch. It involves borrowing a little startup capital from Jo-yoon, but Soo-hyun shuts it down immediately. Funds are already secured. He flashes that new card. Smooth sailing from here. Later back at his crib making sure the coast is clear. Soo-hyun instantly checks his stats. The copy cloud skill is finally maxed out. It's showtime. He can now spawn 5 clones with copy abilities. That's a total game changer. But he needs more intel, so he grills the challenger card. How do I get on Jo-yoon's level? The card drops a bomb. You've barely started. Awakening isn't the finish line. To the system, Awakening is just the tutorial. Soo-hyun hasn't even touched a master card yet. That's where the real power is. The challenger card confirms it, bag a master card, and you might actually stand a chance against Gangbuk North High. Your stats will shatter the level cap. This is just the beginning. Soo-hyun is hyped. He needs that power now. He demands the quest details for a master card, but the system ghosts him. That's enough hints. No more favoritism for today. Soo-hyun is stunned. The grind is far from over. Meanwhile, Baek Chae-rin notices he looks totally stressed out. The vibes have been off lately, she thinks. Is he worried because North High is swallowing up the West? Then Chae-rin catches herself. Wait, why do I care about his mood? Not my problem. But she remembers that spicy food is the ultimate stress killer, and her homemade tteokbokki is legendary. She shoots her shot. Hey, wanna come over to my place for spicy rice cakes? Soo-hyun is confused. Your house. Why? Chae-rin freezes, realizing what she just offered. Did I just say that out loud? Suddenly, a system window pops up. Main quest. Kiss Baek Chae-rin. No indirect kisses allowed. Soo-hyun literally jumps out of his skin. If he fails a main quest, it's game over. Literally. Meanwhile, Chae-rin's cooking is getting rave reviews from her squad. Even her usually depressed friends say her food cures the blues instantly. Back to reality, Chae-rin is panicking. Why did he actually say yes? Soo-hyun calls from downstairs asking for the door code. Her face goes nuclear red. I'm really bringing a boy into my house. She unlocks the door for him. She lets him in, feeling butterflies everywhere. Soo-hyun is a nervous wreck too. He's walking like a robot. The worst part is that quest timer ticking in his brain. He tries to act natural. Need help with anything? Chae-rin spins around, flustered, and asks him to grab a bowl. A bowl she could have easily reached herself. The spicy aroma fills the room. Soo-hyun grabs it and turns around. And boom. They're inches apart. Both jump back, awkward levels rising to 1000%. Chae-rin wonders why a simple location change makes the air feel so electric. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Soo-hyun takes a bite. Whoa, this is actually fire. He's genuinely impressed. He jokes that she must have put addictive drugs in it. But once the plate is clean and dishes are done, it's time to leave. But the quest isn't done. How is he supposed to just kiss her? He's clueless. Soo-hyun stalls at the door, brain overheating. Finally, Chae-rin breaks the silence. Don't go getting into fights again. Earlier, she had a panic attack in the bathroom, calling her bestie. Her friend roasted her. You used rice cakes as bait to lure your crush home. Smooth. Chae-rin was losing it. What's the play? The friend told her to make the first move because Soo-hyun is dense as a brick. If you don't act now, Yang So-ha is gonna snatch him up. That was the wake-up call. Back to the present. She can't let him walk out yet. She blurted out. Want to hang out a bit longer. Now they're on the couch watching some cheesy romance drama in silence. Soo-hyun freezes. Her hand is touching his. Does she not realize they pretend to watch the show, hearts racing? Subtlety isn't working. Chae-rin remembers the advice and decides to go all in. Hypothetically, what if I had feelings for you? Soo-hyun laughs it off nervously. Stop joking. As if right, Chae-rin frowns, genuinely confused. Why is that impossible? She demands to know what he thinks. Soo-hyun pauses, realizing he stepped on a landmine, and starts rambling compliments to save his skin. There is absolutely no logic to her catching feelings for him. Big Chae-rin lets out a heavy, helpless sigh. You are actually impossible to deal with. Kim Soo-hyun is confused, trying to decode what she means by impossible. Suddenly, his brain short-circuits. Bake Chae-rin is literally kissing him right now. Soo-hyun turns into a statue completely paralyzed until she finally pulls away. Chae-rin stands there, her face burning 50 shades of red. I've been dropping hints for ages. That was my first kiss. You absolute moron. Ding. A holographic window pops up, quest complete. She practically shoves him out the door, telling him to get lost. Walking home, Soo-hyun feels like he's floating. Was that a hallucination? He has no clue when she started seeing him as boyfriend material. In his head, they were just bros this whole time. Just then, the system ruins the mood with a new notification. Soo-hyun stares blankly, another mission involving Chae-rin. The objective, launch a business venture with her. Soo-hyun scratches his head. Wait, does the system want me to open a spicy rice cake franchise with her? Sure, her cooking is god tier, but bringing up business right now feels incredibly cringe, considering they just swapped spit. Meanwhile, Chae-rin, who gathered every ounce of courage to confess, is terrified about where they stand. After tossing and turning all night, she barely drags herself to school the next morning. She's still reeling from yesterday's stunt. She can't even meet his gaze in the hallway. The bell rings, but the tension is suffocating. The weirdest part for Chae-rin is that the sensation of the kiss is still lingering on her lips. They both start rambling, creating the most awkward dialogue in history. The teacher slams the podium. Quiet back there, so Chae-rin switches to passing notes. She scribbles a note asking for his thoughts. Classic Soo-hyun, he responds, with a wall of text, praising her vaguely. She decides to be blunt. Okay, look at me. Does your heart race? Do you feel butterflies? Anything? She slides her hand over his locking eyes. Soo-hyun looks shocked as she whispers, Tell me you're not nervous right now. Suddenly, Soo-hyun's expression hardens. Meet me at break. I have something important to tell you. Chae-rin follows him to a secluded corner, heart pounding against her ribs. This is it. The big romantic confession she's been waiting for. But nope. Soo-hyun hits her with a business pitch. He needs to clear the quest, so he asks her to launch a startup with him. He babbles about not wasting her culinary talent. They could leverage her skills to dominate the spicy rice cake market. And don't worry, he adds, Jang Ji-hyuk will handle the capital and strategy. Chae-rin stares at him, her brain, trying to process this. So, you pulled me aside for a business proposal. The next second she winds up and delivers a devastating punch to his chest. He crumples like a piece of paper, shaking in agony. Chae-rin is officially uninterested in being his business partner. She storms off, leaving him gasping. Oddly, Soo-hyun exhales in relief. He's still too confused to navigate the romance route anyway. Ding, quest complete. Later, he pitches the restaurant idea to his strategist Jang Ji-hyuk. But Ji-hyuk isn't exactly jumping for joy. Startups aren't a joke, boss. Ji-hyuk knows the reality of the market is brutal. We need prime locations, scouting supply chains, and actual business know-how. Ji-hyuk explains. Plus, West High is broke and we have 0 staff. Still, Ji-hyuk promises to crunch the numbers and try to smooth things over with Chae-rin later. Suddenly, a scout bursts into the room. Bad news. The North is calling. Soo-hyun blinks, caught off guard. Choi-yun, what does the king of the North want with me now? Ji-hyuk adjusts his glasses. He's pressing you, my liege. You made a deal to crush Gangbuk East High. The grace period is over. It's time to mobilize. Meanwhile, Han Jae-ha isn't sleeping on the job either. He knows. West High is coming. East High has already locked down their defenses, assigning specific counters for every West High executive. Yeom Changgung is hunting Yu-gyom. Ryu Si-kyung is set to neutralize Seong-haru. And Kang Seok, he's tasked with stopping the tank, Gu Ha-jun. Seo Dong-tak is occupied elsewhere, but Jae-ha has deployed a massive army at the border that even Soo-hyun can't brute force his way through. Strategically, West High has to flank them to survive. Jae-ha is counting on that detour to trap them. But then, a panicked report comes in. West High is charging straight down the middle. Jae-ha scoffs. A frontal assault. Are they suicidal? He grabs the scout. How many? Who's leading the charge? Just one, sir. It's only Kim Soo-hyun. It sounds insane, but this is exactly what the strategist planned. There's a way to win this war without a bloodbath, but it requires a specific setup. Right now, West High's morale is in the dumpster after bowing to the North. Ji-hyuk laid it out clearly. You need to remind everyone why you're the boss. Strike fear into the East and wake up the West. Soo-hyun knows exactly what to do. The East High goons sneer at him. Look, it's Choi-yun's little errand boy. But Soo-hyun is about to teach them a lesson. He might have lost to Choi-yun, but he's still a monster compared to them. Soo-hyun scans the area, sizing up the opposition. About 30 plus goons. Perfect. It's the ideal setup to test drive his 1 against 1,000 skill. Boom. A terrifying aura explodes off Soo-hyun. He's itching to see what East High's elite, anti-boss strike force is actually made of. Daesung screams at his squad. It's just one guy. Don't be cowards. Watch out for his boxing. And that, ancient Taekyon stuff. But it's already too late. With the 1 against 1,000 skill active, the game has completely changed. Soo-hyun's stats aren't just high, they're broken. We're talking speed SS+, and stamina SS+. Daesung freezes, realizing Soo-hyun isn't even using martial arts techniques. The realization hits him like a truck. This guy doesn't need fancy moves to wreck them. Furious, Daesung charges in for the kill. But blink and you'll miss it. His body gets flipped. A full 180 degrees. Soo-hyun drops him. With a single devastating hit. Back at base, Jae-ha gets the call. Daesung and his entire strike force deleted. He's stunned. Just yesterday, Soo-hyun was a total scrub. Now, the reports are terrifying. Soo-hyun is bulldozing through their lines like an unstoppable force. They need a plan fast. Jae-ha clamps a hand over his lackey's mouth. Zip it, he hisses. He orders an ambush on Soo-hyun's route immediately. But then another interruption. Boss phone for you. It's Chang-won standing in the absolute wreckage Soo-hyun left behind. Soo-hyun has already vanished. Chang-won is confused, but he notices something weird in the aftermath. Soo-hyun deliberately spared some of the fighters. It reeks of a psychological setup by West High. Ji-hyuk, the mastermind, knows. East High smells a rat. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun gets a system alert with his next objective. Ensure Ji-hyuk's master plan succeeds. The reward. The total collapse of Gangbuk East High. Ji-hyuk's strategy. To win the war without a massacre is officially in motion. Jae-ha must be losing his mind trying to guess their next move. But the storm has already made landfall. More bad news for East High. Gangbuk North High is storming the gates. Cheonseo is leading the vanguard. Jae-ha screams for all hands on deck to defend against the North High invasion. But wait, new intel drops. Cheonseo takes a mysterious phone call and suddenly pulls his troops back. Jae-ha is baffled. But then he hears the whispers. The terror spreading through his ranks is palpable. It clicks. This is Ji-hyuk's play. He's using psychological warfare to force a surrender without a real fight. Usually taking Jae-ha down means seizing all 10 of his entertainment venues. But that's a grind that takes too much time and exposes them to traps. Jae-ha won't quit easily. But his army, that's the weak link. Soo-hyun's rampage was just the opening act of terror. Then North High showing up cranked the anxiety to an 11. In this pressure cooker, if one guy runs, they all run. It's a domino effect. Jae-ha will be left standing alone, because he'll have 0 soldiers left. Kang Seok figures it out. This 4D chess move has to be Ji-hyuk. That snake dismantled South High the exact same way. Every time Beomsung had a plan, Ji-hyuk countered it. Seok loathes him, and right now East High's morale is in the gutter. Seok demands, so what's the play, boss? Jae-ha grins. He's ready to show West High who they're messing with. In 1 hour, our rank 3 Sik-young fixes this problem permanently. Meanwhile, West High is following the script perfectly, turning the heat up and scaring the East High goons senseless. Total surrender is imminent. Hyun-dong and Ji-hyuk are chilling in the safe zone, waiting for the mission accomplished banner. Suddenly, a guard goes flying through the door. Hyun-dong throws himself in front of Ji-hyuk instantly. It's Sik-young. He led an elite squad through the back lines, straight to Command Central. Hyundong longs to defend his strategist. Seokyoung just smirks. You think you can stop me? On the other side of town, Soo-hyun is still mopping up East High grunts, just like he was told. It's a breeze until ding, a system window pops up. Side quest failed. Back at base, Hyundong and Ji-hyuk are on the floor, defeated. Since the strategist is so smart, Jae-ha played dirty. Why not just bag the brain? Another notification flashes. West High morale critical drop. With Ji-hyuk kidnapped, the troops are losing their nerve. Conversely, East High is hyped. West High's stats tank while East High gets a major buff. Soo-hyun needs a huddle now. Meanwhile, dragged deep into enemy territory, a captive Ji-hyuk screams in rage. End me right now, you think I'm gonna let some gangbuk East scum play me? I ain't just a strategist, I'm a commander. I choose to go out in a blaze of glory and be a legend, but just when Jang Ji-hyuk is bracing for the end, Han Jae-ha cuts the ropes and hits him with a curveball. My bad. We were totally out of line, Mr. Strategist. This guy is basically the Zhuge Kongming of Gangbuk West. And Han Jae-ha. He claims he's been dying to meet a genius like this. He puts on the charm saying, Master, you don't actually have beef with us, right? We need a big brain like yours over here. Hearing that, Ji-hyuk snaps, shut your trap. I ride or die for my lord. You can kill me, but I ain't helping East High. A goon asks Jae-ha what the move is. Shockingly, Jae-ha tells them to treat Ji-hyuk like royalty. See, they did their homework and realized Ji-hyuk isn't actually close with Kim Soo-hyun. The only reason he joined the West crew is because he's crushing hard on Seong-haru. Knowing that Han Jae-ha prescribes the perfect poison, a honey trap, to milk Gangbuk West's secrets. Internally, Ji-hyuk is screaming, I am in so much trouble. Save me, Lord. Kim Soo-hyun taps into his camera skill, spots his boy at the karaoke bar, and finally exhales. Suddenly, Lee Hyundong drops to his knees, yelling, I was too weak, I couldn't protect the advisor. Punish me however you want, but Soo-hyun gets serious. Nah, this is on me. I should have stacked more security on him. You fought hard. The enemy was just OP. Soo-hyun knows that. The vibe is dead and their combat power tanked because of it. But the fix to get them back to 100% is simple, get the brain back. Boom, main quest triggers the downfall of Gangbuk East High. Step 1, extract Ji-hyuk. East High runs 5 karaoke spots, so they gotta pinpoint his location. And for this play, Seong-haru is the MVP. Meanwhile, Ji-hyuk is mentally apologizing to his boss, because he totally spilled the beans on the wet, instantly calls up all his officers. Ji-hyuk feels helpless. He really tried to resist. But on the flip side, Kim Soo-hyun knew this snake would pull a move like this. And West High's ace, Seong-haru, it's showtime. Han Jae-ha gears up to snatch Kim Soo-hyun, sending squads to pick off the West High officers. His intel says West High hasn't even started searching for their lost tactician yet. Just to be safe, he plans to end Soo-hyun today. But then a grunt rushes in with bad news. The karaoke bar holding Ji-hyuk is under siege. We don't know who hit us. East High goons are dropping like flies, but there's no word of the West High army moving out. One East High thug, barely conscious, gasps out a warning. Everyone spins around to see that in the middle of this mess, there is a literal girl wrecking the place. The attacker snaps, I am not a girl. Finally, they realize, it's the intruder. It's actually Seong-haru from West High in full drag. And man, he is dying inside right now. Rewind a bit, Soo-hyun launched Operation Crossdress. Haru hated every second of it, but if the main crew rolled up, East High would spot them instantly. But nobody expects a solo infiltration in a skirt. Soo-hyun begged him, go save the strategist. Just put on the dress. Haru despised the idea, but let's be real. West High is in this mess partly because of him. He's got to pay his debts. Back to now, Han Jae-ha feels lucky he stationed the beast Ryu Seokyoung there. The noise gets Seokyoung hyped. He's itching to join the party. Meanwhile, Ji-hyuk is living his best life in the honey trap. Haru busts in looking exhausted. Ji-hyuk jumps up, faking outrage. How dare you use girls against me? Haru thinks he looks ridiculous, but whatever priority one is getting the strategist out. Suddenly, Ryu Seokyoung blocks the exit. Haru shouts, run, find an opening. I'll hold the line. Seokyoung takes a peek under Haru's skirt and smirks. Are those shorts? He casually swats Haru aside like a fly. Haru realizes this is bad, the power gap is massive. He just has to survive long enough for Ji-hyuk to bail. Seokyoung grins at Haru and asks, you know why I'm letting him run? Cause there's an army of East High goons outside, weakling like him. No way he breaks through that mob alone. But Chang Il-chon lets him run solo for one reason. Kim Soo-hyun swore he had an escape plan. Just as the East High mob swarms toward Jang Ji-hyuk, he thinks it's game over. Suddenly, on the flip side, Kim Soo-hyun triggers the exchange skill. Their stats swap instantly. Feeling godlike power surging through his veins, Jang Ji-hyuk screams for Han Jae-ha to come get some. The East High crew is shook. Since when is the strategist a tank? Is West High just breeding monsters now? Ji-hyuk mentally apologizes to his boss. Sorry Soo-hyun, but this gangbuk unification gig might just be a solo job for me. He has never felt this kind of raw power before. He feels strong enough to crush gangbuk's Daniel like a bug. Watching Ji-hyuk's smug mug, Soo-hyun wants to puke. But hey, at least Ji-hyuk can bulldoze his way out. Now, Soo-hyun needs to vanish. With his current trash stats, a stiff breeze could knock him out. But right then, a massive kick sends Soo-hyun flying. Han Jae-ha enters the chat. He didn't think Ji-hyuk would actually snitch on his leader's location. Soo-hyun curses internally. Ji-hyuk, you traitor. Meanwhile, that traitor, wearing Soo-hyun's stats, is cackling like a maniac. Soo-hyun has no choice. He has to stall. He taunts. Even Kang-sok couldn't drop me. You think you can. But Jae-ha, with his S-tier intelligence, sees right through the bluff. Soo-hyun knows he is absolutely cooked. This weak body can't dodge a single hit. Suddenly Gu Hajun steps in, but the morale debuff has his stats tanking hard. Hajun tries to counter but gets shoved aside. Kang-sok has crashed the party. It's code red. Before Ji-hyuk can clear the karaoke bar, Soo-hyun knows he can't survive this 2-on-1. Hajun yells at him to run. Just as Soo-hyun hesitates, a system alert pings. Team member Gu Hajun's resolve is maxed out. He's still haunted by the crushing defeat against Daniel. Even his awakening was cut short. He is beyond salty about that loss. The pop-up warns that Hajun's overlord's aura is going berserk. But Kang-sok isn't sweating it, because he knows Hajun lacks a real why. Without a reason to fight, there's no true resolve. Soo-hyun stands there useless. His stats are garbage, and Han Jae-ha is lurking right there. Hajun eats another attack meant for Soo-hyun. He grits his teeth, shouting at Soo-hyun to cook up a plan fast. But all Soo-hyun can do is watch the timer on the exchange skill. Meanwhile, Chang Il-cheon clashes with Ryu Sik-young, but he senses something off. Ryu is slow, and his hits are soft. Chang is confused. This guy is number 3. He suspects Ryu is holding back a trump card. Chang unleashes flashy capoeira kicks, trying to force Ryu's hand. Facing the barrage, Ryu just smirks, finally getting fun. In a split second, Chang's world flips 180 degrees. Ryu slams him with a wrestling takedown. Looking at the flattened Chang, he grins. My bad. Suddenly, a lackey screams bad news. The strategist is a beast. He's gonna get away. Ryu leaves Chang to the mobs and sprints after Ji-hyuk. Chang scrambles up, roaring. I ain't done yet. Ryu shuts him down. It's over. West High is getting wrecked everywhere. Since the strategist is MIA, morale is dead, and every West High member is suffering a massive stat penalty. Ji-hyuk spots the exit. Freedom is one step away. Suddenly, a random grunt lunges. Snap. The exchange skill expires. Ji-hyuk freezes as his stats revert to normal. The grunt tackles him easily, totally stunned. Did I just do that? He thinks he might be a hidden gem. Han Jae-ha gets the intel immediately. Ji-hyuk's escape failed. West High is practically finished. If East High pushes now, it's a total team wipe. Hajun begs Soo-hyun to bail. Soo-hyun refuses. It's not over till it's over. Lee Ji-hyun learned her lesson the hard way. Protect the brain at all costs. She blitzes in, saving the strategist just in time. Boom, West High's morale resets. The stat nerf is gone. Gukja obliterates the enemies in front of him with Yamazaki karate. That's my girl, he whispers impressed. Chang Il-cheon, back to full power, mops up the surrounding goons. Time for the counteroffensive. Kang-sok realizes the tide has turned. He lunges for Soo-hyun to break their morale again, but that ship has sailed. Kang-sok gets slammed into the dirt. Now Han Jae-ha rushes at Soo-hyun. Kang-sok lunges to intervene, but he's seconds too slow. With barely a glance, Kim Soo-hyun raises a hand and catches Han Jae-ha's attack dead in its tracks. Han Jae-ha freezes, paralyzed by an aura he can't comprehend. The pressure isn't just heavy, it's absolutely suffocating. Soo-hyun activates beast mode. He unleashes a savage wild strike, moving so fast Kang-sok's brain can barely process the violence. One hit, that's all it takes. As East High's leader crumples, their entire crew's morale shatters, tanking their stats in real time. Soo-hyun scores a hidden achievement for the speedrun. By skipping the second quest entirely, he crushes the third one instantly. A platinum card drops into his inventory for taking down Jae-ha, while Kang-sok lets out a furious roar. Everyone freeze, move, grab Jae-ha, and bounce. Kang-sok barks at the lackeys, terrified that word of this beatdown will hit the streets. He'll hold the line here. Soo-hyun checks his log, 3 quests left. Priority 1, bag Kang-sok. Gotta neutralize the threat now. But Gu Hajun steps in, blocking Soo-hyun's path. Back off. He's mine. He's got a score to settle from their last bout. Hajun waves Soo-hyun off to support the others, his mind drifting to a nagging question. What is this deadly resolve Kang-sok keeps preaching? Suddenly, a system window pops. Gu Hajun's potential is spiking. Current stats against an awakened Kang-sok suicide. Kang-sok sneers, sensing the hesitation. Hajun lacks the killer instinct. If he had true resolve, he never would have bowed to Soo-hyun. Kang-sok grabs him. It's time for the infinite suplex loop. Pure humiliation. You can't beat anyone like this. And he's right. By the second slam, Hajun's HP is critically low. Kang Sok knows the truth. Hajun has no why. Battered and broken, Hajun struggles to get back on his feet. Getting up isn't resolve. Kang Sok spits. Hajun's thoughts spiral. Can I really not win without this? Desperation. What even is it? Where do you buy it? Why is his inventory empty of the one thing he needs? Then a shift. Why do I need it? Kang Sok pauses, sensing a change in the air. Hajun's mind rewinds. Elementary school days. The chaos of middle school. High school domination. Back then, he was the apex predator. Fear didn't exist in his vocabulary. Until that version of him got absolutely crushed by Daniel. That's when it clicks. He got soft playing the team game, but he was always a monster when he stood alone. The system alert flashes. Gu Hajun's potential is exploding. He's reverting to his prime factory settings. Max, potential Hajun, has officially awakened. Over at North High, Daniel smirks. West High is safe because the Overlord is back. His lackey is confused. The guy Soo-hyun beat. He's that good, but Daniel knows better. Yeah, he lost to Soo-hyun, but don't get it twisted. Hajun was the original candidate to unite all of Gangbuk. Feelings made him weak. His deadly resolve isn't something new, it's his past self. If he goes retro, Gangbuk is going to burn. Awakening triggers Hajun's stamina bar refills instantly. Awakening bonus, an exclusive attack card. He activates the skill immediately. Kang Seok charges but hits a wall of pressure. The skill name flashes on screen. Return of the Overlord. The effect, every punch spawns clones to land 2 extra hits simultaneously, and it stacks with his other skills. Suddenly, Hajun isn't throwing punches, he's raining artillery on Kang Seok. It's a hurricane of fists. Kang Seok is getting overwhelmed, but he grinds his teeth, refusing to fold. He tries to grapple, desperate for a lock. Bad move. Hajun switches styles Kyokushin Karate. One pair of hands, with the Overlord buff. The speed is blinding. It looks like he has 6 arms. Kang Seok hits the pavement. Down. Hajun glares at the trembling grunts. Tell them all. Jaeha and Kang Seok are finished. Soo-hyun gets the ping while en route. Kang Seok defeated. He smirks, he never doubted it. Hajun was always going to win. Soo-hyun lights a victory sig. The stat screen confirms it. Hajun is on a whole new level. Back at base, Jaeha wakes up and puts his fist through a table. Pure rage. He can't process it. When did Soo-hyun become a god? The map is turning red. East High is losing ground fast. His crew looks to him for a plan. He's got nothing. Han Jaeha stares into the abyss. He refuses to let East High end up extinct like South High. But tactics, strategy, useless against monsters. Jaeha rallies the troops. Forget tactics. We fight with deadly resolve or we die. And then the system chimes. Mission complete. Jaeha's potential begins to surge. The East is waking up. Meanwhile, Taeho senses something off about Ryu Sekyung. That guy fights like he doesn't give a damn about East High's flag. Ryu Sekyung totally ghosted everyone after taking down Chon Taeho, even though he could have easily snatched the advisor while he was at it. It's frustrating because even Kim Soo-hyun can't get a read on this guy. Sekyung is a complete enigma. The scout spills the tea on the current chaos. West High and North High are launching a synchronized pincer attack on East High. They're getting squeezed from both sides. On the front lines, Na Yugyum is locked in a standoff with Yeom Changung. Soo-hyun is sweating bullets over Yugyum, but it's not because he thinks the kid lacks raw power. Ultimately, Soo-hyun decides to bet everything on trust. Meanwhile, the stare-down with Changung is getting agonizingly long. The mob is confused why nobody is throwing hands yet. Then Changung breaks the silence. You gonna honor that deal with Kang Seok or what? Flashback to the manipulation. Kang Seok cornered Yugyum solo, gaslighting him about how hard life is at West High. He said, when the war starts, that's the signal. The mission, betray West High. Kang Seok wants Yugyum to literally stab Kim Soo-hyun in the back. Yugyum's response, dead silence, followed by a brutal shin kick. Changung never saw it coming. What the hell, you traitor? The truce shatters, and the entire mob erupts into total mayhem following their leaders. Changung can't process the double cross. After everything Kang Seok did for you, you're serious right now. Has he really flipped sides to Kim Soo-hyun already? Yugyum stays mute and unleashes another nasty low kick. Changung analyzes the matchup instantly. The kid has reach. Long limbs mean Changung needs to close the distance to survive. Bam, another kick lands. Changung realizes his legs are gonna snap before he can even make a move if this keeps up. He has to get inside Yugyum's guard right now or it's game over. Yugyum loads up for another kick. Changung braces for impact, but it's a fake out. The whole battlefield seems to freeze. Yugyum's eyes are cold, locking onto his prey with intense focus. But the feint was sloppy. Changung spots the opening and launches a devastating counterstrike. Crack, a massive headbutt connects. Remember what Jihyuk said, East High isn't your average school. Their boss Han Jaeha is a tactician, which implies he's not the heavy hitter of the group. The scary truth. The executives are actually stronger than the boss. The East High crew starts hyping up their champion. They think Changgung won. Suddenly, a chilling aura floods the arena. Everyone's stats plummet instantly. The Diablo skill is active. Changgung turns to face his real nightmare, the Dark Lord himself. Young Gukja steps up Yamazaki Kyokushin style ready. Yu-Gi-Oh nods, he's still in this. It's a 2-on-1 beatdown now. The West High crew awaits orders. Gukja barks at them. Guard Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm taking point. This old geezer, Changgung, he's mine to handle. Thanks to the Diablo debuff, Gukja is absolutely dominating. Also, can we talk about how neither of these guys looks 18 years old? Gukja is high on adrenaline. He realizes fighting isn't just about fancy moves and technique. It's about grit and experience, a hard lesson he learned during his brawl with Kang Sok. He leveled up from that loss. Time to wrap this up. He moves in for the kill, bam, another headbutt rocks him. Changgung thinks he caught Gukja slipping, then he freezes. It was a trap. Gukja wanted him to attack. Gukja latches onto him. Yamazaki-style frontal 8-hit combo. He transitions instantly into a devastating spinning kick. Changgung finally hits the dirt. The big guy can't believe he actually lost. Gukja tips his hat to Yu-Gi-Oh. He softened him up perfectly. Victory secured. Not yet. Yu-Gi-Oh looks terrified, pointing frantically behind Gukja. System alert, Gangbook East rises with unknown power. Changgung is awakening right now. Even with the Diablo debuff, his stats are off the charts. One punch sends Gukja flying across the room like a ragdoll. Before he lands, another fist smashes his face. Changgung is pummeling him into oblivion. Gukja desperately tries to grapple. He screams at the crew, grab Yu-Gi-Oh, and run. Gukja knows it's over. This version of Changgung is a monster he can't beat. Just as the executioner's axe is about to fall, Yu-Gi-Oh just stands there staring blankly. The guy hasn't said a single word in years. Everyone knows the tragic backstory. He suffered severe mental trauma as a kid. A house fire wiped out his entire family. He was the sole survivor, and he was just a child. The shock stole his voice forever. Meanwhile, Jung Byung-sung and Kang Suk were just getting their illegal hustle started. He needed a fall guy, a total throwaway. While Kang Suk hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt, Jung Byung-sung saw the cold logic. If the cops busted their illegal operation, Na Yu-Gi-Oh, the kid with zero family ties, was the perfect sacrificial lamb to take the heat. But they messed up. Na Yu-Gi-Oh heard every word. Originally, he was ride or die loyal, believing Gangbuk South High was his true home. But that conversation shattered the illusion. He realized the world was just full of users and tools. That darkness consumed him until he crossed paths with Kim Soo-hyun. Even though Soo-hyun wasn't sure he could outperform Kang Sok as a leader, he made Na Yu-Gi-Oh a blood oath. I will never ever treat you like a pawn. Boom. The system window flashes, quest triggered. Resolve meter maxed out. Na Yu-Gi-Oh's potential starts spiking like crazy. When that bar hits 100%, he undergoes a full awakening. New stats unlocked, and with them a devastating exclusive skill card drops into his inventory. Yom Changgung rushes in for the kill, shot on the revived Na Yu-Gi-Oh, thinking it's over. But Yu-Gi-Oh is already winding up for a massive shin kick. Changgung smirks, confident he can tank the hit. But the second that strike connects, Yu-Gi-Oh activates his new ultimate, exclusive card, Terra Low Kick. It channels every ounce of raw power into a single leg sweep, dealing triple critical damage. Crack. The sound of Yom Changgung's leg bone snapping echoes across the lot. The impact is so violent it flips his entire body through the air. It's a one-shot KO. Yom Changgung is out cold. Victory for Gangbuk West High. Kim Soo-hyun immediately orders the crew to spread the word to the enemy. Gangbuk West just leveled up. Post-awakening Na Yu-Gi-Oh's stats have skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Han Jae-ha gets the grim notification, Yom Changgung is down. Ryu Si-kyung is ghosting him. That leaves Seo Dodak still locked in combat with Lee Ji-hyun. Back at his hideout, Han Jae-ha snaps. He tells his lackey to send a lethal message to Seo Dotak. You lose again, and I'll kill you myself. A furious Jae-ha demands victory or death. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hyun is on the ropes against Seo Dotak, a master of Jeet Kune Do. He mocks her sluggish movements, visibly bored. To him, sparring with a little girl is an insult compared to fighting a beast like Yom Changgung. Lee Ji-hyun sarcastically apologizes for her gender, but she knows the truth: he is faster. If this drags on, her stamina will drain and she's done for. She loathes this guy, especially that condescending little girl nickname. She needs a finisher now. Seo Dotak sees the desperation and laughs. He's already read her frame data. He knows exactly what's coming. He prepares to dodge, but then glitch in the matrix. Lee Ji-hyun shifts to a two-handed grip mid-motion. Seo Dotak freezes his calculation error, costing him everything as his foot gets smashed. He screams as piercing pain shoots up his leg, and suddenly cold steel is hovering inches from his face. That's her kill shot. Game over. She takes the round. Suddenly the system interface pops up again. Gangbuk East High isn't going down without a fight. A new power surges. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, Seo Dotak forces his own awakening. But his potential is capped at B rank. giving him only a moderate buff to strength and endurance. Still, for a man with a death threat hanging over his head, it's enough fuel to keep going. He slams his palm into Lee Ji-hyun's gut, Bruce Lee style, and blasts her with a 1-inch punch. Before this brawl, Seo Do-tak did his homework on her. He finds her backstory hilarious. Her dad was a violent drunk, a total abuser. When the abuse toward her mother became life-threatening, Ji-hyun picked up the sword to defend her family. And for that, the police dragged her father away. But here's the punchline. The mother she risked everything to save abandoned Ji-hyun and went right back to the abuser. Seo Do-tak sneers. History is a loop, just like you grabbed a sword and failed to beat your dad, you can't beat me. Biology is destiny. A woman can't overpower a man. As Seo Do-tak prepares the execution strike, Lee Ji-hyun's mind races. Can't beat a man. It contradicts everything her master taught her. He spoke of a forbidden technique, a sword style that creates a one-hit kill on any opponent, but the cost of missing is your own life. The founder's philosophy was simple. Bet it all on the first strike. Do that and gender doesn't matter. You become a god of death. Her master had warned her. This path is a double-edged sword. Are you absolutely sure you want to learn this? The system window flashes blindingly bright. Crew member Lee Ji-hyun's resolve hits 100%. Her potential is going nuclear. Seo Do-tak laughs, telling her to quit squirming. Accept your nature. But just as her potential hits the max, the true awakening happens. Seo Do-tak launches his dragon kick, fully committed to ending her. But the awakening grants Lee Ji-hyun a new exclusive card. It's a suicide build, a sword style that drops defense to 0, dumping every stat point into raw strength and speed. Jigen Ryu, the art of ignoring damage to secure the kill. That is the soul of Jigen Ryu. Lee Ji-hyun's potential might only be C rank, but by sacrificing her endurance completely, her speed and attack power break the game's limits. Now only one entertainment joint stands between them and completing main quest. 2. Kim Soo-hyun rolls up to the scene solo. If he conquers this spot, the war is officially over, but there is one other thing weighing on his mind. Han Jae-ha is definitely waiting inside. Soo-hyun might have crushed him once before, but he knows better than to sleep on this guy now. Flashbacks to Kang-sok's last-second awakening keep him sharp. He steps into the final boss arena, the karaoke bar. His strides are heavy with purpose. It is a fight to the death. But there is a massive detail. Soo-hyun is missing. Jae-ha's potential. It has already fully awakened. The guards at East High's HQ aren't attacking. They are parting like the Red Sea to let him through. Ping quest update. Defeat the awakened Han Jae-ha. The time limit. Just 60 minutes. The clock is ticking. But facing this massive karaoke maze, he is clueless about where to start. Just as he is trying to pinpoint Jae-ha's location, boom! Jae-ha shows up uninvited. Soo-hyun doesn't hesitate. He lunges, ready to end this beef right here and now. But Jae-ha dips around a corner, vanishing into the shadows. Soo-hyun is ticked off. What kind of mind game is he playing? He turns the corner into a hallway lined with endless doors. He is forced to check them one by one, but East High goons are lying in wait. It is an instant ambush the second a door cracks open. Slime rubs his gut after hawking up 2 steel pipes. Suddenly it clicks. This is Jae-ha's master plan. Stash fighters in every room and force Soo-hyun to play a twisted game of hide-and-seek. The goons are staring him down dead serious. Soo-hyun switches to Filipino stick-fighting mode. Fine. He will play along. The underlings are confused. Isn't this a huge waste of manpower? Why not just Zerg rush him all at once? But Jae-ha knows better. He has studied Soo-hyun's weakness. It is exactly like the last showdown. He realized Soo-hyun levels up against crowds, so the trick is wearing him down with small, constant skirmishes. Even Jae-ha finds the guy weird. Insane strength, 0 gas tank. Even a short brawl leaves him winded, almost like his power is on a temporary loan. So Jae-ha is playing the long game. He will wait until Soo-hyun is totally burned out before showing his face. Then he will shred a tired Soo-hyun to pieces. And it is working. After clearing a few rooms, our hero is already gasping for air. He is kicking himself for skipping cardio day. And the worst part, he can't spam his restore stamina skill right now. He has still got 2 quests left on the board. With the future totally unknown, he has to save his resources. Soo-hyun realizes the hard truth. He has been leaning way too heavily on those system cards. 15 rooms to go. He's running on fumes. There is 0 chance he tracks down Han Jae-ha without burning a restore stamina card. But Soo-hyun has one last ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the East High goons in the room are sweating bullets. Word on the street is Soo-hyun is totally gassed. The plan: wait for that doorknob to turn, then jump him the second he walks in. Save Gangbuck East, become heroes. Simple. Until the door opens and they all just freeze. It's not Soo-hyun. It's some pint-sized kid. He looks bored, muttering, "What a drag." The thugs are like, "Who the hell are you? West High doesn't have a captain like this." Then the doorway darkens. A giant steps in. Voice like gravel, he rumbles, "You guys never shut up." Turns out these aren't randoms. They're copy cloud summons. See, while unifying Gangbook, and running a snack bar. Little Cloud handpicked the best physical specimens. The short king, that's Ryu Sujin. Ex-gymnast agile as a cat built for speed. His only flaw, he is lazy as hell and hates drama. The tank is Hwang Il-se, former bodybuilder. We are talking pure raw power and infinite stamina. His best trait, he keeps it simple, no games. Meanwhile, Han Jae-ha gets the ping. Soo-hyun has got backup out of nowhere. Secret West High executives. Yeah, right. Soo-hyun kicks a messenger out of his way and bursts into the final room. Jackpot. Han Jae-ha. Sujin just wants to speedrun this and nap, but Il-se is itching to crush the guy messing with his boss. Soo-hyun's eyes go cold. Game over, Jae-ha. You are the last man standing. He activates Peak to check the stats and immediately freezes. What the hell are those numbers? Jae-ha looks ready to kill. Soo-hyun can't process it. How did he get this buffed? Did Awakening unlock some broken exclusive card before he can think Sujin and Il-se launch the attack? Wait, Soo-hyun yells, but it is too late. Jae-ha punts the bodybuilder like a football. Sujin goes for an aerial ambush, but Jae-ha scoffs. Cute try, kid. Sujin grits his teeth, refusing to fold like a cheap suit. Jae-ha catches him mid-air, smiling like a predator. Then, a machine gun barrage of punches crushes Sujin. Il-se sees an opening and locks Jae-ha in a bear hug. Jae-ha doesn't panic. He just grabs a karaoke mic and starts bludgeoning Il-se's skull. The force is insane. Il-se's defense crumbles instantly. Right before the kill shot, Soo-hyun intercepts. He flows into a taekyon stance, blocking the strike. He knocks Jae-ha back, but the vibe is terrifying. This version of Jae-ha is a literal monster. Soo-hyun stays icy. He triggers beast mode. Cut to Gangbook North High HQ. Daniel updates the boss. The main event has started. Soo-hyun versus Jae-ha. He pauses. Lord Choyun, if Soo-hyun drops, does our plan fail? Choyun looks bored. Winner doesn't matter. They are all just food for me anyway. Daniel presses hypothetically though. Who takes it, Jae-ha or Soo-hyun? Choyun points to his head, the smarter one. Jae-ha's brain can dissect Soo-hyun's moves. His taekwondo is tricky, and he is faster. But Soo-hyun, he just needs one clean grab. Jae-ha has the speed advantage, but Soo-hyun can zone him out, limiting his footwork. Back in the room, Jae-ha is cornered. Point-blank range. Soo-hyun thinks I have got him. Suddenly Jae-ha smirks. So how was my acting? It was a bait. Jae-ha spins mid-air. Bam, tornado kick. He doesn't stop, double tornado kick. He keeps spinning, triple tornado kick. He meant it when he said this ends in death. The system screams warning. Main quest failure equals all rewards revoked. System shutdown. Outside the room, the rest of West High pulls up. And look who is back. Ryu Sik-young, the guy who ghosted mid-war. Chung-yul stares him down. Who are you really? Sik-young waves him off. Details later. He smirks. Only 5 of you. Lee Ji-hyun isn't here to chat. She launches an attack instantly. Sik-young dodges. Save your energy, sweetheart. We are on the same side. He gestures to the door. Come on in. Let's watch the finale. Soo-hyun versus Jae-ha. Inside, Jae-ha is reminiscing. The Gangbook conference feels like yesterday. He never thought that weakling Soo-hyun would push him this far. Time to end West High. He strikes, but Soo-hyun pops restore stamina and weaves past it. Jae-ha's jaw drops. How I beat him to a pulp. Is this kid even human? But Jae-ha shakes it off. He is just delaying the inevitable. Soo-hyun is sweating. How do you kill this beast? He considers triggering Berserker for a suicide run. But wait, there is still a hidden quest pending. If he burns out now, he is done for. He can't risk Berserker yet. He's got to switch to plan B and fast. Jae-ha's brain is running a mile a minute, calculating every variable. He spots Soo-hyun hesitating, waiting for the perfect opening. But that's a rookie mistake. Jae-ha has already downloaded this kid's entire fighting style. Cheap parlor tricks won't work here. Jae-ha smirks, calling him out. You've got a nasty habit of dodging to the left, don't you? Soo-hyun freezes up like a deer in headlights. Confirming the tell, Jae-ha herds him exactly into the kill zone. He unleashes his signature tornado kick. Jae-ha sneers as he watches Soo-hyun desperately try to block the impact. Blocking with just his arm, a scream rips through the air as bone meets brutal force. Jae-ha whispers, "Rip, kid." This next strike is the finisher. Soo-hyun is facing a sadistic choice: get his arm pulverized into dust.